This guy is the strongest legendary warrior of mankind, the leader of humanity's elite army sweeping through high-level monsters. But life is never as smooth as sweet dreams. With just one step left for Feng Liu to reclaim the realm, the system suddenly triggered a red alert. Guimebula, the Demon King possessing SSS-level power. He let out a roar full of pain and despair. Even if I have to lose my life, I will definitely drag you down to the grave with me. Just as the Demon King self-destructed, Feng Liu realized he was done for this time. The system screen displayed a line of text. Your remaining life can now be counted in just a few meager minutes. Congratulations, host, for your great contributions to humanity. You have been graciously granted the privilege of reincarnation, by which time half of Feng Liu's body was torn apart. He tried to use his last remaining strength to press the rebirth button on the system. The moment he woke up was also when he understood that he truly had a new life. Looking at his somewhat unfamiliar body, he happily jumped up and laughed loudly. That Demon King shouldn't even think about destroying me so easily. But right after that, he froze for 5 seconds because he found everything around him to be so abnormal. The male lead narrowed his eyes with contempt. Why did I end up in the middle of this lowly and hideous crowd of demons? Liu Theat, the C-rank archer, turned to urge him annoyedly. The human army is getting very close. If we don't run fast, it will be too late. He scratched his head in bewilderment. What do you mean? Are you talking to me, you fake? Suddenly, he saw a mirror placed in the corner of the room. He curiously approached to take a look and panicked upon realizing he had turned into a demon. Currently, he is an E-rank demon warrior named Kamnakov. Still in shock, he screamed like a madman. Damn system, explain this. Didn't you say I would be reincarnated as a human? My childhood sweetheart is still waiting at home. What kind of bizarre place have you thrown me into now? Everyone around looked at him with puzzled expressions, as if they were seeing someone who had just lost his mind. The system scratched its head and muttered an apology, sincerely apologizing for reincarnating him at the wrong time. He frantically demanded it fix the issue immediately, but the system could only stammer that it couldn't do anything more. He was so angry he wanted to tear the system apart to vent his frustration. What kind of terrible service is this? The system could only pout, apologize, and promise to provide him with another chance at reincarnation. Immediately, the screen displayed a new notification: just be destroyed one more time and he would return to his human identity, noting that suicide is completely useless. The system vanished without a trace, leaving Kamnakov standing there with a blank expression as if frozen. The people in the room were buzzing with discussion about his strange attitude. Liu Theat grumbled that this guy was always like this. Whenever something happened, he would act like a lunatic. And another person chimed in that with this stupid brain of his, it would be hard to escape the incoming human army. Nakuk no longer had the mind to care about his surroundings. He only muttered anxiously, wondering if his fiancée would remarry. Even though he was just a low-tier mage, Mayangi put all his effort into investigating and finally found a clue. The 12-member squad from the Blue Guild has officially arrived here. In this place, except for Her Highness, who reached B+ rank, the rest are simply not strong enough to put up a fight. We need to escape right away. If we fall into the hands of that brutal group, I fear there won't even be a bone left of us. Hearing the news that the blue faction was approaching, Nakuk was stunned because they were humans. Ironically, he was now a demon, and then he suddenly let out an eerie smirk. Haha, having humans send me off isn't that a golden opportunity for me to be resurrected? Having made up his mind, the young man walked outside heroically, regardless of everyone around him trembling in fear. The crowd tried their best to stop him, asking if he was tired of living when humans were right at that entrance. Nakuk let out a sigh, thinking that hiding forever wouldn't solve anything. I alone will stand to block the humans. You guys take this chance to run far away. Hearing such a heroic declaration, the demon suddenly choked up, wondering if he was willing to die just to save them. Is this the coward we used to know? Why does he look so unfamiliar and imposing today? Suddenly, from high above, giant boulders began crashing down to the ground with a rumble. Nakuk looked up in confusion, wondering whether that was a magic circle or a meteorite. That harsh rockfall completely blocked the only exit leading outside. Liu Bangdi, daughter of the demon lord and a B-rank mage, declared firmly that in this critical moment no one would be left behind. Even though she had good intentions, Nakuk was extremely irritated, shouting at her not to dare stop him from seeking death. With that, the young man turned his head and shouted loudly, telling them not to do unnecessary things for him. He threw a powerful punch at the hard rocks, but they didn't budge at all, while his hands hurt to the bone. Nakuk's face grimaced as he muttered that the stupid woman was really meddling in things that were none of her business. Bangdi remained silent in shock, thinking to herself how this guy dared call her a stupid woman. Liu Theat angrily pointed a finger and scolding him, unable to understand how he dared use such words with Her Highness. And Nakuk smirked, turned around, and told them not to underestimate the steadfast resolve of a real man. Princess Bangdi's cheeks turned bright red, wondering why she hadn't noticed such masculine charm in him before. The remaining demons frowned in annoyance and decided to leave together, thinking that if someone wanted to commit suicide, they should just let him have his wish. The young man maintained his tough attitude, nonchalantly asking what was so terrifying about humans that they always had to avoid them. As a resolute demon warrior, I beg permission to sacrifice myself honorably. Though his words sounded so grandiose, immediately after he turned around to keep walking, deep in his heart, he only wished that this trip would go smoothly without anyone else jumping in to stop him. Hearing that, Bangdi's eyes welled up with tears, her gaze clearly showing regret as she was about to part ways with a brave warrior. Liu Tai still held his hand tightly and pulled him along. Hurry up, Your Highness, let's get out of here. Yuwa dashed out like a bird escaping its cage. After running for a short distance, he ran straight into the Blue Dragon gang. He spread his arms wide with immense pride. Come on, babies, if you were real men, swing your blades and strike me dead. A juicy X pack had just appeared. The humans charged forward with their weapons, slashing and killing in a frenzy. Yuwu excitedly awaited his resurrection. "Oh humans, I am about to return and torment you all." Suddenly, an arrow shot out of nowhere, whistling through the air. Following it was a rain of arrows pouring down, inflicting countless casualties on the Blue Dragon gang. Liu Tai activated his majestic and awe-inspiring stare. Instantly, the demons bowled with morale and their combat power was pushed to its peak. They could even obtain a permanent upgrade. He proudly recounted the years he followed the demon lord to fight on the battlefield. Ever since the humans achieved an overwhelming victory, they have begun to push us around and invade our territory. Because we endured, the humans pushed even further, treating the lives of our demon clan like trash. It was our compromise that made us weak. Xiao Gan is absolutely right this time. Liu Tai patted his shoulder to comfort him, while Yuwu grumbled in frustration over losing his chance to resurrect. One by one, the demons marched out aggressively, their morale blazing in their majestic state. Her Highness Bingyi solemnly declared that today was the day the demon clan would rise up. Members of the Blue Guild cried out in horror, "What on earth is this?" Yuwu also froze in absolute terror. He thought to himself, "I didn't stir up these demons, did I?" The astral mages evolved from B tier a tier as Bingyi declared their majestic state. "Every single one of us is an indispensable part." The humans were so terrified they almost wet themselves. Their opponents, who were originally B tier, had suddenly risen to a tier, a clear disparity in power. Bingyi summoned a giant astral fire judgment orb to rain down. The strike created a powerful and terrifying shockwave. Just like that, the once renowned Blue Guild was officially wiped out. Yuwu stood rooted to the spot, completely numb with shock. To make matters worse, not only did he not die, but his level was also skyrocketing. Smashed the Lamsack Alliance, earning a share of 1030 accumulated experience points. Jumping up 10 whole levels to transform into a lesser demon. On his very first day in the demon realm, his plan to find a way to die completely fell through. Right in the capital of Yun Kingdom. Inside the magnificent palace of the Hu family, a servant hurriedly ran in to report. Council Head, one of the three great demon commands, asked in a stern voice with a tense expression whether the suspension bridge plan had failed miserably. Reporting to Lord Demon Chancellor, indeed that is the case. Our side had originally timed everything extremely accurately. It was expected that when Her Highness was besieged by the Lamsack Guild and trapped with no way out, young Master Wujin would immediately lead a grand demon army to rescue her, playing out the classic hero saves the beauty scenario, and then step over the corpses of those people to tenderly hold Her Highness tightly in his arms. Thanks to the psychological suspension bridge effect, she would definitely give her whole heart to young Master Wuzhong. However, at the most critical moment, Her Highness suddenly unleashed an extraordinary power and single-handedly wiped out the Lamsack Guild. Hearing that this even awakened the Divine Queen's power within her, Council Head quickly turned to ask Demon General Huo, and of the three great demon commands, General, what should we do now? Hoenn put his hands on his hips, gave a cold, furious snort, and declared that all military authority was held by him. Relying on the power of our three great demon commands right here, we can simply force her to marry my son, who would dare to stand up and oppose us. Call my son back tonight, and tomorrow morning we'll send troops to propose marriage right away. I told you from the start that stupid suspension bridge trick was useless. In another place, little did they know that the suspension bridge effect was actually extremely effective. It was just a pity that it worked on the wrong person, as Bingyi was currently longing for Gan Yuwu without a moment's pause. Liu Mayor, bring little Gan to my room later. I want a reward. The little maid covered her mouth with a giggle and softly agreed, saying, "This servant understands your highness' wishes. I will go invite him over right away." Bingyi looked on blankly, unable to comprehend why her attendant was so overly excited when she was merely granting a reward. Meanwhile, Yuwu sat dazed, chugging down wine while the system interface repeatedly flashed warnings that the player had not chosen skills yet and still had 120 unassigned attribute points. Speaking of this, Yuwu flew into a rage and shouted, "Only an idiot would add points. If I raise my stats, how am I supposed to die easily? Shut your trap, garbage system." However, the status screen in front of him displayed the words low-tier elite demon with all base attributes quadrupled, strength 56, speed 41, stamina 61, elemental 9, spirit 11, totaling 120 points. He pondered for a moment, thinking that such a low tier would probably still be easy to get killed, but in a remote place so isolated from humanity, where could he find someone to finish him off? Right at that moment, the little maid hurriedly ran over and pushed open the door, grinning mischievously as she announced, "Gan Yuwu, Her Highness is summoning you." Turning his haggard, dazed face around like someone who had lost his soul, the young man muttered in response, "Liu Mayor, I'm coming right away." Seeing his expression, the little maid panicked and asked, "What are you trying to do? Are you too drunk?" Dragging Liu Mayor straight into the room, he earnestly pleaded, "Hurry up. Right now only you can save me. Quickly, take a knife and stab me." Who knows what silly thoughts crossed her mind, but her face flushed bright red as she bashfully replied, "What? That's so embarrassing." She mumbled to herself, wondering how someone usually so quiet could be so unexpectedly bold when drunk. But now was not the time, because an important person was waiting, and soon the young man was granted an audience with Prince Bangji. Bangji behaved gracefully, praising his glorious achievements of today and bestowing upon him the highest noble title. "From now on, you have the right to enter and exit the imperial palace freely without being questioned. Furthermore, you are also granted the ultimate battle robe to assert the aura of a true hero." Hearing this, Mayna's eyes lit up because it was the sacred battle robe of the previous demon lord, a treasure that the master had never used before. This garment once accompanied the demon lord on countless battlefields and had the power to significantly enhance the wearer's strength. He glanced at it with an indifferent look, wondering to himself if this thing was of any use at all. Holding the reward, the young man turned and headed straight for the door, coldly saying, "Since we're done, I'll take my leave," leaving the other two staring in shock at his indifference. This made Bang Ji feel restless because the young man had completely changed and appeared incredibly composed, just as he was stepping outside. Wei Ming, one of the 3 demon commanders of Yun country, was disgruntled about being summoned in the middle of the night just to give a precious item to a nobody who had just performed a feat. He loudly mocked that such careless rewards were an insult to the demon god and disgraced the monarch. The more he thought about it, the more resentful he became, remembering his years of dedication without any rewards while Bang Ji ignored it all. Or perhaps, are you trying to force me to turn against the demon general? Coming face to face with the grumpy old man, he casually offered a greeting to the old uncle. Addressed in such a condescending tone, Wei Ming turned purple with rage, inwardly cursing that this little rascal hadn't changed a bit. Before he could compose himself, the young man delivered a blow that made him jump. "Hey, I'm giving this armor to you." Wei Ming was petrified on the spot, then shouted in disbelief that it was actually being given to him. He calmly replied with the most sincere look possible, as keeping this junk was pointless anyway, so he simply made up an excuse to get rid of it. To cover his tracks, he fabricated a story that the Highness had recognized his great contributions and specifically sent him to deliver it personally. Having said his piece, he turned around to leave immediately. Wei Ming stood dazed and frozen, realizing he had misunderstood His Highness' kindness all this time. He wailed pitifully, blaming himself for being as wretched as a beast to doubt his master, and swore to remain loyal until death, regardless of danger. After that dramatic scene, he sat alone in a corner, sighing wearily because his suicide attempt had failed, and he had to plan for another location tomorrow. Suddenly, sounds of conversation nearby caught his attention, causing him to prick up his ears at the dialogue between a young master and a servant. The subordinate reported that the Grand General had decided to take action tomorrow. At that time, he will lead the demon guards on behalf of the 3 great demon commanders to the court to force His Highness to grant a marriage, and anyone who dares stand in his way will be executed without mercy. Seizing the opportunity to find death, he was immediately filled with indescribable joy. "If that's the case, I'll stay here for one more day to see how things go." The next morning at the solemn Grand Hall of Yun country, what form of audience is this crowd holding? Manhwa felt dizzy and his head ached painfully. He never expected the demon tribe to be such a nuisance this morning, so let's just get straight to the point. The human army, still 100 miles away, is already making moves. It is thanks to the general's protection that this region of the city has remained peaceful. Bang Ji's eyes widened in utter surprise. The general was truly extraordinary. Since his grandfather's time, he had always led the armies to protect the Van Kingdom, so he certainly deserved a generous reward. Hokum rested his hands on his hips and replied proudly, "If your highness is going to be so blunt, then I have something to say." Then he called for his son to step forward. "Vo Quan, come here. I implore your highness to grant my son a marriage alliance. After all, the 2 of you have grown up together since you were children." Bang Ji, naive and unaware of what was going on, asked excitedly, "Oh my, haven't he seen him in 3 years? Could it be that Vo Quan already has a sweetheart?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Hokum seized the main point. "I beg your highness to marry my son, Vo Quan." Bang Ji was so shocked that his jaw dropped. "What? Please, General, don't joke like this. Vo Quan and I are just..." Hokum put on a rebellious face. "Whether you like it or not is no longer the point. Faced with the greater good, everything else must be cast aside. The Unga Nam tribe has never had a woman rule the court, and now it is rumored everywhere among the commoners whether they will still have faith in the Van Kingdom after you ascend to the throne. If this continues, the scandal will spread everywhere, but if you agree to marry Vo Quan, you can silence the world's gossip immediately." The men standing behind began to chime in with sympathetic faces. "That sounds reasonable, doesn't it?" "That's right, it truly is a wonderful match. Young Master Vo Quan is both handsome and brave. He really is a perfect partner." Luo Thay had heard this, and it was grating to his ears. This villain was clearly using fallacious reasoning to force her highness. Bang Ji's eyes dimmed, showing her sadness and unwillingness, and she remained hesitant and worried. And Hakov, thinking he had spotted a golden opportunity, immediately rushed out to interrupt. Luo Thay couldn't stop him in time and thought to himself, what is this kid trying to do? In reality, he was just calculating that if he caused a scene now, they would surely kill him immediately. Nakao grabbed Bang Ji's hand and shouted loudly, "Don't let that old man lead you by the nose. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness." Bang Ji looked up at him with eyes full of emotion, but then Hakov told himself he had to act this out to the bitter end just to invite death. "You old man, who gave you the right to gesticulate at your superior?" The men looked at Nakov in astonishment, wondering who this brave young man was. Bang Ji was so panicked that she almost burst into tears. Today is a rare occasion in life to be presented with the Demon General's decree and countless special privileges by 2 generations of demon lords in succession. "I advise your highness to consider carefully before giving your answer," he said, and as he finished, he radiated an overwhelming killing intent. Unable to stand by and watch any longer, Luo Thay intervened. "Are you planning to force the monarch to abdicate? Retreat at once." The men also flared up in anger and warned Hokum, "Restrain your behavior." Hokum stood tall and declared firmly with a confident expression, "All power lies in my hands." Bang Ji sighed warily. "Please everyone cease your actions. What the general says is truly reasonable. I promise to comply." Before she could finish her sentence, Nahako burst into laughter, interrupting her. "Ha ha, women, how do you solve these things? You didn't even leave any of your father's legacy for others to inherit, did you?" Then he looked at Hokum with a gaze that no longer held any respect. He even leaned in close to his face to observe him. Hokum's face was twisted into a hideous expression at that moment. The 2 of them faced each other at an extremely close range. It is truly laughable that an elder himself has to weigh who the grantor of military power is. Are you delusional about your own power now, or have you become overly reliant on using your status to intimidate others? Hokam, never having been insulted so severely before, was furious to the point of insanity. You bastard, what nonsense are you spewing? Nahakov continued to display a brazen expression intended to provoke his anger. Besides, one is a majestic demon lord with status above all and possessing flawless beauty. What is your son compared to her that he thinks he is a match for her? Not only daring to provoke the father but also daring to tease the son, Hokam was so angry that his head felt like it was going to explode. Who do you think you are? In this world, apart from my son, who else could be more worthy? Nahakov held his own embarrassed face with his hands and smiled contentedly as he replied, it is me, who else? A few days ago when we were in the cave, the two of us already made a lifelong vow to each other. After saying this, Nakov covered his mouth, laughing happily. I dare you to do something to me now. Come on, make your move quickly. In another development, Thayat was still stunned, not expecting Tukam to have the guts to insult the great general like that. As for Bangji, he was also extremely surprised and moved. Tukam truly has a mysterious relationship with the Highness. Whispers began to arise everywhere below. Remember when the Highness was besieged by the Lamsat Alliance? I heard it was this kid who stepped in to save him. Is it really him? Have you never seen this face before? Nahakov only hoped to slip away quickly, but what he had just displayed made the Highness so moved that his limbs went weak. I never expected him to risk so much for my sake. Hokam gritted his teeth and roared, you are truly looking for death. Like a fish in water, Nakov immediately stretched out his neck in defiance. That's right, if you're capable, then go ahead and finish me off. Hurry up, I'm already impatient. Hokam screamed frantically in a fit of rage, regretting that you dared to insult a demon general and even dared to offend the Highness. You have committed a capital crime, so today I will settle the score with you once and for all. The terrifying power radiating from him caused everyone standing nearby to flee in a panic for their lives. Get out of the way, this is the demon general's ultimate destructive technique. We really done for. A fatal blow shot forward like an arrow towards Nakok, sending him flying backward. Even though he thought he was about to die, a triumphant smile remained on his lips. Hatch, now wait for me, we are finally about to be reunited. The young man was already daydreaming about their reunion, but that sweet moment did not last long. Following that was a massive earth-shaking explosion. The silhouette of someone was still flickering behind the raging sea of fire. Voquan stood dumbfounded, his mouth wide open. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be happening? Above Nesipasi's head, a strange emblem suddenly appeared. The military demon command, once activated, stopped a fatal blow just in time. The system announced that it had just been granted a level 40 demon command, promoting his demon rank to Ranka. The passive protection skill automatically activated when his health bar dropped to 30%, boosting his defense stats fivefold. After enduring 15 attacks, the damage reflection automatically resets and notably possesses the ability to inflict a critical hit. Next, Sipasi scratched his head in confusion, not understanding a single thing. The crowd behind froze completely. Had Her Highness actually bestowed the military demon command upon him? This was a treasure that a demon lord could only use once in a lifetime. Granting it demonstrated absolute trust, while allowing him to inherit battlefield experience and the privilege of commanding the army in the future. Being Dai stepped forward with a majestic and imposing air. Remembering how my father once granted this demon command to you to lead the Cloud Realm Legion into battle, today I pass this privilege to Kamnixi Basi. From this moment on, Kamnashkixi is the general of the right. Together with Hefum, he will command our entire demon army. Calculated in his mind, was that old being trying to use a wet behind the ears kid to check his power. Let's see if anyone respects him, if anyone is willing to obey. He cast a challenging gaze all around. His gaze rested on V-Men, who was the first to clasp his hands in congratulations. Greetings, General of the Right. Congratulations on being appointed to command the 3 armies. Liu Thich also respectfully clasped his hands in response. Greetings, General of the Right. Seeing the 2 seniors express their stance clearly, the entire crowd below fell to their knees in homage, shouting in unison to congratulate General Cam. While everyone was busy offering congratulations, Abasi stood there dumbfounded. He thought to himself with a gloomy expression, damn it, this feeling is no different from having just swallowed something utterly disgusting. Ham gritted his teeth, a surge of murderous intent billowing from him. Granting the demon command was indeed proof of Her Highness' favor, but how could someone who had never stepped onto a battlefield convince these veteran demons? Want to share power with me? Fine, let him try a trip into the ancestral demon cave and see. Liu Thich chimed in that the ancestor was the sole ruler, and only someone recognized by him was qualified to hold power. If he passes through the demon cave, I will voluntarily surrender military authority. Liu Thich suddenly roared in fury, is that old man crazy? No one has returned from there in 100 years, but V-Men was not to be outdone, retorting, hasn't he, General Cam just proven his capability? Liu Obijingdi shouted loudly that it was impossible. The demon cave had long been a forbidden zone of death, and going inside meant only death. Hearing this, Nsipasi's eyes suddenly lit up with innocent intrigue. No one has survived in 100 years, yet you dare say it's guaranteed death. Sneered sarcastically, indeed, a bunch of cowards who only know how to talk big. Kamnexibisi calmly raised his hand, his voice firm and unwavering. The Grand General makes a lot of sense, I completely agree, so where's the demon cave? I will set off right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd widened their eyes in shock, unable to believe what they had just heard. Exactly a century ago, the demon race faced a terrible threat of extinction. That was the era of the Liu clan, the ancestors of the current demon lord. He decided to sacrifice himself to protect the entire demon race. All the concentrated demon essence had been firmly buried by him deep within the demon cave. in anticipation of a new monarch praised by the ancestors, yet for 100 years, not a single soul has ever conquered that challenge. The men grumbled that to enter the demon cave, at least 2 people must be paired. Besides General Cam, no one else has the guts to go along. The subordinates below whispered amongst themselves, saying the place was terrifying and it would be foolish to risk their lives, suggesting it should be called off rather than forced. Hoem ignored the murmurs and coldly said that he would have to find another way. If he couldn't even find a comrade to enter the cave, how could he expect to command troops? Amidst the crowd, a hand was suddenly raised decisively. I am willing to go. The one who spoke was Ho Vo Quan, and a rank fire system assassin and lieutenant general of the demon realm. Hoem's face immediately darkened and he rasped out, "What did you say? Who allowed you to act on your own?" Vo Quan replied without hesitation, "Father, do you think I will be inferior to him?" The man behind him hurriedly looked anxious, saying, "You are the future of Van Kingdom. How can you take such a risk?" Vo Quan confidently beat his chest, asserting that only the one chosen by the ancestors is worthy of holding royal power, and if Van Kingdom is about to welcome a new king, it must be me. Admiration rose again. Indeed, the reputation of Master Vo Quan is well deserved, only he possesses such courage and ability. Hoem was dazed after hearing it, rendered speechless and unable to say a word. Outside the palace, the official stared in with a provocative tone. "The young master's trip this time is perfect. That guy Cam actually has no talent. Unlike you who have been a favorite of heaven since childhood, you absolutely cannot let him steal the spotlight. Just take action, wait for the right opportunity while inside the cave to deal with that kid." Ho Vo Quan smoothed his hair and cocked his head arrogantly. "I am both handsome and cunning, not stupid. I know how to handle it." In a small room, Liu Mene whispered in his ear that Ho Vo Quan was inherently arrogant and selfish. He would never allow anyone younger to surpass him, so he would surely stab him in the back, and he must be very cautious. Hearing the word "stab me in the back," Nakov laughed in delight, thinking to himself that the chance of getting targeted had increased. Vimen chuckled gleefully and added, "General Cam, I have gathered all the best strengthening and healing medicines in Van Kingdom. The demon cave is extremely treacherous, so you must stay safe." Nakov grimaced resentfully and said, "You people really have nothing better to do." The next day at the mountain peak leading to the ancestral cave, the trio of Ho Vo Quan, Cam, Nakov, and Lu Mai were waiting at the altar. Nakov handed all the medicines over to Vo Quan. Lu Mai asked, "Are you two ready?" At that moment, no one had the slightest idea. The future demon king who would change the whole world was about to step into the light. A shout rang out. "Let's head out." Mane quickly formed hand seals, officially casting the map. "Let's activate." Scene switches to the trial area of the answer. A series of new notifications appeared continuously. Low-level star system specialized in pursuit, supreme stealth ability. Hawk Vo Quan glanced around, wondering what kind of monsters were waiting in this cave. Cam Nakov recalled the previous conversation. "This Vo Quan guy is extremely arrogant, just bear with it for now. He is selfish, so he'll never accept any younger person surpassing him, and he'll definitely play tricks behind your back, so we must be on guard." Unable to miss the opportunity to kick the bucket, Nakov spread his arms wide with a sly grin. "Hey darling, I am completely exposed right here, wearing only a single lousy white item with super weak defense." Vo Quan was rendered speechless upon hearing this, unable to comprehend what monkey business this guy was trying to pull, daring to expose his weak points before the enemy's face was even clear. Nakov smirked proudly and thought to himself, "Now I've put all my stuff on display, come at me, buddy." Thinking he had fallen into the trap, Hawk Vo Quan immediately swung his gleaming sword. Nakov chuckled softly in his heart. As expected, the fish took the bait. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange blue flower flew in. Not only could it fly around, but that flower could even speak. Its sharp thorn immediately transformed and grazed across Nakov's cheek. The tiny flower quickly transformed into a little demon. Vo Quan immediately charged forward, delivering a lethal blow to finish off the opponent. Nakov was still dumbfounded, having no idea what was going on. Hundreds of bats poured down frantically from the top of the cave like a torrential rain, aiming straight at the two standing there. Vo Quan acted extremely decisively without any hesitation, summoning countless vibrant petals, merging together into the shape of a giant demon. He neatly snapped his fingers to give the command. The razor-sharp petals instantly turned into countless blades, swarming to sweep away every last bat in the dark cave. Vo Quan turned sharply, glared at Nakov, and said, "You had already smelled those demon bats hiding around here beforehand, didn't you? Using this bait tactic to lure the snake out of its hole, deliberately exposing your flank to get them to show themselves, and then using master like me to wipe them out completely, right? But don't think playing this trick can get rid of me." Nakov had no choice but to be thoroughly convinced, exclaiming, "Indeed, your brain is really top-notch. Your self-directed act is amazing. This script totally blew me away." Vo Quan was honored and smiled proudly. It was only natural. Immediately after, he raised his voice and shouted, "Assassinate them right now." Then he unleashed his ultimate skill, Wind-Born Flowers. Nakov was once again left completely dumbfounded. He originally only intended to expose himself so the opponent would launch a sneak attack. Who would have thought that this guy Oak believed they were actually cooperating? As a result, the monsters all targeted him because dealing massive damage draws all enemy firepower. Consequently, Vo Quan didn't even bother to clear it up. The monsters completely ignored him, leaving him in zero danger and completely safe. "I must lead these monsters over to send me to heaven," he smirked cunningly. The system chimed, announcing a ranked demon elite with all stats increased by 600% and 480 unassigned points remaining. Turns out Nakov was still holding back. Vo Quan and Nakov continued to venture into the deepest region of the map. Vo Quan glanced over at Nakov, but the latter remained completely motionless. Could this guy actually be nothing more than an incompetent, useless fool? Suddenly, the system alarm rang out urgently, signaling imminent danger. The dungeon scenario officially began with the campaign to protect the royal envoy. The notification announced that the difficulty of this challenge was rank up. The survival duration was 20 minutes, and the victory condition was surviving the siege of the Demon King's envoys, with a warning that the targets had no weaknesses. In the very next moment, 5 terrifying monsters suddenly appeared. Ranked to plus, they were known as the envoys of the Demon King. Voquan didn't hesitate for even a single second. With eyes as sharp as a blade, he turned, launched a preemptive strike, and shouted, "Let's blend together." He then repeated the same old trick, but unfortunately, when facing this technique, the demon's flame merely brushed past and burned all the flower petals to ashes. Voquan was furious, his face turning deathly pale. Right beside him, the fire monster squatted leisurely as if taking a vacation. It casually gathered energy and then suddenly released it, hurling a fierce fireball straight at Voquan. A deafening, earth-shattering explosion erupted. As the sea of fire cleared, Voquan was still standing firm, completely unscathed. His gaze remained calm and, however, deep within the flame that had just erupted shot out a pair of arrow-sharp vines. Before Voquan could compose himself, his body was tightly bound by a tangled web of thorny vines. It turned out that the one behind the vicious attack was the Thorn Demon, who was laughing delightedly. Glancing over at Nakov and seeing him remaining indifferent without stepping in, a bitter disappointment welled up inside him as he realized he had mistakenly valued a useless person. At this moment, Nakov was panting heavily after executing an overwhelmingly powerful move, secretly feeling proud that he truly lived up to his reputation. In reality, he had poured all 480 attribute points into strength without caring about defense, just waiting to unleash massive damage to attract the monster's attention. Voquan gnashed his teeth, telling himself that indeed no one in this world was worthy of standing alongside him. He let out a resounding roar, causing the surrounding thorny vines to shatter on the spot. Without wasting even a single second, Voquan immediately gathered his strength to relentlessly counterattack the Thorn Demon. He shouted loudly, telling it to get out of his sight. He lightly snapped his finger, instantly triggering an explosion of the mana orb, a space-shaking explosion. Voquan took the opportunity to strike an extremely cool and seasoned pose. Unfortunately, that demon possessed a 90% damage reduction capability, remaining completely unscathed and turning to sneer in his face. Seeing the monstrous armor remaining completely intact without a scratch, Voquan's face instantly turned pale. He finally understood that these emissaries had no weak points precisely because of their terrifyingly high defense stats. Another emissary seized the opportunity to cast a magic circle full of suction power, sucking Voquan completely into the center of the vortex. Immediately, the remaining emissaries appeared one after another, tightly surrounding him at the center of the encirclement. During that time, Nakov was stealthily approaching behind an emissary's back. He clenched his fist tightly, ready to launch a sudden sneak attack. His powerful fist rushed straight ahead, piercing through the flame demon's body with an execution strike, causing it to gradually vanish. After regaining their composure, the monsters simultaneously directed their hatred toward Nakov. A monster roared in a fury and immediately let go. Nakov stared in shock, stammering in disbelief that he had just blown the messenger away. It turned out that dumping all his points into strength could create such overwhelming power. Voquan froze for a few seconds. With just one punch, Nakov had blown the demon's body apart, and after pondering it, he realized their weakness was in their backs. It turned out that Nakov had been silent and patient all this time to lure the monsters into turning their backs to him. Upon realizing this, Voquan laughed delightedly, praising his friend for being so clever. Just then, the group of demon messengers had surrounded Nakov suffocatingly, and the system excitedly announced that due to his excessively powerful damage output, he had accidentally triggered the taunt effect, causing all the monsters to prioritize tearing him to shreds first. The young man smirked with satisfaction, thinking the plan he devised had gone off without a hitch. Now their hungry gazes were focused solely on it. The system continued to sound off as the Arank evil dragon messenger with eyes as red as blood had officially locked onto his location. Nakov calculated silently the Arank demon's punch was incredibly formidable, and with his pathetic defense stats at the moment, one hit would turn him into dust. He spread his arms wide and shouted joyfully, "Come on, come and eat me. The day I get to return to the human world is not far off." He stood immersed in a shimmering aura that enveloped his entire body. He proudly lifted his head, calmly welcoming the lethal blow. Voquan immediately lunged forward and struck the demon with a palm blast, leaving a series of deep lethal slashes scattered across the body. The monster's body was hacked into many pieces. Now only 3 evil dragon messengers remained on the battlefield. Nakov stared with his mouth wide open at the terrifying display before his eyes. Voquan turned his head, smiling triumphantly, praising Nakov's top-tier tactics for utilizing their backs as a weakness, as one provoked them while the other dove in to tear the enemy apart. He winked playfully, affirming that they understood each other's intentions as brothers through thick and thin, but because the damage dealt was so severe, the taunt effect reversed, causing the monsters to aim straight for him instead. Nakov grabbed his head and wailed miserably, cursing, "What the hell do you mean understand? What do you know? I had to skin and scrape my own body just to lure these guys toward me." Seeing the demon forces begin to look confused and turn to walk away, he impatiently shouted at the top of his lungs, begging them to come back to him. Because he was so frustrated, Nakov punched wildly into thin air, with the hope of drawing their attention. Unfortunately, he punched the arrogant faces of the 2 remaining ones instead. Instantly, the taunt effect flew straight back to Nakov. He stuck out his tongue in a cheeky provocation, "Come on, if you're good enough to hit me, na boo boo." Overjoyed, he struck a cool pose right in the middle of the battlefield, mentally prepared to let the monsters beat him to a pulp. But just at that beautiful moment, Vo Quan flew in from out of nowhere and landed a thunderous kick straight into the messenger's face. As a result, the disastrous prank backfired on Vo Quan, causing him to run for his life as fast as his legs could carry him while screaming for mercy, all the while convinced that this was part of Nakok's steep blade scheme, despite Nakok being furious and shouting at them to stop. In a fit of rage, Nakok lashed out again, unexpectedly sending another messenger to the afterlife, which made him cry out in bitterness that he had once again overdone it. Just then, the lightning demon slowly turned its head, fixing Nakok with a cold, bone-chilling stare. Nakof's heart pounded with suspense, telling himself this was his last chance, so he muttered a prayer for the enemy to hurry up and deliver the killing blow. Without hesitation, the messenger swung his razor-sharp blade straight at Nakok. He beamed with a bright smile, his heart fluttering in anticipation of the moment he would finally be released. Yet, at the very moment he thought he was about to reach the final destination, a cold, ruthless order to kill rang out, causing all of Nakok's hopes to vanish like a wisp of smoke. He stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the scene of destruction before him. The entire squad of demon messengers had been completely wiped out. Vo Quan nonchalantly muttered with smug satisfaction that this tactic was overpowered, never expecting that the two of them would be so well matched as to clear the battlefield so quickly. And Nakok turned deathly pale, nearly spitting blood, wondering what kind of absurd tactic this was and why they had gone to such great lengths all this time if they were just going to kill all the enemies in the end. Vo Quan pointed a finger directly at him, solemnly declaring that he now recognized him as a worthy rival to compete for the world in the future. At that very moment, the space within the demon den shook violently as if it were about to collapse. The ground cracked into large sections and eerie green lightning danced about. A voice echoing throughout the cave arrogantly proclaimed that for decades no one had dared to venture into this forbidden place. I thought the later generations of the demon race no longer had anyone brave enough to challenge the throne. A blinding burst of light erupted, engulfing the entire space. It forced both of them to quickly cover their eyes to avoid being blinded. A colossal dragon with glowing red eyes stepped slowly out of the light, speaking in a rumbling, fiery voice to announce that they had passed the preliminary round. Now was the time to enter the final, arduous challenge. A system notification appeared, signaling the arrival of this rank evil dragon Lu Van, and declaring that only one of the two would be allowed to leave here alive within 10 minutes. The last one standing would be granted the title of king along with the dragon's treasure. If you do not comply, I will personally see to it that both of you meet your end. Vo Quan's head spun, unable to understand why they were being forced to kill each other like this. A dark thought suddenly flashed through his mind. I am the hope of the Van Kingdom, so I absolutely cannot die, but this opponent is truly far too deep and unpredictable. Meanwhile, Nakok was grinning from ear to ear, his heart rejoicing as if he were celebrating. My time has come, heaven is truly paving the way for me, and this is the golden opportunity for me to finally get my wish to leave. Vo Quan secretly guessed that since the other person looked so calm and confident, he must be certain of victory, and he absolutely could not afford to lose. Nakok did not bother to think, sneering as he threw his weapon to the ground, declaring that if only one person could survive, then go ahead and finish it. Hu Wujin raised an eyebrow in suspicion, wondering what scheme the other man was plotting to lure him into striking. Nakok reassured his opponent, patting his chest and guaranteeing that he should rest easy, as he had nothing left but the clothes on his back. You only need to strike me down with one sword blow to claim the title of king and the massive reward, becoming the sole ruler of this era. Wujin still held his defensive stance, coldly questioning his opponent why he would choose such a strange way to give up when glory was within his reach. And Nakok cursed inwardly, thinking this guy was truly annoyingly slow. Why did he just stand there instead of finishing it? Wujin growled, asking how he could choose to give up right when success was near after being trusted with military power by the prince. Furthermore, your strength is nothing to scoff at. A standard strike from you is enough to take down an A+ rank evil dragon messenger. If I were to fight you for real, I would not be sure of victory, so what reason do you have to accept defeat? And Nakok feigned sorrow, lowering his voice and saying that the Van Kingdom could not do without the Hua family, a dedicated veteran, while he himself was a promising young hero. I am just a nobody who got lucky. This life is worth nothing, and for the benefit of the entire race, I am willing to sacrifice it. Hearing these heartfelt words, Hu Wujin suddenly stood frozen. He lowered his head in reflection, his mother's teachings from his childhood echoing in his mind. Become a man of noble spirit, for only by uniting can our demon race become truly powerful. He spoke out, his voice filled with emotion. Mother, I feel truly humiliated. His gaze softened, feeling ashamed that the other man was sacrificing himself for the greater good while he had been busy suspecting him of treachery. They worry about the fate of the demon race while I am only obsessed with a hollow title of king. At that very moment, the voice of the Lu Yun evil dragon echoed throughout the cave, warning that only 8 minutes of the penalty time remained. If you do not finish each other off, I will wipe you all out. Nakok impatiently urged, hey, hurry up and strike. What are you still hesitating and calculating for? Wujin calmly replied that the Demon King had decreed that if neither was destroyed within 10 minutes, everyone would share the same fate. I want to try a different plan. Having said that, he tensed his body, gathering strength like a dragon waiting to pounce as a terrifying power began to surge. It coalesced into a brilliant blue aura. Wujin shouted, his energy exploding with great force. The blinding blue beam shot straight toward the Lu Yun evil dragon. The evil dragon narrowed its eyes, observing every move of its opponent. However, upon realizing the true intent, it roared with extreme fear. Who is so brazen as to dare break the protective barrier? At that very moment, Vo Quan's aura suddenly surged from grade to a plus, and he then turned to tell Nakok that they should join forces to finish off this evil dragon. On the other side, Lu Van Evil Dragon burst into maniacal laughter like a madman. You truly do not know your limits at all. With eyes full of confidence, Vo Quan asserted that his body was now filled with power and that his assassin's skill system had been activated. The attack stats soared by 100% and his speed also doubled. Without hesitation, both charged at each other, creating a fierce battle that lasted for hundreds of rounds, clouding the battlefield in dust. Nahakov stood outside observing and shrugged his shoulders with a sigh. Drawing the sword again, he grumbled irritably, "Why does everything have to be made so complicated and confusing?" When the combat reached its climax, Lu Van Evil Dragon suddenly unleashed the Lu Van illusion technique. Vo Quan was not to be outdone and immediately performed the famous ultimate skill named Ho. Unfortunately, the Evil Dragon's speed was still a step ahead. A wave of surging blue shockwaves broke out powerfully. It knocked Vo Quan away, yet he showed no signs of surrender. Vo Quan immediately utilized his skillful movement technique. He leaped into the air and delivered a critical, precise blow. He handily chipped 150 points off the Lu Van Evil Dragon's health bar. He couldn't help but exclaim that this monster's health pool was indeed very thick. Vo Quan took advantage of his assassin's skills and dashed forward. A stream of energy attack from the Lu Van Evil Dragon was immediately launched. However, he cleverly used afterimages to successfully dodge it. The golden opportunity had arrived and could not be missed. Vo Quan delivered countless consecutive slashes, causing the opponent's health bar to drop significantly. As he landed imposingly, the system chime rang out. The Evil Dragon officially became the top priority target to destroy. Lu Van Evil Dragon roared furiously, its sound echoing across the sky. It coiled its body tightly and launched a fatal strike, sending Vo Quan flying far like a ball. The impact was so severe that he lay sprawled there, unable to get back up yet, and Nahakov watched the situation before him, his heart sinking. Drenched in cold sweat, he thought to himself that if Vo Quan died now, it would be a huge problem. He might even have to reluctantly shoulder the title of king himself. The Evil Dragon was now concentrating its strength to prepare for its ultimate move, Dragon's Breath of the Questing Branch. Nahakov gritted his teeth tight. He dashed forward to shield Vo Quan immediately. Spreading his arms wide to take the full force of the earth-shattering collision, his health bar dropped by 2,000 units instantly. Vo Quan's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the scene before him. Nahakov collapsed to his knees, blood pouring from his mouth, with only 1/3 of his health remaining. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago, but it was truly a miracle that he managed to stand back up. He hurriedly pulled out a high-grade recovery potion, which instantly restored 10,000 health. He threw it directly at Nahakov. Thanks to the miraculous effect of that potion, Nakov's health bar refilled immediately, leaving him open-mouthed in utter shock. He turned his head, ready to shout, "You!" Yet the words had not even left his lips. Vo Quan had already continuously tossed various bone-strengthening essences at him, along with 50 points of resistance, plus a healing potion for 50 recovery points and a defensive medicine to increase defense by 500 points. Nahakov stood there dumbfounded, screaming inwardly, "My plan to sacrifice myself has gone up in smoke." Without waiting for his teammate to react, Vo Quan urged him to fight quickly, then downed a few potions himself to prepare for the grand battle. With tears in his eyes and a heart aching with regret, Nahakov choked out a "Thank you very much." Once again, Vo Quan took a deep breath and plunged straight into the battle with a heroic posture. He launched a rapid barrage of attacks against the willow-scaled Evil Dragon. It roared in a furious frenzy, unleashing a devastating strike aimed directly at Vo Quan. However, this time, Vo Quan used an assassin skill to dodge the attack with great finesse. Unwilling to give up, the Evil Dragon summoned lightning-firing bolts of destructive electricity to attack. Taking the full brunt of the vicious blow, Vo Quan was sent flying away like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Seeing this, Nahakov didn't waste another moment thinking. He immediately rushed out to use his own body as a human shield for his teammate. A brilliant beam of light from the Evil Dragon's skill struck him directly. Vo Quan stared in utter bewilderment, completely unable to understand what kind of bizarre skill this was. "He regenerates 100,000 HP every minute. Even if I trained my entire life, I wouldn't be able to catch up to that speed." The Evil Dragon's eyes, full of contempt, gazed at the two figures before him, a few insignificant ants daring to defeat a deity. Having spoken, it immediately roared, unleashing its powerful ultimate skill, Dragon's Roar. An extremely powerful wave of energy swept through, flinging both of them far away and severely depleting their HP. The pressure was absolutely terrifying. Both sides were poisoned and became wary and weakened, all their buffs were removed and their defensive capabilities significantly decreased. Both lay prostrate on the floor, their health bars mercilessly draining away. Vo Quan gritted his. Fortunately, he managed to activate a protective skill blocking the vicious attack. This ultimate skill could only be used once per day. The supply of support potions he carried was also completely depleted. Lu Van Evil Dragon began gathering energy in its throat, its voice echoing ominously. "Now experience this final blow." Vo Quan screamed. "We refinished." In contrast, Nahakov still wore a bright smile and calmly said, "There is still a chance. In these 10 minutes, only one person can live. If I sacrifice myself, you will overcome this challenge, and the title of Overlord will surely be yours." Vo Quan sighed. He trembled as he asked, "What are you going to do?" Without waiting for his opponent to regain composure, the Evil Dragon breathed out a blazing stream of dragon's breath. At that exact moment of life or death, Nahakov unexpectedly risked his life and charged straight forward. He grabbed Vo Quan and, with all his strength, threw him away, simultaneously shouting, "Live on the hope of the demon race." Vo Quan could only scream in despair, but in his ears still echoed Nahakov's final dying words. "Even though you belong to the demonic race, you're not hateful at all." A colossal explosion erupted, shaking the entire surrounding space. Dense dust billowed up, enveloping everything in a chaotic scene. Voquan sat dazed on the ground with an empty gaze. He couldn't believe what had just happened. At this moment, the evil dragon soared up, roaring with delight. "Ha, congratulations. Someone has finally passed the test." It proudly and solemnly declared, "The ancestors of the demon race once sacrificed themselves for their people, and today you have continued that will." Above Voquan's head appeared the noble title, "Dragon Acknowledged Mighty One," and his edge quickly fully recovered. A notification appeared, "Received 2 million experience points and leveled up 4 times, achieving the A Elite title. All stats increased 7-fold and acquired the Evil Dragon's Breath skill level 5. However, for the past 2 centuries, those who reached this stage usually had to kill their companions in order to seize the imperial throne. Voquan remained silent. A bitter smile faintly appeared on his lips as the evil dragon persisted. Though his life was spared, his glory had vanished. As long as the two are companions day and night, facing the storms hand in hand, that undying faith is the true essence of a monarch. Immediately after, amidst the clearing dust, Nakov stepped out with a majestic demeanor, a line of recognition from the evil dragon glowing above his head. Just like that, the two of them continuously swung their swords to fight the evil dragon in the deep cave. Its health has finally been reduced by half. Voquan remained confident that as long as they put in continuous effort, victory was only a matter of time. The system issued a flurry of notification. Received 5 million experience points. Level increased by 10. Officially became an rank elite demon with attributes increased 7-fold, along with a powerful passive skill that restores health every minute. Nakov was so stunned he froze as a notification congratulated him on passing the trial to attain a mysterious title, the throne of the demon clan. Shifting to the Van Kingdom, the palace was in turmoil. My Dutau gasped in disbelief that they had safely returned from that deadly land. Could the prophecy be coming true? Will we truly see a demon king ruling everywhere? Liu Bang cheered radiantly, believing the chosen one was the true descendant of the evil dragon Liu Van. In this world of demons, it takes hundreds of years for a true leader to emerge with an aura far surpassing other ordinary demons. After enduring countless hardships, that person will become a legend to whom thousands must bow in respect. Over there, Hokum laughed triumphantly, thinking it was obvious his son would attain the royal title, praising his own keen judgment. Just then, a soldier rushed in to report that the one who became king was not the young master, causing Hokum to frown in suspicion about the person's identity. The person smiled and calmly delivered the cold truth that it was Nakov. Hokum was stunned as if possessed, his eyes bulging as he roared, asking how Nakov could possibly be the king. At the same time, Nakov was wallowing in sorrow over a glass of wine at a small tavern. Hugging the bottle, he mumbled for more drinks, much to the waitress' amusement. He sighed sadly. With such a massive amount of health, when would he ever be able to rest? The system coldly reminded him of a new skill, making him burst into tears on the spot, mourning the loss of his free life with beautiful girls. Nakov continued to walk home, sobbing as he went. Suddenly, from a hidden corner, a small figure was peeking at him. Despite being blind drunk, Nakov instinctively turned around with sharp awareness. However, there was no one there. He clicked his tongue and continued his unsteady gait. They hadn't gone far when that tiny head poked out again to look around. This time, the other guy lost his patience, rolling his eyes wide and growling like a demon, demanding if he was stalking him. The little boy looked utterly terrified. Tripping over something, he fell flat backward. With tears streaming down profusely, he stammered in a tiny voice for him not to scare him, claiming he wouldn't dare be afraid, accompanied by an information panel clearly displaying right before their eyes about a bottom-tier minor demon named Thiantiu. He placed his hands on his hips, narrowing his eyes to interrogate what the purpose of the person following at his heels was. Thiantiu stammered and scratched his head in embarrassment, offering to invite him to visit the 100 Spirits Demon Cave and expressing his willingness to act as a beast of burden to repay him. Glancing over, he noticed a tiny badge hanging on Thiantiu's chest. A message popped up congratulating him on winning 3 wish-granting slots and urging him to hurry to the 100 Spirits Demon Cave to collect his prize, prompting him to curiously ask where that place was. Thiantiu lowered his head, recounting that he had heard of that place since birth, but was too young back then, so he had to endure it, and now seeing the other person step out from that realm, there must surely be a way to sneak inside. Right beside them, the beggar who had been eavesdropping chimed in to disparage it, saying this was definitely a scam since no one could possibly believe it. Slightly tipsy, he narrowed his eyes and smiled craftily about getting whatever he wanted from 3 wishes, ignoring the homeless man who continued to nag about being too gullible. He was momentarily dazed, recalling how he once heard rumors in the demon clan about something called the Wishing Spring, a place that could turn every desire into reality, but the catch was that one had to go through countless agonizing payment checkpoints to truly understand it. Thiantiu smiled wryly and confessed that his own luck had always been unpredictable, swinging between good and bad. Anyway, this could also be considered the final chance to save his life. The child raised his head with a determined expression, stating that he had gathered every last cent from his part-time jobs and submitted it to the 100 Spirits Club in exchange for this slot. His birth mother was suffering from severe heart disease and had only a month left to live, forcing him to find a suitable heart to save the one who gave him life. Upon hearing this, even the old vagrant couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, uttering that the child was truly pitiful, yet no fool would ever dare to get involved. He calmly pointed at his own chest and smiled brightly, accepting to accompany him on the condition that half of the wishes be handed over to him. Deep down, he was gleefully calculating that he just needed to immediately wish for a reincarnation ticket to become a human and the matter would be settled. This time he had really struck gold. Thiantiu nodded repeatedly with joy, ready to share both wishes, which made him burst into laughter, patting the other's shoulder and praising him for being generous since he only needed his mother to come back to life. The old beggar, who had been gossiping the whole time, sighed and clicked his tongue, saying these two were truly a match made in heaven, praising the boy for his filial piety and comforting him that his mother would be safe, causing Thean to gratefully call him uncle while he demanded they address each other as peers. The homeless old man let out a sharp snort, warning them not to harbor delusional daydreams about that scam of a demon cave, because those musical folks had been running rampant lately. Before long, a thrilled Thean pointed forward, confirming they had arrived, while the other muttered to himself that his own wish was about to come true as well. The boy stepped close to the scanner, causing the device to emit continuous beeps along with a beam of light shining directly onto him. Thean cheered with joy as the door finally gave way and opened. However, a deep, muffled man's voice full of mockery rang out from the surveillance room. Another prey has walked right into the trap. Hurry up and lock the door to haul in the net. Remember to hold back and not hit too hard. If he accidentally croaks, who else is going to do the work? The door behind them suddenly slammed shut, making Thean jump and whip around in surprise. A burly bodyguard. With a fierce face, he charged forward and threw a thunderous punch straight at them. Thean screamed in panic, "Watch out, big brother." But Nakov was still feeling tipsy, so he turned his head back very slowly. The fist, carrying a blinding golden electric current, struck him square in the face. The powerful impact caused Nakov to lose several thousand health points. However, his passive skill triggered instantly, restoring him to full health. Unaware he had just taken a hit, he nonchalantly asked, "Hello gentlemen, is this truly the Bacheline Demon Cave? This guy possesses rank demon strength and is fully geared up, yet he took my attack head on and still looks as calm as can be." More enemies appeared before Nakov, yet he maintained his innocent look and continued to ask questions. "Did you guys come here to trade wishes? Could it be that we've come to the wrong address?" Hearing this, the whole group burst into mocking laughter, ridiculing anyone who would believe in fairy tales for children like the Wish Fountain, claiming that greed was what lured them into the trap. Nakov's face began to contort with annoyance. That attitude only made the group more arrogant, as they boasted about being the largest hunting organization in the kingdom. "Since we lured you fools in here, just do as you retold and you'll be allowed to stay in the demon cave. If you dare to resist, we'll just chop off your limbs and sell your organs. In a place at the very bottom of society like this, even if you go missing, not a soul will bother to look for you." Although his physique looked quite slender, participating in military drills was not a difficult task for him at all. If you were smart, be a good dog and learn to read the situation. While he was busy rambling on and on, Nakov became furious and landed a blow that sent him straight to his grave. The accomplices were frozen in shock for a few seconds, their faces blank and bewildered, not understanding what the hell had just happened. Must be a hallucination, or perhaps I'm still not fully sober. Nakov was so angry that veins popped out on his face as he shouted, "How many times has this happened already?" Ever since his rebirth, his illusions had been repeatedly shattered, and the remaining demon immediately shrieked orders. "He dares to resist, everyone rush him and jump him at once." And just like that, the whole gang of freaks, clad in B-rank tech battle armor, charged straight forward. They looked no different from superheroes in the middle of a transformation. They boasted arrogantly about their high-end B-rank armor, hoping to make Nakov suffer. The guy in blue armor channeled all his energy into his hand to prepare a lethal move, and all three lunged forward to attack simultaneously. Having polished off 2 kilograms of white liquor and Hakofa's spirits were running very high. "Every single time I almost took a heavy blow. How unlucky can I be? It was all for nothing. I am extremely annoyed right now. How hateful." Immediately entering a drunken state, activating the ultimate berserk skill, the young man then threw a powerful punch into the void. The violently bursting shockwave blew away the entire squad of armored soldiers neatly like dry grass. Not stopping there, the sturdy B-class armor on their bodies was also smashed to pieces, exposing all their skin. Not understanding how the subsequent events unfolded, the few guys still breathing hurriedly knelt on the ground, sobbing and begging the martial arts expert to spare their worthless lives. The bald guy sniffed and defended himself. "We were just pushed around by the currents of life. The faction behind this is too terrifying. There is no way for us to escape." Realizing there seemed to be a huge profit to be made, Nakov instantly sobered up. It turned out that the leader of this powerful faction was none other than the guy he was currently trampling under his heel. Trembling, he threatened, "Our backer is a high-ranking official of the current court, holding the highest and most powerful position in the country. Once our general arrives, you will definitely not survive." And Hakov slightly frowned, reached out to scratch his chin thoughtfully, and pondered for a moment. The mastermind behind this scam ring definitely belonged to those 3 bastards. But it's still unclear who has the audacity to brazenly try to outsmart even me. Just as the young man was deep in thought, the tightly locked iron door suddenly opened slowly. A sinister laugh suddenly echoed. "The Grand General has graced us with his presence. Let's see how you escape death this time." Nakov slightly turned his head, fixed his cold gaze straight ahead, and uttered a remark. "Well, so you are the one who started all the trouble in this place." The moment the appearance of the newcomer became crystal clear before his eyes, Nakov immediately pointed his finger directly at the opponent's face and shouted loudly. "Turns out this fraudulent den is operated behind the scenes by old man Kwang Dao Tao." The subordinate asked in astonishment, "How do you know our boss's name? Who gave you the nerve to insult him like that?" The middle-aged man who had just arrived cursed inwardly. Damn it, those good-for-nothing underlings must have blabbed. In reality, the person who just appeared was Du Pan, a rank master and also Kwang Dao Tao's younger brother. The thugs hurriedly defended themselves. "We are wronged. We didn't spill the beans. Things are not what you think. Please calm down, General, and forgive us." However, before their pleas could finish, the head of the person who had just spoken instantly shattered into 100 pieces. Thean screamed in horror. "Oh good grief, such a brutal move. Dupan just let out a cold snort and said, useless trash is only a waste of food, unable to even handle a nobody. The blonde-haired guy thought silently to himself, strange, why do I search my memory over and over and still don't know who that guy is? Dupan slowly approached, speaking in a threatening tone, now you know way too many things you shouldn't know. Your only path is to lose your life right here. Nakofi's face darkened, his eyes exuding a bone-chilling aura. This fat guy actually seems to have some skills. He gave a faint cold smile, then come at me and let's see who dies first. I'll generously give you 10 minutes. If you can take me down within 10 minutes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as he finished speaking, Nakov grinned with delight, giving the surrounding crowd goosebumps and making them reel back. Dauphin scratched his head, looking pitifully bewildered. Strange, what exactly did he mean by giving me 10 minutes? In just a little while, you'll be starting over in the afterlife. The blonde-haired guy gasped and shrieked in panic, oh my goodness. A supreme ultimate skill personally taught by the general. Without any hesitation, Dauphin immediately charged forward, swinging a punch that felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. The blow landed squarely on Nako's face. It drained 500 health points and sent him flying into the distance. But in the blink of an eye afterward, his passive ability immediately activated, replenishing 800 health points and causing Nakov to recover fully as if nothing had happened. Nakov said gleefully, that was quite a hit, you re better than those rookies from earlier, now show me your killing blow. Dauphin grumbled to himself, not expecting this nobody to be so resilient. Nak urged him, hurry up, 10 minutes passes by very quickly. Annoyed, Dauphin cracked his knuckles, you have some nerve, daring to underestimate me. Fuming with rage, Dauphin aggressively lunged forward. He unleashed a sequence of 5 consecutive lethal strikes. He striking Hakov flying far away. But he wouldn't stop there, immediately following up with a super combo of 8 relentless blows upon Nakov. The blonde-haired guy broke into a cold sweat as he watched, suddenly realizing who he really was. Dauphin was gasping for air, his body steaming and sweat dripping profusely. On the contrary, Nakos' health bar had automatically refilled to the top. He raised his head and said irritably, hey, why have you stopped attacking? Dauphin gnashed his teeth furiously. Gathering all his strength, he launched his strongest move called Explosive Strike, concentrating an immense surge of power in his fist. Right at that moment, Nakos' counterattack passive officially activated. After sustaining 15 hits, it would automatically deliver a devastating finishing blow. With a loud bang, the adjudicator let out a cry of pain and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Having just taken a critical counterattack, his health bar immediately plummeted by 800 points. He stumbled back in agony, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at the boy. This freakish brat, what kind of trickery is he up to anyway? The blonde man watching from the side turned pale and screamed, I remember now. He's the freak from the palace who once tortured the great dark general. Wasn't he thrown into the ancestral demon cave? How on earth is he still alive and well here? Seeing Nakos' chillingly indifferent demeanor, his heart trembled with fear. So it's someone with this background. I've heard of you, the pretty boy raised by Lady Liu, right? Stop trying to bluff. In the end, you were just a lowly brat hiding in a woman's shadow. As for me, I am a prestigious a great demon, the future pillar of this entire demon clan. The adjudicator spread his arms, putting on an incredibly flashy display of transformation. A split second later, his entire body was encased in a cool great ice cloud battle armor. Nakov, lying lazily on the ground, was not only unafraid but also shouted with excitement, incredible, that felt great, come on brother, hit me again. The adjudicator's eyes instantly flared with cold, murderous intent. A surge of blue energy quickly converged into his fist. The attack, carrying a powerful shockwave, lunged straight toward Nakov. The violent explosive punch caused Nakos' health to drop continuously and uncontrollably. Though Nakov couldn't stand steadily, he still tried to pull himself up. 10 minutes have passed, so why is my health still full? On the other side of the battlefield, the adjudicator's protective armor also began to crumble. The system panel displayed a message, passive skill damage reflection activated. Every 15 hits taken will reflect a critical strike based on the attack power. Immediately after, dozens of information windows popped up in rapid succession. Damage sustained successful. 10,000 directly deducted from the adjudicator. 400 additional damage reflected, near-death protection mechanism activated. The blonde man cried out in panic, General. The adjudicator collapsed to his knees. This is impossible. What on earth is happening? Why is it like this? Understand. Amidst the thick smoke and desolate dust, Naka struggled to stand up. 10 minutes have passed. But why is my health bar still completely full? Nakov clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with murderous intent. Is that really all there is? This is my entire fortune. I have already handed everything over, and I sincerely apologize for failing to satisfy you. Boss, please don't lay a hand on me, I beg you, please, I am pleading with you. Dauphin cried so bitterly that his face was covered in a mess, begging the boss not to tease him anymore, saying he wasn't worthy of such attention and asking who on earth he was. At this tense moment, Du Tao pushed the door open and walked in. The blonde man panicked, begging the general to save his life because he was his own blood brother. Du Tao said coldly in a harsh tone that the man had brought this upon himself, and whether he lived or died was up to General Cam, not for him to intervene. General Cam, this military factory was originally approved by the previous demon lord specifically for producing combat equipment. Everything is due to lack supervision, and I hope General Cam will be generous enough to overlook this. I will rectify it immediately. Nahakov sighed warily, declaring that their internal affairs had nothing to do with him, and he had not the slightest interest in the man's life. He let out a sigh and curled his lip in contempt, saying that useless people like them were a total disappointment and that their so-called ultimate weapon was just a joke. But earlier you said I could ask for whatever I wanted, didn't you? Didn't you just boast that you possessed 2 hearts? Daofun lay slumped on the ground, panting in exhaustion with his head spinning, completely clueless about what the hell was going on. Nakok responded only with a chilling smile. The scene shifted to the hospital where blood-curdling screams echoed. "Help me, someone help me." On the operating table, Daofun was shackled hand and foot. The area on his chest where the heart was located had been marked, and he screamed desperately, begging for his life, claiming he knew he was wrong. The doctor in the white coat remained indifferent as he prepared the anesthetic, reassuring him that with 2 hearts, losing one would not be fatal. Horrified screams echoed through the hallway, filled with desperate refusals. In a secluded corner of the hallway, Thean Tiu knelt down, hugging Nahakos' legs and sobbing as he expressed his deep gratitude for saving his mother's life. Nakov looked at him gently and said it was just a trivial matter, adding that this place was still a good spot to turn dreams into reality. Deep down, he sighed to himself, wondering when his own wishes would come true. Nakov gazed into the distant horizon and whispered the name of his beloved. "Tenga, are you doing well in that faraway place?" On the other side, my Daota was whispering secret matters with his subordinates, sternly questioning the whereabouts of the energy storage unit. The soldier hurriedly assured him that Magayan was still keeping the most devastating weapon highly secure. My Daota nodded in agreement with a cold gaze, declaring firmly that the Van Kingdom must risk everything to protect the treasure and must never let it be discovered. He ground his teeth in hatred, snarling that the human army was about to swarm in. At the same time, in an entirely different area, the human combat forces had finished their deployment on the front lines. The commander ordered the soldiers to rest and recuperate, preparing them for the upcoming battle. In the quiet room, a slender young girl whispered softly. The person was none other than Tichenga. "Tiufeng, this expedition should have been led by you, yet now only your body remains here. I miss you so much. I hope you have found peace in that faraway place. Even so, the day we reunite is not far off." Shifting to another scene. 3 masked men charged forward aggressively, their swords and blades aimed straight for Nahakof's neck, but as soon as they touched him, the weapons snapped into pieces. Nahakov held his head and screamed, "Are you guys out of strength? Why don't you aim for my head and strike?" Nahakov let out a long, weary sigh. They were all a bunch of useless, pathetic fools. Is there really no one who can send me to the afterlife? As soon as he finished the sentence, the young man woke up with a start, his heart racing. It turned out to be just a dream. He scrambled to sit up with his head throbbing. Just then, a maid entered respectfully and bowed deeply, saying, "General, His Highness has ordered an urgent meeting. Please be at the main hall in 10 minutes to discuss matters." Nakov scratched his head and grumbled, "Another meeting, how exhausting." Standing solemnly on guard outside the main hall were 2 formidable horned demons. Inside the meeting room, Liu Bang sat in the chairman's position with an extremely serious expression. A scout had just reported some movements within the leadership of the Human Legion. It seems they want to strike sooner than originally planned. They have deployed over 10,000 warriors for battle. Therefore, we must gather all the key generals of Van State to discuss a counter-strategy. General Hoke frowned and recalled pensively that a battle of this scale had occurred 10 years ago. Back then, the entire national force had to be mobilized just to barely withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, thanks to guerrilla tactics that captured the enemy, general peace was maintained for Van State. And yet, back then the humans only sent 5,000 soldiers, while now their forces have doubled. General Hoke slowly analyzed, the demon race's current military strength hasn't increased. We can only hold our position to wear down their forces and wait for reinforcements from the alliance led by Viet Den Vo Quan. Hoke Vo Quan cupped his hands and voiced his obedience, then turned to Nakov and calmly questioned him. "General Cam, do you have any brilliant plan yet?" Nakov rubbed his chin, calculating his moves in his head. He muttered, "If 1,000 men rush in to hack at me every minute, then their damage would surely exceed my own health regeneration rate." He nodded with a self-satisfied look. "In other words, if I just gather enough troops to surround and attack me, there's hope I'll finally kick the bucket." Nakov's eyes lit up with excitement. This time he had struck gold. Then he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Fight, we'll fight this battle to the bitter end." He then continued to shout, "We must march out beyond the city walls to face the enemy alongside the Hoke father and son." The entire meeting room suddenly fell into a bone-chilling silence. General Hoke's face turned purple with rage as he jumped up, slammed the table, and screamed, "Van State is standing on the brink of life and death. How dare you open your mouth and speak such nonsense here?" Nakov shot to his feet, his gaze icy and his voice booming. "A decade ago, the humans had only 5,000 soldiers and you still struggled to hold them back. Now that they have brought 10,000 troops, you only know how to wait for reinforcements with hope." He pointed his finger directly at his opponent's face and questioned, "Next year, if the enemy continues to double their numbers, then to whom do you intend to entrust the weight of your destiny?" The whole room fell into such a stifling silence that Liu Bangchi choked out, "General Cam." And Hakov growled every word, his eyes sharp enough to pierce his opponent's heart. "Currently, the demonic military force hasn't he grown at all? Have you forgotten everything already?" He pointed at his own chest and grinned with pride. "Have you forgotten who I am or what? I am your greatest source of military power," he said as the aura surrounding Hakov suddenly blazed brilliantly. Liu Bangchi watched dazed, her enamored gaze fixed on him as he emitted that glorious light, almost falling to her knees to worship right then and there. A buzz of whispers filled the hall. Indeed, this was the first time in demon history that a sovereign acknowledged by the ancestors had appeared. How could they forget the ancient prophecy echoing in their hearts, that the true king would unify the realm and lead them toward the light? At that moment, General Hoke slammed the table and stood up, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Do you intend to take tens of thousands of our demon soldiers to their deaths? None of you have ever stepped onto a battlefield, so how could you understand how cruel it really is? Nako sneered, his sharp gaze boring into him. Do you think victory just falls from the sky? Do you think that because you caught them off guard once, they will be foolish enough to give you a second chance? He hammered home each firm word like a falling sledgehammer. Do you expect to win by sitting here wallowing in self-pity? Have you been a soldier for decades and yet remain clueless about the essence of the battlefield? Nakov let out a thunderous roar, his fighting spirit erupting until his aura shimmered like a descending deity. He slammed his hand onto the table and declared solemnly, I issue a military order. If this battle is lost, take my head to sacrifice to the flag. The entire hall froze like stone statues at the reckless statement, while an old general from Hakofi's faction was moved to tears because his leader was playing it too risky this time. Hokum smiled with relief. That personality was always brimming with such fervent enthusiasm. Liu Bangchai stood up abruptly and declared solemnly, I understand everything now. In this battle, General Kam is appointed marshal. All 3 divisions must strictly follow his orders. She raised her hand to signal, we will throw open the gates and meet the enemy in battle. Inside the camp, the demon officers were pacing restlessly. Not only was the human army as numerous as the Yuan hordes this time, but the individual strength of each soldier far surpassed those of the past. An elderly general stood in the center of the camp and clenched his fists tightly. I have spent many years of slaughter on the battlefield. I cannot simply watch you gamble with lives. Blood vessels flared in the corners of his eyes as he shouted, Lieutenant Generals, hear my command. The entire group simultaneously clasped their hands and bowed their heads in obedience. We resolve to live and die with you, General. Hokum shouted loudly, in this campaign we will hold the city and absolutely refuse to listen to General Kam's command anymore. If any guilt is assigned, let me bear it all alone. A few days passed after that. The human army has officially approached the border of Van Kwok Citadel. This is the 21st Brigade of Hokum. General Lux slowly raised his binoculars. Oh, Van Citadel, your judgment day has arrived. He turned back and spoke with a decisive tone. Advance and breach the citadel. By order of the new general, do not leave a single demon coconut shell alive. High above, countless fire arrows lit up the entire sky. The demons realized it and screamed in terror together. The fire arrows surged forward. They hurriedly channeled magic to intercept the arrows in midair. However, a few fire arrows still managed to pierce through the shield. They struck straight into the heart of the citadel. The citadel gate shattered into pieces. The Hokwok general hurriedly covered his mouth and whispered softly, remember well what we discussed, brothers. The soldiers anxiously asked each other what to do, should they follow the Hokwok general or obey military discipline. Nahakov turned around and roared loudly, all soldiers, listen up. All of you, just hold your positions within the citadel for me. No one is permitted to step a foot outside of here. The people were bewildered, mouths agape, wondering what on earth was happening. Nahakov smiled radiantly, leave this battle to this king alone. Finishing his sentence, he immediately leaped down from the top of the citadel gate. He plunged straight toward the vanguard of the human army. Amidst the space clouded with smoke and dust, Nahakov strolled out leisurely. Thousands of human eyes were immediately fixed upon him. A series of gun barrels were ready to pull the trigger. The atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. The human commander frowned slightly. Those demons. What's going on? They sent a mere brat to battle. Lu Ren looked up at the city gate. He saw the demon army motionless like stone statue. He doubted, wondering if they were playing some dirty trick. On the other side, General Hua and his soldiers were murmuring. What in the world is happening? Did I miss here? He wants to take on the whole map by himself. General Hua gritted his teeth, his heart pounding as if it would fall out. This is madness, utterly insane. What on earth is he plotting to forbid the entire demon army from attacking? While the enemy before them was a vast, dense human army. But on this side, Yu Wu was grinning gleefully as if he'd struck gold. Facing them with a mocking smile, he said, I heard the human army is very strong. With that, he casually took off his outer robe, revealing his toned muscles. Why aren't you attacking yet, are you cowards? His defense ability was then reduced by 30%. Yu Wu secretly chuckled with delight. That Lu Ren, you were just my errand boy before. I never expected you to lead troops into battle. Now I hope you don't bore me. He thought to himself, a few provocative words would surely enrage that guy. Yu Wu casually bared his backside to the opponent, spanked himself loudly, and then taunted, come on little one, come and scratch me. Lu Ren stared at the scene completely stunned. Immediately afterwards, his face turned purple with rage. How dare he turn his backside and show contempt for us? Lu Ren drew his sword and ordered, shouting loudly, capture him alive. Yu Wu was overjoyed. That's right, be enthusiastic. Just come and leave scars all over me. Instantly, a hail of bullets rained down on Yu Wu as if pouring water. The moment the area was reached, Flash was activated. He crossed over to Nakova's position. He stole exactly 150 health points. The very next moment, a group of people dressed as assassins rushed forward in unison. They frantically swung their knives, slashing directly at Nakov. Yet in less than 3 seconds, Nakofi's health bar was completely full again. Although he had never invested points into stamina, leveling up had significantly boosted his durability. These trivial scratches meant nothing, and it would take over 600 damage per second to even trouble him. And Hakok roared irritably in the heat of battle, are you all starving or something? Why are your attacks so pathetic? The soldiers' faces turned pale as they began to whisper in a panic. When Hak turned his head sharply to look, his expression darkened. Damn it, is his healing ability really that overpowered? He gritted his teeth and gave a decisive order, Squad 2, prepare to gang up on him immediately. No sooner had the command been uttered, the soldiers seriously charged forward to engage in combat. A battle tank pointed its cannon directly at Nakov, ready to fire. A deafening explosion rang out. A barrage of artillery shells roared and slammed directly into him. Completely contrary to their worries, Nakov shouted in excitement, now we were talking. He must be putting all his effort into it, Luck Nen muttered from afar, eyes wide with shock at that miraculous recovery. Could it be that he has been going all out from the very first second? Luck Nen felt a chill down his spine as he realized the harsh truth. Ever since the fight to the death was declared, had he intended to use his mortal body to take on the entire army alone. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Nakoff laughed heartily like a madman and shouted, "Wonderful, your attacks are finally starting to get good." Hokum watched from a distance, feeling restless. What exactly was this guy planning, or did he have another ace up his sleeve? Nakoff's face twisted into an intoxicated smile, murmuring like a junkie, "Perfect, my health is finally starting to drop, keep it up." Suddenly, a notification panel from the system appeared. Passive skill counterattack activated. After receiving 15 hits, it will return a critical strike based on the damage dealt. A soft pop sound echoed as something shot out from Nakoff's body. It caused a soldier to roll onto the ground, dead in a pool of splattered blood. All the human soldiers were left weak-kneed, completely bewildered and clueless about what had just happened. A soldier stammered and screamed in terror, insisting that this guy was definitely no ordinary demon and his counterattack power was utterly terrifying. Upon seeing this, his comrades nearby panicked and shouted loudly, "A Bing is gone, or A Bing is dead." Lunan's expression changed erratically, and with a panicked heart he thought to himself, "This is bad, this demonic fiend is truly unusual." He roared, interrupting them, "Everyone stop fighting right now." Lunan stared wide-eyed at Yu Wu with a heavy heart, instinctively recalling the words of a general from years ago about how Vin country once had an SSS-ranked demon king who possessed ultimate regeneration abilities. Exploding with solitary power back then, he single-handedly leveled several human nations. Lunan clenched his teeth tightly. That overlord was thought to have perished long ago, so who on earth is this kid? By now, Yu Wu's health bar was completely full again, and he put his hands on his hips, tilted his chin up, and shouted, "Why did you suddenly freeze? With such a massive army, you can even take down little old me." The human soldiers began to whisper among themselves, "Look over there, his wounds have healed again," while others panicked, realizing this guy was clearly no pushover. Lunan gripped his sword hilt tightly with a cold expression, realizing that this demon was indeed too abnormal, and turned to give the order, "The entire army, hold your positions, absolutely no reckless actions." Lunan narrowed his eyes and broke into a cunning smile, noting that the initial mission was only to lure out the core forces of the demon race, and now the objective was basically accomplished. Minimize losses and fall back immediately. Instantly, the entire human force packed up and fled in a hurry, leaving Yu Wu standing there alone, dumbfounded and frozen in place. Right on top of the ramparts, Manhwa peered down and yelled loudly, "They are planning to make their escape. Soldiers of the Imperial Guard, charge! Make sure not to let a single human escape." Manhwa sprang up onto the back of a spirit beast, enthusiastically leading the soldiers straight into the battlefield. The Black Feather Army was also burning with fierce fighting spirit. Wielding his sword high, he roared loud, "Everyone charge and annihilate the enemy." The soldiers responded with a thunderous roar. Understood. Yu Wu suddenly sensed a massive commotion right behind his back. As soon as he turned his head back, he almost passed out. Seeing Manhwa leading a horde of demon troops riding beasts charging forward thunderously, Lunan rolled his eyes and dropped his jaw in shock, muttering, "How strange, why are they all ganging up and charging forward like this?" He clutched his head, sighing deeply, "I was just bragging up a storm, my cooldown time isn't even over yet." Manhwa, leading the vanguard, leaped down from above and shouted, "Anyone who dares to trespass upon our territory, no matter where they are, shall pay with their lives." Darkness itself, witnessing this boiling fighting spirit firsthand, thought to itself, "Oh Yu Wu, perhaps I truly have grown old." He closed his eyes tightly, deep in thought. Only a young man with such great talent is worthy of sitting on the throne. Then he furiously grabbed his lapel and shouted, "Soldiers, hear my command." He immediately assumed the imposing aura of a major villain, waving his sleeve to direct them. "Everyone obey General Cam's orders at once." The exploding energy turned his body glowing red like fire. His eyes flashed as he swung his arm decisively. "Today I will ensure none of them make it back alive." The inspired soldiers shouted with great spirit, clasping their hands in front of their chests as they obeyed in unison. He marched forward majestically while the massive army behind him surged toward the front lines. Amidst the fierce fighting, a soldier ran frantically to Hoenn, clutching his clothes tightly and reporting that something major had happened. The bad news startled him, and he quickly spun around with a cold snort. A Yan flusteredly reported the situation, explaining that the human army's departure was merely a feint to distract them, while another main force was striking hard into the Cloud Nation from the west. Frowning tensely, he continued, "The lieutenant generals guarding the west gate have all perished. Now the people in the city are caught in a bloodbath, with stray fire and smoke filling the sky. The enemy has completely seized control of the situation." The young boy Tin Xiao was also lying miserably under the enemy's heel at that moment. They tortured the demons at will and laughed savagely. The human elite forces had struck all the way to the city lord's mansion, pointing their weapons directly at the demon lord. Hearing the series of shocking news, Hua's eyes turned bloodshot. He gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, unable to utter a single word. Shifting to a hidden corner within the Cloud Nation, the head of the Dupan leader had been severed. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, unable to close. A human soldier carrying a sharp sword on his shoulder and holding the enemy's head walked toward Bing Yi, mocking and expressing contempt for the useless demon race. Back with the demon race, the demon lord was gravely injured while Wei Ming stood tall, clutching a long spear to protect the surroundings. Bing Yi, covered in injuries and with tattered clothes, gasped for breath, whispering that these people were simply too terrifying. Upon hearing that, Wei Ming urgently discussed the matter. "My lord, we must find a way to escape immediately." The blonde leader sat nonchalantly on his enemy, declaring firmly, "Your defense system is completely paralyzed." he announced arrogantly in a low voice, "It's time for this fun to come to an end." He was indeed Jixiao, the commander of the 21st Legion, backed by 3 guards who exuded a spine-chilling killing intent. While the 4 enemies were gloating, a fireball suddenly shot out from a hidden corner. It struck them directly from behind, creating a thunderous explosion accompanied by billowing columns of black smoke. Jixiao was startled and turned around with a snort, his eyes showing both surprise and blatant contempt. One of the 3 subordinates lay motionless due to severe injuries. The other 2 frantically clutched their medicine and cried out, "Save him quickly." Could there be enemies coming back to reinforce them? It turned out that the one who launched the sneak attack was General Hoenn, who stared intensely with bloodshot eyes. Hoenn landed lightly to protect the demon lord and shouted, "You are beyond despicable," forcing Jixiao, who had been sitting leisurely, to turn back in surprise. Seeing this, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Finally, a worthy opponent has appeared. Jixiao stood up slowly with a smug look. "In that case, let's warm up these bones a bit." At this moment, a deep purple aura emanated from him, his bloodshot eyes filled with intense murderous intent. Ho-Sium narrowed his eyes to investigate. The purple light on the other person was profound and unpredictable, far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Immediately, he tensed his muscles to unleash his power, surrounded by flashes of brilliant red electricity. Ho-Sium hurriedly absorbed the crimson heavenly thunder essence from the sky into his body, a V-shape glowing on his chest with the determination to resolve things quickly. Having just absorbed the celestial lightning energy, Ho-Sium's physical form underwent a profound transformation, his eyes flashing with an unprecedentedly brilliant light. Right before our eyes now is Ho-Sium in the form of an A+ rank fire element demon dragon. He immediately receives a massive buff, 130 power, 150 speed, and 500 stamina. In stark contrast to that burly physique is a small Ko, looking up with a look of calm. The perspective shifts to the southern main gate of the Cloud Kingdom a few minutes ago. The sharp sound of clashing iron swords rings out, marking the start of an incredibly fierce confrontation. Chaos reigns everywhere, human soldiers and the demon race are fighting tooth and nail, but our side seems more dominant, with corpses strewn across the ground. Nanasibe's silhouette slowly appears, his deep voice praising that everything is absolutely wonderful. And Hasibasi frowns at the blood-stained city gate and complains, thinking that fate is surely playing a prank on him. Behind him is a battlefield of piled corpses. He trudges along, grumbling that since transmigrating into this pathetic body, he has been stuck in a jinx where he keeps trying to commit suicide but never dies. Suddenly, a bizarre smile forms on Hasibasi's lip. Laughing mockingly, he covers his face as a bitter tear involuntarily rolls down his cheek. Next, Hasibasi throws his head back and wails piteously, wondering what kind of dead end this world is trying to force him into. With helplessness written all over his face, he wonders if he must become a demon king to make everyone satisfied. Suddenly, from above, a streak of blood-red lightning tears through the sky and strikes down. It darts forward as fast as a poisoned arrow, tearing through the gloomy night and striking the ground below. Hasibasi stares in wide-eyed amazement at the lightning bolt that just slammed into the adjacent house, erupting into dazzling sparks. His expression is dazed, as if he had just witnessed something scientifically impossible. Amidst a citadel filled with the tragic corpses of both humans and demons, he can only gasp in shock. Weren't the human masses fighting to the death out there? Why is this scene happening here? Hasibasi's face darkens as he wonders when these people managed to infiltrate the city so stealthily. Hearing a cry for mercy, "Save my daughter, I'll give everything," he startles and whips around. A human soldier is stepping on the head of a middle-aged demon, sneering that he won't show mercy and demanding all their belongings, while a demon child is being carried away, crying out for her father. Holding the child by the neck, he laughs despicably, saying he'll take her away for his own pleasure first. The desperate demon father lunges toward them, screaming for him to let go of his child. Before he can finish his sentence, a cold sword blade pierces through his hand, and blood instantly spurts out in a torrent. That soldier smirked mockingly, as if to say the victor is king and the loser a rebel. Just as the word rebel left his mouth, the soldier took a devastating punch to the face. Unable to just stand by and watch the scene, Basi swung his arm and sent the man flying. After that, Nikusi slowly stepped forward. His face grimaced, his mind suddenly grew confused, and he asked himself if something was wrong. Seeing this, the other soldiers burst out laughing, saying another fool had come to throw his life away. They then abandoned the bound demon girl where she was and picked up their swords. Both of them screamed as they charged at Nikusi, intending to kill him. At that moment, he was still lost in thought and oblivious to the incoming sneak attack, indifferent to how fierce the battlefield was or how the strong bullied the weak. Nikusi's eyes flickered with confusion, questioning how this could be when the human army had strict prohibitions. With just a gentle wave of his arm, he sent both soldiers flying far away. They immediately fell into a state near death, their health bars completely depleted. Upon hitting the ground, one of them coughed up blood in intense pain. Next, Hasibasi's hand tightened around the neck of the unfortunate soldier. He stared at him wide-eyed in utter horror, inwardly crying out in shock that a mere ordinary punch had wiped out the vitality of them both. In his eyes now, Nikusi appeared with overwhelming authority, making him tremble in fear as he wondered if this bare-chested demon was immortal. Hasibasi's face darkened as he demanded to know which squad and legion they belonged to. The soldier hurriedly confessed that they were in Squad 511 of the 11th Legion, while the other panicked, wondering why the demon was asking for their unit numbers. Upon hearing those numbers, Cassis exclaimed, "Insert 21 and 51. His hand gradually loosened from the man's neck, his mind in complete turmoil as he wondered if this wasn't the very army he commanded. What on earth was going on? Nedesi questioned himself in his mind, wondering why things had turned out like this. Seeing him standing there frozen, the two soldiers winked at each other and quickly slipped away, finding this demon far too bizarre. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as an ominous feeling surged within him, sensing that something was deeply abnormal. Suddenly, a tragic scream rang out, forcing him to turn his head and look in another direction. Seeing the father holding a knife and stabbing it straight into the necks of those two soldiers snapped him back to reality, recalling the past as he looked up at the man. Nespasi directed his gaze toward the ruined city burning fiercely with a bewildered look, feeling as though this place was all too familiar to him. The corpses of the demon people lay scattered in every corner. Human aircraft continuously rained down bombs and bullets, leveling the high-rise buildings. Nespasi stood frozen, realizing that this was undoubtedly Vinquit. Amidst all this, a young choked voice rang out, catching his attention, crying, "Mommy, you've been tortured to death." You see the corpse of a female demon with disheveled clothes lying on the frozen ground, her body covered in wounds. The father hugs his daughter tightly, sobbing as he comforts her. "It's okay, I'm still here with you." A bolt of lightning from deep within the high clouds strikes straight down again. And Hakov stands there dazed and staring up at the sky. The raindrops have already begun to grow heavy. He suddenly realizes that something is lurking up high. A dragon catches Nakov's eyes and he recognizes it immediately. That terrifying demon dragon is Hok-Am. Hakov rubs his temples deep in thought. Van Kingdom, I think I remember now. Memories of his majestic sword-wielding self from his mortal days surface. 6 years ago, Hakov led an army to level a demon kingdom also named Van Kingdom. He shows no fear at all, standing tall and facing the demon dragon head-on. The battle between the two sides was so intense it felt as though the earth and sky were trembling. Hakov himself was the one who defeated this demon dragon back then. But in truth, he had such an overwhelming advantage that, because defeating it was so easy, he nearly forgot everything about it. Back then, a system panel suddenly hovered and announced, "Congratulations, host. Thanks to your leadership, the 511th Army won consecutive battles and achieved great merit for humanity." Hakov clutches his aching forehead. It turns out he really has been reborn, sent back 6 years into the past. It is 6 years ago right now, so why isn't he the one commanding this battle? He stands there stunned and unable to understand the current situation. What on earth is happening, and where in the world is his body? The surroundings shift. Now Fong Liu is resting his head on Ten-Nest's lap, and she calls him Little Fong gently, her voice tinged with sadness as she confides in him, "The hatred between our species is growing deeper, only you are different from the rest." She gently strokes Fong Liu's golden hair and whispers, "Your wars are fought for protection, while theirs are merely for venting anger, looting, and brutality." Tenna thinks of scenes of buildings engulfed in sky-high flames and the tragedy in the demon realm, choking up as she says, "War is truly horrific." And right at this moment, our beloved young man must traverse those terrifying scenes. And Hakov's expression darkens as old memories flood back. Clearly, in the past, the 511th Legion always trusted him absolutely and followed the same iron discipline as he did. He walks to another corner, where the sight of human soldiers ruthlessly trampling a young demon boy strikes his eyes. Hakov's chest feels heavy as he remembers, back then after defeating the demon dragon, we released all the demons, didn't we? The boy, despite being trampled on the ground, tenaciously raises his hands to resist. "Let me go, you monsters, Mom." The mother looks at her son, who is risking his life to protect her, and tearfully advises him, "Thean, don't worry about me anymore." She screams as a soldier grabs her hair tightly. "Run, my son." But that cruel soldier doesn't give her a chance to say more. He releases an electric charge that leaves her entire body writhing in pain. The mother immediately loses consciousness, her arms go limp, and she collapses completely into the soldier's embrace. He holds her limp body and begins to grope her all over, while the soldier's information panel suddenly appears. Deputy Commander of the 511th Battalion, a man named Bao Lich, a less specialized assassin-class expert who was previously imprisoned by Fong Liu for violating military regulations. Bao Lich laughs obscenely, muttering, "These female demons are still so provocative." The sight of him vilely tormenting an innocent person in the demon realm hits Nakov hard, making his blood boil. It is clear that everything has strayed from its original path long ago. A murderous aura erupts from Nakov's entire body. He cannot accept that his own legion has become this degenerate, a total corruption that cannot be tolerated. The scenery changed dramatically as the crowd gathered in front of the gate, while the loudspeaker announced that the lady had just given birth to a plump little baby. Hwakam walked straight into the room cheerfully and hurriedly asked where my son is. Everyone stared in wide-eyed surprise because this was one of the rare times they had seen a general act so flustered. He held the child tightly in his arms with eyes glistening with happy tears and whispered, calling him Daddy's good child. Voquan at that time looked extremely adorable, making him burst into laughter and instruct the child to grow up safely and peacefully. Hwakam hugged the tiny creature tightly to his chest and swore that, "I will protect you for the rest of my life." His voice suddenly rang out more heroically to declare protection for the entire Van Kingdom. Right at that moment, a brilliant golden bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from above. That blinding flash of lightning hit its target precisely and struck Occam directly. He glared at the desolate kingdom before him and roared that, "I am here. No way will I let you destroy the Van Kingdom." The blonde-haired human named Kitiu, after hearing those words, haughtily raised his hand to clean his ear with a look of contempt. Kitiu sneered and made a sarcastic remark that he was just a pathetic plus-rank phantom dragon whose epibar was still completely full. He immediately changed his combat posture and thought to himself that he had been wasting plenty of time up until now. Kitiu then concentrated all his strength into his legs, causing the ground beneath him to crack wide open. He pushed off strongly and soared like a flying arrow toward Hukam with a cold, expressionless face. At that very moment, the two adversaries officially clashed face to face. His eyes were bloodshot and terrifying, accompanied by countless electric currents darting back and forth around him. He screamed in pain as a series of dense wounds marked his skin while fresh blood gushed out profusely. Hwakem suffered fatal slashes from Katiyu and collapsed motionlessly to the ground. In complete contrast to his opponent, there was not even a single scratch on his body. He was beaten to a pulp until his half-demon form was revealed, then he dropped to his knees, panting heavily in a pool of blood. He gritted his teeth, holding his agonizing wound in utter helplessness, telling himself that this guy was too strong and had just been toying with him all this time. Hwakem desperately realized that his strength was no match whatsoever, while Katiyu had already glided behind him and coldly ordered a strike. His face was emotionless as he looked at his opponent like a toy and criticized that it was still not enough to satisfy him. Katiyu swung high his blade, which flashed with a dazzling light along with the declaration to send you on your way. Hwakem lowered his head, letting his hands hang down helplessly, leaving his fate to be decided by destiny. Just as the blade was about to come down, another sharp weapon unexpectedly rushed in to block it. Katiyu frowned and observed the situation that had just unfolded with a puzzled look on his face. Hwakem, startled, whipped his head around and panicked as he asked what on earth was going on. When he realized that the person who had just blocked the fatal blow was Vokwon, he screamed in panic and asked, "What on earth are you doing sneaking over here? Have you gone crazy?" He spoke calmly with an icy expression, his clear intent being to send his opponent to the afterlife. V-men hurriedly hauled Hwakem up. Despite being injured, he still scolded him harshly. "You absolute, hopeless fool. You know perfectly well you're no match for him, yet ever since you were small you've always insisted on throwing yourself into danger. That's why you've ended up in this mess." Vokwon's sudden shout made him jump. "Stop that reckless, foolish behavior right now. Have you lost your mind?" The protagonist retorted to Hwakem, burning with anger. "Since I was a child you have always looked down on me like this. In your eyes, am I really that useless?" The scene suddenly shifted and the figure of a master appeared in a halo of light, asking, "Who is the most powerful person in the world?" Little Vokwon beamed and patted his chest proudly. "My dad, of course. He's a brave general who goes to the battlefield to slay enemies. Yes, incredibly cool." The child back then innocently waved a silk ribbon as he ran, shouting, "He's the absolute best, number one." The scene shifted again to Vokwon excitedly running to show off to Hwakem. "Dad, look, I just won first prize in the military strategy competition." He glanced at his son coldly and muttered, "I know." Seeing that indifferent and emotionless attitude, the son's spirits instantly plummeted, filled with overwhelming disappointment. Vokwon walked away dejectedly, his heart heavy with sorrow. Time flew by until he had grown into a handsome young man, and Vokwon once again trotted over to show off his achievements. "Dad, I took the top spot in the military examination again." Hwakem just curled his lip and replied curtly, "I was the same when I was your age." Upon hearing that, the son felt a bitter lump in his throat, his eyes flashing with deep disappointment. When he reached adulthood, he came to deliver the news, "Father, I have been promoted to lieutenant general." The adjutant beside him also chimed in with flattery, "Captain Vokwon is the youngest lieutenant general in history, sir." The old man kept his head down, flipping through documents, and indifferently spat out two words, "I know." Back to the harsh reality, those memories weighed heavily on him, making him seethe with frustration. "No matter how hard I try, you will never acknowledge me, will you?" Katiyu plunged his sword into the ground and gave a cold, dismissive laugh. "How interesting." Hwakem shouted in panic to stop him, "Get out of here immediately. The enemy in front of us is no mere pushover." Vokwon, stubborn as ever, refused to listen and entered a lethal fighting stance. "I don't care who he is, even if he were a demon or a god. If he dares to violate the borders of Van Kwok, he dies." Vokwon surged toward Katiyu, burning with killing intent and aiming to take his life. Hwakem reached out in a panic to grab his foolish son. "You crazy boy. You have no idea how terrifying the beings out there truly are." At this moment, the only thing in his mind was the singular desire to hack to pieces the person who dared to hurt his father. A terrifying glint flashed through Vokwon's eyes. A series of razor-sharp sword auras tore through the dark, murky space. Kitiyu's henchmen hadn't even managed to draw their weapons before their heads were severed and rolled across the ground. As soon as Vokwon brushed past them, fresh blood began to ooze along the blade in his hand. Kitiyu stared in shock as his sword was sliced in two. "What the hell is this?" V-men also gaped at his terrifying power, muttering he took out those two in one clean strike. Both Kitiyu and Vokwon stood frozen like statues, saw each other up. He gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on his weapon, and muttered to himself that this demon seemed rather unusual. Vokwon spread his fiery red wings wide and slowly lifted off, soaring into the sky. Kitiyu immediately sensed the deadly danger fast approaching. Vokwon channeled all his internal power into his hands. Beams of sunlight enveloped his body, truly the might of a demon king. In that instant, the silhouette of a dragon appeared, and magical energy from all directions surged toward Vokwon while his entire body radiated a blinding, intense blue light. Hwakem stared at his own flesh and blood with an expression of utter astonishment. He stood dazed, muttering something, while the people behind him hurriedly raised their hands to cover their faces against the suffocating pressure being emitted. Vokwon was about to complete the ultimate technique, the Demon King Dragon Breath, and a majestic dragon silhouette manifested in mid-air. Kitiyu stood motionlessly below, calmly waiting while Hwakem continued to stare blankly at his son, wondering when he had surpassed him. The scene shifted, and an image of young Vokwon with a sorrowful expression appeared before his eyes. Hwakem sat quietly at his desk, silently watching his child walk away. Now he smiled with pride, thinking that a tiger father breeds a tiger son and that he inherited all the dominant genes, even if Vokwon always remembered him as cold and mysterious. The scene captured the moment Vokwon pushed the door open, looking dejected, and called out, "Father." The old man quickly shed his usual expression, tried to appear stern, and asked what was wrong. He gloomily placed his test paper on the table, lacking any of his usual excitement, and said, "This is my exam result." At that moment, Hokum's chest felt restless, filled with anxiety. He had named his son Vo Quan in the hope of a peaceful life, so why was he so passionate about a military career? Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to report, General Hoke, young Master Vo Quan has just won first place in the military competition. Upon hearing this, he laughed joyfully, saying, "See, I told you that kid would manage it somehow." Yet Hokum's expression quickly dampened and a lingering sadness emerged. The distance between them had grown with the passing years. The soldier also stood in quiet contemplation, noting how the general's emotions always became unpredictable whenever Vo Quan was mentioned in the ranks. He could only watch silently as his valiant and brave commander suffered because of his son. The scene changed again. Now Hokum was sitting listlessly beside his late wife's grave. He choked back tears while confiding to his beloved, "Why does Vo Quan insist on throwing himself into such a dangerous military path?" Then Hokum chuckled involuntarily, "But he is truly a military genius. He always comes out on top. A tiger father breeds a tiger son is not wrong." His expression suddenly turned somber, his voice heavy with emotion. "You once told me to go to the battlefield with peace of mind, as you would take care of everything at home." How lonely Hokum's back looked. With a broken heart, he confessed, "Why did you leave so soon? I truly don't know how to deal with Vo Quan." He remembered the moments Vo Quan was growing up with a radiant smile. He should have walked a path of peace and lifelong happiness, but it seemed he had made the wrong move. Returning to reality, Hokum watched Vo Quan fighting fiercely against Kitiu. He concentrated intensely and shouted the name of his technique, Dragon's Breath. On the other side, Kitiu gritted his teeth, straining his body to hold his ground with his sword. From the dragon's head, a stream of vivid blue light erupted with terrifying power, sweeping away every obstacle in its path. In the blink of an eye, he was completely engulfed by the dazzling light. An entire vast area suddenly lit up, influenced by Vo Quan's power. As soon as he unleashed his move, he quickly flapped his wings and soared high to observe. Staring coldly at the rubble below, Vo Quan's face was devoid of any emotion. As the dust cloud gradually dispersed, Kitivu's figure became clear, along with his great saber and continuously flickering, brilliant yellow lightning bolts. His lips curled into a smirk, and he let out a laugh of delight, full of excitement. Laughing triumphantly, Kvu issued a challenge, saying that this was more like it, finally encountering a demon with a bit of fighting spirit. Clenching the saber in his hand, he eagerly thought about using his opponent as a stepping stone. Restless with worry, Hokum intended to rush forward and stop him immediately. Without a care, Tiu swung his saber straight, slashing directly towards Vo Quan. His expression also changed at this moment, clearly revealing unease and fear. A thought flashed through his mind that he could cut through anything. The wall behind even bore clear saber slash marks. The powerful slash just now split the building behind Vo Quan in two, carrying with it swirling dense smoke and dust. Vo Quan's entire body suddenly went limp, completely motionless and unable to budge. V-Men and Bang Ji cried out in alarm, full of worry for the young master. Bang Ji was terrified by the recent blow, while V-Men, being somewhat calmer, urged them to quickly go and check. Behind the ethereal mist, Vo Quan was luckily not severely injured, although a slash mark was still visible on his shoulder. At this moment, Hoksam stepped out to block the front, admitting in a deep, warm voice that he as a father had been wrong. He choked up, saying he had forgotten to say this all this time, causing Vo Quan to see his wound and, with a heavy heart, call out, "Father." Giving a proud smile, he affirmed that his son was the greatest pride of his life. Vo Quan sobbed in pain, stammering, "Father," in despair. Just then, an arm suddenly fell to the ground with a thud and fresh blood gushed out continuously. Screaming in agony over his father's arm, Vo Quan watched him quietly take a step forward. Hoksam threw his head back and laughed loudly, praising his son as the most outstanding war general who would surely become a great demon general in the future. Then he affectionately instructed his son to live well at all costs. Glancing at Kervu, Hokiam assessed that the weapon in the hand of this human who came from the abyss of sin must have once defeated an SSS-level demon king. Erecting a protective barrier, Hokam resolutely stood in front and explained that even if the entire Vimkus united now, they couldn't fight against him. His eyes blazing with furious fire as he looked at his opponent, he declared that for decades he had held back his ultimate fatal blow to protect the future of Vimkusi and his son with an absolute defense. Choked up and hesitant, Vo Quan quietly asked if this final technique required sacrificing his life. That was the ultimate destructive skill called Sin Tradrig. Burning up his life force to erect an extremely solid barrier, he blocked all physical attacks and added 10,000 defense points to everything behind him. His face suddenly withered, crisscrossed with long cracks like a drought-stricken field. Hokum recalled the childhood of Vo Quan, being held in his arms with him whispering that the child must grow up safe and sound. In his youth, he had generously promised him that he would spend his entire life protecting this Van Kingdom. At this moment, Bang Ji and V-Men rushed over to Vo Quan, shouting for the two of them to run away quickly. V-Men hugged him tightly, urging him not to let the general's sacrifice go to waste. Meanwhile, Bang Ji was anxious, and he reached out toward the general with a choked voice, crying out that he would not leave. Ki Tu listened and threw his head back in loud laughter, saying, "Running away, what kind of joke is this?" He cast a disdainful glance at them, saying, "The expressions you have shown so far are still not enough to satisfy me." Kitiu raised his sword, preparing to strike with a sinister smile. "I haven't even had a chance to enjoy the look of despair on your faces yet." Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind, "General, please stop and do not make your move just yet." He paused and turned his head, and that voice continued to reach his ears. "They cannot be allowed to die so easily." Dao Tao stepped forward, carrying a cubic box in his hand, and said, "The thing these fools are risking their lives to protect is this demon essence, isn't it?" He chuckled cunningly. "I offer this to you in return. Can you let me join the human race's army?" The pitch-black sky unleashed a thunderstorm with booming thunder, and Kitiu's murderous voice rang out, "You say this is the demon essence, are you certain?" He pressed the tip of his blade against Dao Tao's throat and coldly interrogated him, "What reason do I have to trust you?" Dao Tao remained calm, smiling dismissively at Kitiu as he explained, "Our Kuang clan has been the eternal guardians of the Van Kingdom's demon essence for generations." He spoke gently, recounting how, since the first demon king Lu Van unified the demon continent, our ancestor Kuang Long had been the founding marshal most favored by him. Under Hokem's wide-eyed gaze, Dao Tao continued rambling, serving each generation of demon kings, there have always been 3 pillars, one skilled in governing with magic, and one proficient in military strategy. He patted his chest, confidently asserting only our Kuang lineage, even without magic or invincible strength, has sat firmly in the seat of demon general. Dao Tao held a glowing cubic box high and proudly boasted, "The secret lies in this, because during the era of Lu Van, this demon essence was left behind containing the lifeblood of the founding marshal Kuang Long." Strange halos flashed around the edges, and Dao Tao seized the moment to demonstrate his worth. Only the bloodline of the Kuang clan has the ability to activate or pass on the demon essence to others. Kitiu glanced at the box, which was resonating with power alongside Dao Tao, and nodded in satisfaction. "I have heard rumors of the demon essence. It is a massive energy machine that converges the spiritual essence and mental strength of the entire demon realm. Each demon essence requires refining from ancient demon crystals, and the efforts of many generations. One masterpiece takes decades or even nearly a century to produce." Even so, he still did not fully believe it, holding the sharp blade to Dao Tao's throat as he pressed further. "Such a terrible treasure, yet you are so willing to offer it to me." Kitiu glared, intimidating him. "Do you take me for a fool?" From above, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, making his aura even more imposing, and Dao Tao was so terrified that he shook all over. The lightning in the sky roared more violently with each passing moment. Dao Tao clutched his head and whined miserably, "Please spare my life." He then clumsily dropped the demon essence to the ground. Completely broken, Dao Tao sobbed and confessed, "I just wanted to save my own skin. I am incompetent, lacking both magic and physical strength. Someone as weak as me would lose their life if they touched this thing." The old man whimpered in self-defense that the Klein clan had no real status in the demon realm, forcing them to live hypocritically, swaying with the wind just to save their pathetic lives. Seeing the chieftain kneeling and surrendering to the human faction, Bang Di was so furious she cried and shouted loudly, "Uncle Kong, have you gone mad? He just sent a whole bunch of our compatriots to their graves." Pointing at the stiff corpse, the young woman cried out in resentment that this person had even personally sent her uncle's only biological younger brother down to the netherworld. Kixao casually glanced in the direction of the young woman's pointing finger. Catching sight of the head rolling on the ground, he let out an intrigued sound of amusement. Kixao walked over, crushed the round head underfoot, and questioned, "Is this plump fellow your younger brother, old man?" Then he coldly swung his leg and kicked the head toward the old man. That round head rolled along and stopped right at the chieftain's feet. The old man rolled his eyes and casually remarked, "Serves him right? Play stupid and suffer the consequences. Who asked him to be foolish enough to provoke a tiger and get himself killed?" Stretching his neck, the old man shouted like a madman, knowing full well that he was just tickling the humans yet still eager to start a war. How utterly stupid. Only those who know how to play along live a long life. He let out a mad giggle and turned to ask Kixao, "Don't you think I'm right?" Kixao was actually amused to the point of laughing by the chieftain's complete abandonment of dignity. Leisurely grabbing the demonic origin, Kixao sneered, "Entrusting this priceless treasure to someone like you for safekeeping, now that is the height of wisdom." Calmly admiring the magic stone in his hand with delight, he said, "Since you are so sincere, I'll gladly take it." Suddenly, the chieftain's eyes bloodshot fiercely, and he glared aggressively at Kixao. Biting down hard on a finger, he whispered an urgent prompt, ready for combat, determined to protect the demon lord. In the opposite corner, upon receiving the secret signal from the chieftain, Wei Ming slammed his hands hard against the ground, instantly activating the most solid defensive technique. Wu Jun and Bang Di stared in blank astonishment, completely clueless as to what was happening. Right now, all 4 characters were safely tucked inside Wei Ming's secret defensive barrier. The chieftain bit his finger until it bled and roared 2 words, "Demonic origin." He flung the streak of red blood directly toward Kixao and roared with all his might, "Activate now." Caught off guard, he could only stare wide-eyed as the old man's blood splattered onto the demonic origin. Instantly, the entire demonic origin changed color, dyeing into a brilliant blood-red hue. The sudden burst of light startled Kixao, causing him to cry out in astonished profanity. The blinding radiance filled the sky, obscuring all vision, yet despite his body being covered in wounds, the chieftain still wore a smug smile. Our Klong clan has languished and longed for this transcendent moment for a very long time. The chieftain was overjoyed in his heart because this miracle could only be brought about by his own hands. His vision gradually blurred, his skin burned fiercely, yet his momentum remained towering as he swore to repay the generations of deep grace and profound kindness owed to the demon clan with his own life. The earth-shattering explosion, resembling an atomic bomb detonating, instantly swallowed the entire central area of the city. Wherever the destructive wave of light swept, it leveled everything in its path. While the Dark Faction's area remained safe and sound thanks to the Alliance protective seal. That horrific explosion echoed throughout the entire major city. Those who failed to escape in time evaporated in the blink of an eye. That devastating explosion sent countless lives to the dust in this land. Maina was startled and looked toward the site of the explosion, not knowing what disaster had just occurred inside. They could only look up at the billowing pillar of smoke rising straight into the blue sky. The heavens suddenly struck down powerful blinding flashes of lightning. Rain began to fall lightly as electric currents flickered through the air. The golden lightning bolt surged directly into the center where Kitiu was standing. Both the Alliance and the Dark Faction stood in a daze, watching the thick smoke being gradually dissipated. The battered and burning figure of the leader emerged, whispering that this was his absolute limit. His gaze dimmed, looking truly wretched and disheveled. The leader gritted his teeth in resentment, regretting that he could only draw out a tiny bit of Magayan power. Vokwon immediately stepped forward to guide Hokum closer to the old man. The leader's broken body collapsed to the ground, twitching as he muttered in extreme indignation. As the dust cleared, a towering pagoda absorbing all the lightning appeared. It was the rank Thunder Dragon treasure. This S-rank ultimate defense was more than capable of blocking all attacks for half a minute. A giant dragon silhouette appeared behind Kitiu, spreading its wings and roaring throughout heaven and earth. Kitiu frowned, remarking that the opponent had made an extremely wrong move. He smirked while relying on the massive dragon, stating that revealing one's hand before knowing the enemies was utter foolishness. The leader had fainted and could hear nothing. Everything around the dragon was decimated, except for his spot. He weakly reached out his hand, hoping to grasp the Magayan stone. Before his fingers could touch it, a flash of lightning suddenly snatched the stone into the air. He lowered his arms in despair, watching the treasure be stolen right before his eyes. Kitiu smirked at the leader's helplessness and mockingly asked if he was prepared to face the consequences. Holding the Magayan stone, his eyes widened as he praised how such a small land could possess such a treasure. He laughed gleefully, saying it truly lived up to its name as the cradle that birthed the demon lord. Kitiu leisurely tucked the Magayan stone into his robes. Then he looked down at the leader, gasping for breath on the ground, saying it was time for the main task. Kitiu turned to command the demon dragon that it was its turn to perform. The dragon-like creature named Gita curled its lip and turned up its nose, looking too wary to even acknowledge such a name. Holding out a hand crackling with electricity, he frowned in hesitation. It turned out he was still too soft-hearted to bring himself to dispose of his own kind. Suddenly, the mechanical device latched onto Gita's skin, flared up, activating with perfect smoothness. The toy immediately fired a bolt of electricity that singed its fur and wings, surging straight into Gita's internal organs. It writhed and roared, Gita frantically using its razor-sharp claws to scratch and tug in an attempt to remove the nuisance, but it was to no avail. The next second, Gita's eyeballs turned red like glowing coals, glaring angrily straight at the Dark Faction. It swung its hips and turned away, gathering strength to deliver a crushing blow to the opponent. Wei Ming immediately rose up, raising his hand to cast a spell that erected a heavy-duty shield for all his teammates. The old man shouted for everyone to shield the demon lord, but with a decisive attitude he told them to just focus on saving their own lives first. Kixiao began to lose his patience and remarked that the demon clan's petty tactics were truly pathetic. His figure suddenly vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Kixiao gave a light flick of his blade, slicing across Wei Ming's chest and causing the old man to convulse. He spoke with a sneer, mocking him for being slow as a turtle. Taking the full force of the chest-piercing strike from Kixiao, Wei Ming's pupils grew cloudy as his life force faded away. He whispered with a dangerous air, "Let this master teach you a lesson in real warfare." Huan suddenly darted to the side, intending to pull a dirty trick and land a sneak attack. But before he could even touch the hem of Kixiao's garment, his wrist was snatched up as easily as catching a chicken. Kixiao's appearance transformed. This was this rank Judge's Eye skill, which boosts mental stats by 50 points and allows him to see through an opponent's true form and physical stats after combat. The control panel immediately scanned rapidly, flashing the detailed data for Huan. The statistics evaluated him as a rank potential warrior, noting that the elite demon class receives a 200% boost, while a rank adds a full 500% to stats. Kixiao taunted, "A strike force of nearly 1500 and that much health, not exactly top tier, but surely enough for you to brag about, right?" Then his face twisted in a manic frenzy. "In that case, let me break the very power you're so proud of." No sooner said than done. Kixiao twisted and snapped Huan's entire arm. The old man screamed in agony. His limb was now twisted and curled like a tornado potato skewer. Watching the man smirk with delight, Huan clutched his arm in agony before collapsing to the floor. Glancing toward the corner of the room, Kixiao spotted several green floral streaks silently approaching. Vokwon was now in a towering rage, charging straight ahead to settle the score. He activated all his power, lighting up the entire area as bright as day. Kixiao dodged and parried with ease, evading all his attacks in an instant. He suddenly appeared right behind Vokwon as the system continued to flash notifications for observing the opponent's attributes after an exchange of blows. That heterochromatic eye scanned once more, reading every one of his parameters. The combat index analysis table shows the assassin has the potential to become a ranked Demon King. Note that Demon King level entities receive a 400% buff to all attributes. Kitiu took a glance and immediately felt delighted. He never expected you to possess the foundation of a Demon King. What a waste, though for an assassin-type demon the agility stat is probably the most impressive, over 2,000 points, which sounds pretty decent. Hearing a strange sound behind him, Vokwon startled and turned his head back, full of wariness. However, he had already lunged right up to him before he could defend himself, mocking him by saying, "You are already among the fastest wind-tearing demons in the Van Kingdom." Kitiu launched a kick with terrifying wind-tearing velocity to deliver his blow. He swung his leg in a lightning-fast kick that was extremely powerful and intense, leaving Vokwon with no time to react as he took the full force of the blow and was sent flying far away. The victim tumbled backward several times amidst the scattered rubble, while blood continuously gushed from his throat. Vokwon lay flat on the ground in agony, staring at the thick smoke rising up, his entire body still twitching from the residual electrical sparks. Kitiu walked over leisurely and stomped down hard on the opponent's foot, declaring that since it's crushed like this, there will be no more running around freely. Unable to bear the tragic situation, Voquan let out a heartbreaking scream. Hearing that desperate wailing, he appeared extremely delighted and intoxicated. Kitiu lowered his eyes to look down at Voquan with disdain, thinking, do you really believe a few ants can topple an ancient tree? He spread his arms and laughed crazily like a runaway from an asylum, saying that in terms of any stat you lot couldn't even carry my shoes. Thus Kitiu stood there conceitedly full of himself. Meanwhile, the other three could only look on in despair. Suddenly, a series of shadowy figures appeared amidst the hazy smoke. Voquan squinted and tensed his muscles to get a clear look, while Kitiu's voice groaned, saying, even if your numbers are greater than mine. Black phantoms kept pouring out, making his heart skip a beat. He wondered, what the hell is going on? Currently, all four were surrounded by the black shadows. This is the lightning shadow illusion, and its rank technique triggered when enough electricity is accumulated. This technique helps create multiple clones of oneself, each with the same awareness and power as the original, and the main body can pop in and out of any shadow at will. Manhwa, a look of despair, tilted his head back and shouted, this is impossible. Kitiu raised his hand to squeeze Bang Ji's face, his voice chillingly calm as he said, I was contemplating why. An image of a kitten appeared along with his whisper, if you are all so weakly exposed, then what the hell are you even living for? Kitiu lifted her into the air with one hand, causing Bang Ji to tremble violently, completely helpless and unable to resist. He spoke nonchalantly, but then I realized the answer. As a child, he used a string to strangle a poor kitten, his face at the time showing a twisted sense of pleasure. The tiny creature was tortured by him until it foamed at the mouth and took its final breath. He grinned with a bizarre, twisted look, his groaning voice ringing out as if he had just realized a great truth, the meaning of your lives. Kitiu's data table appeared again. This rank skill lightning shadow illusion splits into countless shadows when there is enough electricity, each possessing full consciousness and power, while the main body can freely transform back and forth between the shadows. Kitiu tightened his grip on Bang Ji's face and whispered the final sentence, it's just to please my eyes, that is all. Then, and dropped her to the ground right in the middle of the surrounding shadows, his mouth twisted in a highly gleeful smile. The last glimmer of hope in Bang Ji's eyes faded away as she whispered in despair that there was no way out anymore. Another shadow lightning creature kicked her hard, sending her sprawling across the ground. Hakim stood frozen, looking at the overwhelming number of enemy forces, thinking to himself that they were surely doomed to lose this time. He stepped forward a few paces and spoke up, saying their side had been lucky. Hakim's eyes burned with a suicidal determination, thinking that if they were going down they might as well go all out. The shadow lightning creature glanced at him and remarked contemptuously, the legendary protector demon general lives up to his reputation. To still be standing after being beaten this badly truly shows your mettle. And smirked and took the opportunity to stomp on Hakim's foot, saying that giving up so easily wouldn't be any fun at all. He gave a slight nod, signaling the shadow lightning creature standing behind him. Sensing something was wrong, Hakim hurriedly spun around. He grabbed Voquan by the hair, lifted his head, and asked if this was his precious son, causing the old man to cry out his name in a panic. Kitiu smiled and offered a tempting deal. I am willing to offer him a way out. I want to make him join you in the afterlife. Then he laughed gleefully, telling him that if he just knelt before him he would release the boy immediately. Hakim gritted his teeth while Voquan shouted and cursed him as a beast, saying his father would never do such a thing. Kitiu waved his hand toward the old man with a mocking look, telling him that this was his only lifeline, so he should think carefully. Hakim stared with wide eyes, gritting his teeth and glaring at Kitiu with a gaze full of hatred. Immediately afterward, to save his beloved son's life, he had no choice but to drop to his knees. Casting his pride aside, Hakim only prayed to save his child, begging him to keep his promise. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, Voquan felt his heart tighten and cried out for his father. Kitiu looked over at him gleefully and asked, what about you? Do you want to save your father? There's an offer for you too. Upon hearing this, Voquan was so furious that he screamed for him to get lost, the veins in his face bulging out. Seeing that furious expression made him feel even more delighted and gleeful. Kitiu stabbed his sword into Hakim and began counting 10 while Voquan screamed frantically for his father. The old man's body slumped backward from the wound, and the young man could only cry helplessly in despair. Kitiu swung his sword again, severing one of Hakim's arms and leisurely counted 9. Hakim's arm was severed from his body and the chilling countdown continued. 8. Voquan's face went blank with despair as he stared blankly, tears streaming down his face like a downpour. He took a stance preparing to swing again and shouted 7. At this point, Voquan had to cast his pride aside and drop to his knees. He was completely helpless, his whole body trembling as he begged him to stop this cruel game. Bang Ji raised her eyes to look at her two most talented great generals who were now forced to accept defeat. 2 streams of tears flowed down her face in utter despair. Kitiu looked gleeful and mocking, oh dear, now both of you are on your knees. I find it so hard to decide whom I should spare. In Hakim's eyes at this moment only a burning flame of hatred remained. The beating of the old man's chest seemed to become much more rapid and powerful. Hakim did not hesitate to hurl his entire body straight into the sharp blade in his hand. Voquan could no longer keep his composure at this moment, crying miserably and screaming out loud, oh my. The old man used his own body to take the full blow of the sword and earnestly begged, please spare Voquan's life. Kitiu angrily wiped the blood splattered on his face and snapped, who gave you permission to die so early on your own accord? He coldly yanked the blade out of Hakim's body and said, you have broken the rules of the game. Kitiu looked at the old man collapsing with extreme contempt. I have decided to take back my promise from earlier. He stood right there and spoke up, now I will make an announcement. Voquan could no longer restrain himself and rushed forward, swinging a furious fist toward the opponent. Ki-tu quickly thrust the blade through his body, then said in a malicious voice, "The next wonderful play may now begin." Bang Di helplessly watched him writhe in agony while clutching the sword deeply embedded in his body. She could only whisper Vo Quan. Vmen, and she could only cry their eyes out, looking at each other in boundless pain and despair. Right at that moment, from beneath the dirt and sand, heavy iron chains were gradually pulled up by a mysterious hand. He immediately used them to tightly bind and suspend all four people in midair like prey. This scene was no different from when Ki-tu used fishing line to strangle and torture kittens to death in his childhood. He used the tip of his blade to forcefully stab Vo Quan, making him moan from the bone-chilling pain. Fresh streams of blood from his mouth dripped onto the ground just like that. Ki-tu pulled out his blade and laughed gleefully. "I will avoid the vital spots to see how many more strikes you can endure." Ki-tu's true form at this moment turned look at Guitar and coldly ordered, "Hey, come here to me right now." That creature had no choice but to obey the command and obediently bow its head before him. He contentedly placed his foot on Guitar's head and made a plan. "Let's get ready to hold the final celebratory feast." Ki-tu sat majestically on its head and connected with his accomplices, calling the violent vice captain. "Surely you guys have played enough." He flashed a sinister smile and ordered, "Notify the entire army to prepare for a simultaneous action." Suddenly, noisy shouting echoed from the communicator. "You bastards, you think you've grown wings now and plan to rebel, huh?" Ki-tu slightly frowned in suspicion and asked, "Who is that, and where is the violent guy right now?" Through the communication device, the voice of the stranger rang out again. "The violent one is right here," but that voice sounded strangely close. This scene even made Ki turn his head to look back. As soon as Nhakot arrived, he spoke up. "I have already understood the situation, so you are using this rank king assassin combo." His face darkened as he crushed the communication device in his hand and growled, "I didn't expect that you could commit such beastly acts for just a bit of power." Nhakot looked at the corpses lying out there. Then, with a dark expression, he blamed himself. "It is all my fault. I am the one who caused their deaths." At this moment, the lightning shadows and Ki-tu, who were sitting on the back of the guitar, all turned their attention toward him. He stared blankly at Nhakot with a huge question mark over his head, his face contorted in obvious confusion. Nhakot scolded Ki-tu, "I should have realized it sooner. Beasts will always be beasts." His face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. "Every single one of the crimes you committed is enough to warrant death by 1,000 cuts." Ki-tu calmly grabbed his blade, lightning erupting all over his body. "Another small fry has come seeking death." In the blink of an eye, Ki-tu left the guitarist back and lunged straight at him, determined to finish off his opponent. He quickly closed in on Nhakot, the blade in his hand raised powerfully, ready to strike down. Ki-tu gave a triumphant smile, thinking he was about to split him in two. Unexpectedly, Nhakot threw a single punch that shattered his face while a notification appeared, "Windless power." Ki-tu was pinned firmly to the ground by him, causing the surrounding floor to shake and crumble. He looked at Nhakot in terror and asked himself, "What kind of monster is this guy exactly?" Nhakot leaned down to look at him and growled, "Which crime should we start settling the score with first?" He irritably listed a series of crimes: treason, assault of women, tyranny and cruelty, and murder of comrades. Which one deserves punishment first? By now, Ki-tu's glasses were cracked and he gritted his teeth, asking, "What nonsense are you rambling about?" Now Ki-tu was lying in a pool of blood while Baolich was also staring at him from afar. Baolich stammered in disbelief, "This demon is strange. It seems like ever since we first met, he has been very concerned about human affairs." Not long ago at the Van Kwok battlefield, the sky was filled with deadly lightning bolts. Below, Baolich was aggressively dragging Thientu's mother away while Nguyen reminded Bang, "Don't kill that boy." He clicked his tongue in endless praise. "Oh, demon, how exquisite." While the little boy was struggling and crying for his mother, Baolich rudely ordered Bang Koi, "Remember this, you are absolutely forbidden from killing him. I want him to see with his own eyes how I toy with his mother," he said, and as he finished speaking, he flicked his tongue to lick the woman's face. Suddenly, Bang Koi was shattered into 100 pieces by someone and Baolich immediately took a defensive stance. It was none other than our savior. With one strike, he blew away the Bang Koi that was restraining Thientu. The appearance of Nhakot made Baolich lose his composure. "Why are there still low-level demons coming to cause trouble?" "Then try tasting this," he said, immediately unleashing a series of ice blasts forward. Streams of freezing air converged at rapid speed to form a massive, colossal-grade ice block. Baolich laughed gleefully at his achievement. This time, the ice phantom had consumed half of his blood to be created, so it possessed half of its master's power. Just as he was about to speak boastfully, Nhakot charged at the ice phantom using the basic skill Cloud Finger. He delivered a direct punch into the monster's chest with his bare hands. Instantly, the ice shattered, and Nhakot lunged straight in front of Baolich, leaving him dazed and asking what was happening. Baolich gaped in shock, his face turning as pale as if all the blood had drained from it. A thunderslap landed directly on Baolich's face, immediately sending his front teeth flying. He was slammed miserably into the ground by Nhakot, while the latter had just leveled up. Successfully defeating a great human warrior, he received 500,000 experience points. The Demon King title was activated along with a new skill and gear rewards. Unlocked this rank skill Mimicry, allowing him to replicate the techniques of any defeated opponent without elemental restrictions. Baolich lay writhing on the ground, his breathing shallow as if his soul had already left his body. The protagonist looked at him with cold eyes and spoke, demanding to know the truth of the matter. He grabbed the man's head and interrogated him about what incident had ultimately befallen his army. Trembling, he confessed everything. The captain of the 511 army was Safong Liu, and the vice captain was Van Ho, who had held an engagement ceremony half a month ago. They chose that specific day to strike because they knew Captain Safong Liu would not be attending the party. While everyone was intoxicated, Baolich and Kitiu sneakily slipped into the vice-captain's room. He slandered the captain to the guild, claiming he had taken bribes from a neighboring country to commit treason. Kitiu said he had already planted items in Fong Liu's room with an accomplice. The captain would be taken for investigation and the position would then belong to them. Van Ho flew into a rage and scolded them for being crazy to speak of treason, but Baolich admitted the man was too stubborn to betray his comrades. Then he approached the man as fiancé with a vile expression and a challenging smirk. Kitiu threatened and closed in on Van Ho to force him to submit on this significant day. Witnessing his future wife being humiliated, Van Ho angrily demanded they let her go immediately. He roared that he would kill both of them, his eyes sparking with murderous intent. However, his strength suddenly vanished, blood welled up from his throat, and Kitiu triumphantly said the wine he drank had been poisoned. He forcefully plunged a dagger into the ground in front of Van Ho with an arrogant look. Then he grabbed him by the hair and questioned him again to see if he would join them in overthrowing Fong Liu. Filled with resentment, Van Ho shouted harsh insults directly at his enemies. Despite his wife being shamed, Van Ho still swore to die rather than betray his comrades. Until his last breath, he endured all the pain without saying a single bad word about Sa Fong Liu. We intentionally left behind the finger that Sa Fong Liu often used at the crime scene. Just as everyone had gathered, the guy Kitiu put on a serious face and accused him. Claiming that when he arrived, Van Ho was already barely breathing, he insisted the guy had committed such a brutal act because he had been caught in the middle of betraying them. He blamed everything on the captain, then led the entire victorious army straight to Sa Fong Liu's headquarters. Kitiu shouted that this must have happened because the guy was afraid of his crimes and had run away, leaving behind even the personal weapon he usually carried in the barracks. Next, he fabricated a reason Sa Fong Liu's betrayal had been exposed, and in his desperation he had humiliated and murdered his comrade's wife to escape, all while requesting an ultimate arrest warrant from the god of death. This deception caused him to die a wrongful death and become a criminal to the entire army. Kitiu seized the opportunity to pick up the weapon Fong Liu had left behind, smiling triumphantly and thinking to himself that such a fine item had finally fallen into his hands. Everything went smoothly as he intended, and before the battle even began, he naturally took over temporary command. Kitiu rightfully sat in the supreme seat thanks to the backing of his powerful father. At this point, the violent thug hanging upside down asked our leader, and truthfully, I am also extremely curious why you have the spare time to meddle in human affairs. He ignored that arrogant attitude and continued to question, are the rest of your people blind, or is it that not a single person had the slightest suspicion about anything? He sneered and replied, are you referring to those brain-dead fanboys? Of course they resisted, but unfortunately they were all sacrificed before the battle. He shrugged and muttered, I really can't understand it. In this day and age, there are still so many foolishly loyal people who don't know how to read the situation. In the military principles and truth, don't put food on the table. The violent one frowned and lowered his voice to negotiate. I've spilled everything I needed to say, so you should take me down now, promise me, and I will ask the new captain to spare your life. No sooner had he finished his sentence than Nakov swung his blade and cleanly severed his most important part. The bone-chilling pain made him shriek miserably, are you crazy, you bastard? No, stop, my precious goods, hurry up and sew them back on for me. Just at that critical moment, a female demon suddenly approached from behind and called out General Cam. She approached with tears streaming down her face, saying, this is the battle armor that you once gave to General V. Men. He always kept it carefully. This time, foreseeing that Van Kingdom was in danger, he told me to wait in the cellar for you. Please put on this armor and escape Van Kingdom as far as possible. He said you are the last hope of the demon race and must absolutely not lose your life on this deadly battlefield. Sobbing as she wiped her tears, she continued, I just received an urgent magical message from General V. It seems they have met with a grim fate. Nakov did not hesitate to take the battle armor and put it on immediately. His entire body was encased in a super cool set of gear, the perfect rank Supreme King combo, including a flame demon mask that enhanced elemental powers and resistance. The Heavenly Demon scale armor helped boost physical strength while blocking critical damage. The Heavenly Demon weapon both healed health and drained the enemy's life force, and the Heavenly Demon transformation allowed him to change the style of his clothing at will. Nakov approached, grabbed the violent thug by the neck, and dragged him away, while simultaneously activating the Heavenly Demon transformation to turn his armor into everyday clothes that clung tightly to his body. Seeing him going in the wrong direction, the demon woman hurried to remind him, General Cam, the city gate is in the opposite direction, you must escape quickly. However, he replied with indifference, I don't have a habit of being a deserter. Having said that, he coldly ordered the beaten dragging captive, lead the way and take me to see what this Kitiu guy is made of. The violent one's face was swollen and bruised like an overinflated balloon, but he stubbornly argued, you are absolutely insane, do you really think you're good enough to go up against the new captain? Glaring challengingly, he hissed, you'll soon be turned into a laughingstock for the world to see, you stupid demon. Returning to reality, the violent thug watched men crushing Kitiu's face, filled with questions, why on earth was he interfering in human squabbles? The man frowned and uneasily asked himself, who exactly is this person's true identity? At this moment, Tang Qixiao had retreated quite a distance behind Nak. He stood still for a beat, then used his appraisal ability to try to see through his opponent's stats. The previously shattered glasses were now completely repaired. Qixiao raised his hand to push up the frames, then squinted to look over. The tactical analysis system immediately returned the results, clearly displaying Nakof's stats as an elite potential demon. Upon seeing this, he gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in confusion. Xiao smirked mockingly. Other than slightly superior strength, these numbers were nothing but trash, just a mediocre elite demon with a speed of only 1477, half of his own. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered his clones to rush straight at Nakov. They flew forward like arrows piercing the wind, while Xiao silently calculated that based on the gathered data, the opponent's previous dodge was just pure luck. One clone swung a fist toward Nakov and scoffed that luck couldn't smile upon him forever. He immediately unleashed a thunderous punch, striking all the clones surrounding him. With just a single blow, they were all sent flying. One clone panicked and blurted out that it was impossible, as his stats clearly couldn't be faster than theirs. What kind of monster was he anyway? Nakov, now in a counterattack stance, calmly declared that it was his turn to strike. Amidst the torrential rain, Tan Qixiao looked down at Nakov with his head held high, accompanied by the presence of a giant dragon. He silently told himself that with that much power, his opponent could never defeat him. At the same time, Qixiao frowned and thought his clone ability clearly possessed all the stats nearly identical to the original. Even after checking the tactical analysis table again, the result remained the same, a elite potential demon, except the destiny category was completely obscured and could not be detected. This made Qixiao extremely frustrated. Was there a glitch in the system? He immediately checked his own stats. As a new human warrior, all his stats were clearly displayed and extremely superior. Qixiao raised his weapon while calculating, noting that although his base strength was 402 thanks to his support equipment, he possessed a total of 5424 strength points. He continued to mutter the numbers in his head. The other guy's speed was only 1477, while his own reached the 3732 mark. Qixiao's eyes shone with smugness. No matter what, the opponent couldn't be faster than him, so he decided to test it, but his expression suddenly turned to one of terror. Immediately after, one of Qixiao's clones was enveloped in a brilliant aura of lightning, readying a combat stance. It lunged at Nakov like a bolt of lightning, aiming its sword directly at his throat, smugly claiming, "Let's see how you block this sneak attack." Unexpectedly, Qixiao's sword path was completely predicted by his opponent, who swung his hand and delivered an incredibly powerful punch to the enemy. He then pinned the opponent to the ground and relentlessly hammered down thunderous, merciless blows. Seeing this, Tan Qixiao was infuriated to the point of madness, grinding his teeth and cursing that it was absurd. What exactly were the stats that guy was hiding? Nakov casually raised his hand to block a blow, frowning as he scolded that the one still foolishly clinging to those nonsense numbers was him. "By what right do you imagine you can see through everything? At this moment, I possess hidden attributes thanks to the Supreme Demon King title. All my stats are tripled and completely immune to all detection." In the sky above, thunder suddenly began to rumble as the rain grew heavier by the second. Qixiao's clones rushed over in a flurry and he grumbled bitterly, "That's impossible." The hybrid creatures looked very annoyed and he mumbled, "How could such a ridiculous thing happen?" Before he could finish his thought, the one who had just charged forward was punched by Nakov, sending his jaw flying. He delivered another devastating blow, instantly vaporizing the head. In the blink of an eye, our god of war had cleared out those annoying nuisances. Immediately after, he shot a gaze as sharp as a razor at the real Qixiao. At this moment, another figure clutching a knife struggled to stand up. It ground its teeth and roared, "You can maintain that speed forever." As soon as it finished speaking, the figure gaped in astonishment, seeing Nakov's face right behind it. Without a moment's thought, he delivered a crushing punch that sent it flying high into the sky. Qixiao hid behind some shadows, grinding his teeth as he told himself, "This time I'll abandon the idea of a one-on-one fight." He muttered to himself that it didn't matter what secret techniques the opponent possessed. At most, he's just a subordinate of the Demon Lord, he thought, when suddenly a figure teleported right beside him. He grabbed the chain, tightened it around the neck, and threatened, "Your boss is right here in my hands." Then it gave a violent tug, making the Demon Lord writhe in pain and cry out. Voquan, standing behind, witnessed the scene and boiled with rage. He ground his teeth and cursed, "Cowardly scum, who can win in a fair fight, so they resort to dirty tricks." The clone firmly seized the Demon Lord, an arrogant and defiant look on its face, and Nakov leisurely walked forward, sneering, "These are truly just old tiresome tricks." Qixiao's clone then yelled loudly, "Take another step and they were dead for sure." With that said, another one violently yanked the chain, choking Voquan's neck, making him cry out in agony. They thought they had found their opponent's weak spot, so they laughed mockingly with great delight. The puppet figures stood frozen, waiting to see our hero's next move. One of them smirked defiantly, challenging, "If you're so good, come on, let's see how capable you are." As soon as he finished speaking, Qixiao's subordinate tightened the chain and gave a very strong jerk. Voquan gritted his teeth and endured the pain amidst taunts like, "No matter how fast you are, you're still just one man." Next, as the Demon Lord writhed in agony, the villain's voice shrilled again, "If you dare rush to save him, I'll send the other one to meet their ancestors." And Nakov narrowed his eyes, listening to the provocation, and mumbled, "I wonder what your next move will be." Casting aside all hesitation, his hands clenched so tightly that fresh blood oozed out. In a single breath, he surged forward like a whirlwind, his sharp eyes blazing with murderous intent. The minion was horrified by the opponent's recklessness and cursed aloud, "How dare you rush headfirst into death?" Voquan, seeing this, immediately shouted loudly, issuing a command for the boy to quickly go and save Matan. However, the melody suddenly shifted towards Voquan. He rushed forward and immediately jabbed 4 fingers straight into the nose and mouth of Qixiao's clone. Witnessing that scene, he stared in extreme astonishment. At this moment, Naksibasi had flung the other person far away. The impact showed the immense power he unleashed. Each section of the chain was successively unfastened. Kwon wondered, asking, "Why did you save me? What about Matan?" Naksibasi turned back with a smug expression, gestured towards Matan, and replied, "Who said I only save one person?" At this moment, the clone near Ma Tun had been stabbed through the abdomen by the A-rank demon general Ice Golem, while its other hand blocked the attack. Meanwhile, the Ice Golem slowly spun the sword in its hand. Next, it slashed a few zigzag strokes, making the clone disappear instantly. SSS turned to look at the Ice Golem and commanded, "Clear out the rest." Immediately, the tangled chains behind him also snapped off. By then, Bulach was in utter panic at the scene unfolding before his eyes. He asked Ice Golem, "How can this be? When did you learn this move?" Then he silently panicked, thinking, "Isn't this skill exclusive to me? How did it fall into its hands?" Just then, a clone of Kaivu leaped onto the Ice Golem's back and brought a sword down. But suddenly, it swung its hand and firmly grabbed the head of that clone. Then it slammed its opponent to the ground. Nekasik, seeing this, was extremely satisfied because this puppet was as powerful as his own strength. He could control the Ice Golem thanks to just unlocking a noose rank skill he managed to copy, using it to replicate the abilities of all defeated generals without fear of elemental interference. At first, he was still a bit skeptical, unsure which move to choose to copy. But now he was absolutely delighted, deciding to copy this one was indeed perfect. Hearing SSS say that, Bulach seemed to awaken. No wonder, so he copied my skill. He mused to himself that the Blood Ice Golem was originally a Dark Cloud system secret art he had stumbled upon in a demon cave. Although its power was boundless, it still had two fatal weaknesses. This Dark Cloud system move consumed a considerable amount of his own blood to gather enough material to condense into an Ice Golem. Note that its appearance was identical to a warrior of the same clan he had once encountered. The first weakness was that the presence of the water element was mandatory for it to be unleashed. The second weakness was that creating the Ice Golem required the caster to sacrifice blood. The amount of blood drawn determined the percentage of power the puppet would possess compared to its true owner. Bulach vaguely surmised and then realized, if it's as strong as me, it means it has completely drained its blood to forge this Ice Golem. He cast his eyes towards SSS, who stood calmly observing the battle with clasped hands, and reasoned, in other words. Realizing this, he immediately shouted loudly, warning Captain Katu not to waste time with the Ice Golem but to attack the true body directly. Kader Tivu, hiding behind the dragon, heard the revelation and mused to himself, "It's using my move, so now is when it's weakest." After hearing this, he immediately glanced at SSS, who was hiding behind the golem, and mused to himself, "So that's it, it's all just a trick to boost his reputation." Right after that, One Ego showed a smug look, stating that with just a precise slash, the opponent would lose their life. SSS' expression at this moment grew deeply pensive, as if he was plotting something. Kaotivu's clones immediately raised their weapons, accumulating a massive source of lightning energy. They instantly rushed in front of SSS, their weapons suddenly extending to pierce straight through his chest. That guy continued to use his sword to slash numerous X shapes across our young man's belly. When a loud explosion burst from SSS's position, Kaitu smugly declared that he had won. Before he could even finish rejoicing, SSS's voice echoed through the foggy smoke, "Keep going." Kaitu's duplicate slowly turned his head to look in panic, shouting, "How can this be? He clearly took hit after hit just a moment ago." Shortly after, the other clones rushed toward him, but in contrast, SSS still stood frozen and cold, looking utterly indifferent. One attacker unleashed a critical strike, dealing 300 damage straight to his chest. Another followed up with a critical strike of 100 damage, with each of them trying their best to unleash a fatal blow. Enduring 2 hits, SSS still calmly crossed his arms, glanced at them, and mockingly asked, "Are there any more moves?" Kader Tivu was furious at this point, grinding his teeth and thinking to himself that it was impossible, then immediately activated his appraisal skill. When he saw the health bar above SSS's head, he grew even more dizzy, thinking, how is his EP still full? This demon's stats are truly absurd. SSS then brought his hand up to his chest, and the device attached to his wrist suddenly flashed with passing spark. SSS's aura exuded a bizarre vibe. Just as Kativu was trembling with fear, our young man activated the Heavenly Demon Joy transformation skill, recovering 100,000 health every minute. Taking advantage of the moment, SSS drew his sword, which was wrapped in a murderous aura, and asked, "Rising Caillou, have you used up all your trump cards?" Hearing this, he was startled and panicked, thinking to himself, "I must run. In this state of his, I'll be chopped to pieces sooner or later." He leaped and vanished from his previous spot as fast as a wind-tearing lightning arrow. Caillou now joyfully looked up at the thunderous sky and muttered in his heart, "Thank goodness the heavens still pity me." He consoled himself that this abundant lightning source was enough to create countless clones to hide within, and surely he couldn't hunt them all down alone. SSS didn't he just stand still either. He clenched the hilt of his sword until blood oozed out, instantly activating the Blood Ice Armor skill along with his recovery ability. Once done, he ordered the ice puppet behind him, "I'll leave this bunch of weaklings for you to handle." Hearing this, the ice puppet slowly lowered itself. The remaining 4 prominent figures, including the sitting demon lord of the demon race, all had to kowtow deeply as if submitting. Behind, Bolach gazed at his retreating figure and thought himself, "From the first time we met, I had a vague feeling that he was always concerned with the fate of humanity." Not only did he quickly perceive the problem, but he also knew his and the captain's skills like the back of his hand, and his level of comprehension even far surpassed ours. Meanwhile, on this side, SSS's face darkened, weapon in hand, as he quietly stepped forward. Bolach firmly believed in his heart that the opponent was fundamentally not a member of the demon race at all. Just then he frowned and spoke up, "A rainy storm isn't just about thunder and lightning. There is also an endless source of water." As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen giant ice puppets slowly emerged from the ground. Naosakes calmly continued, "All your stats surpass mine," and the clones immediately showed expressions of confusion and worry for Q. At this moment he lowered his head and muttered with a hint of sarcasm, "What if the number of my clones is that large?" As soon as Nhakov finished speaking he flicked the hem of his robe, sending a cloud of dust swirling behind him along with dozens of giant puppets that had just been summoned. The huge dragon summoned earlier by Tanky Tiu still stood motionless, watching intently. Ignoring the fact that the two factions of puppets and clones were already facing off and ready for a bloody battle, Tanky Tiu's clone lost patience and shouted angrily at the foolish dragon, "Why haven't you attacked yet?" Nhakov seized the opportunity and lunged swiftly toward that clone to deliver a preemptive strike. He waved his hand to execute the heavenly demonic joy transformation technique, causing blue auras to gradually radiate outward. They quickly condensed into bear paw-shaped weapons and dealt the clone a memorable punch. He raised his head to look straight at him and declared boldly, "I will put an end to this far soon." Kitao hid securely behind the bulky dragon, holding his breath as he followed every development of the match. He gritted his teeth in anger and secretly calculated a strategy, thinking that fighting this person head-on right now would only lead to defeat. Kitao stared fixedly at the sword in his hand with full confidence, thinking he had grasped the opponent's true strength. Then he evaluated the young man standing there. His recovery ability was truly overpowered, but he still lost health when taking hits like anyone else. It wasn't like he was immortal. Kitao smiled sinisterly at the sword and muttered to himself, "This is an SSS-grade weapon capable of storing energy and ignoring defense. If I put all my strength into it, I will definitely send him on his way in a heartbeat. It has already recognized its master anyway, so I can just leisurely buy time and see what happens." Just as that thought ended, an ice puppet suddenly rushed in for a lightning-fast attack. It used an ice sword to pierce straight through his chest, causing fresh blood to gush out profusely. At that moment, Kitao felt bone-crushing pain, but he still stretched his body to grab the sword hilt. Instantly, he vanished from his previous spot with lightning-fast speed. He continuously swapped positions thanks to his clones, which were tightly connected by flashing bolts of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Kitao landed safely and knelt down, hidden behind the crowd of clones. The old man smiled triumphantly to himself, "I can teleport instantly between my clones, so even if he grows wings, he won't be able to take my life." Bao Lich watched the scene from afar with his jaw dropped in shock and muttered, "So that's how it is. The captain uses lightning to continuously create clones and flash back and forth. As long as he doesn't actively show himself, the opponent will be forever helpless." Furthermore, the duration of the ice puppets was limited. No matter how massive the opponent's health pool was, there was no way he could create infinite puppets forever. At this, Bao Lich smiled smugly, "You're still guaranteed to lose. There's no way you can take down my captain." Nhakov suddenly reached out to tightly grab a clone by the neck, then turned to glance coldly at Bao Lich and asked, "Who said I wanted to kill him?" He declared loudly, "I already said every crime he committed must be punished by slow slicing to vent my anger." The clone began to suffocate, his eyes rolling back as he stammered incoherently, "You." In his early childhood, Tanky Tiu had already displayed extreme cruelty. Holding a long pair of scissors and grinning widely, he threatened the animal tied tightly on the ground, "Don't die on me too early." The animal was gasping for breath with a body covered in blood amidst the evil laughter of the child. "If you kick the bucket too early, who will I use as a toy?" Returning to reality at this moment, Nenasixi tightly grips the clone's neck and laughs hysterically, saying that every single one of your copies is a part of your flesh and blood. He tightly grabs the enemy's neck just like a python constricting its prey and asks, "The pain that the clones bear will bounce back to your main body one tit." As soon as Nexi finishes speaking, the copies immediately wince as bone-piercing pain begins to transmit over. Instantly, both the origin and the ends vomit fresh blood, causing Tindra Q to panic and wonder why the opponent has got a grip on this matter. Isibasi becomes increasingly agitated, speaking in a voice full of resentment to recount the crimes: rebellion, betrayal, raping women, brutal slaughter, and causing the deaths of comrades. No matter what the crime is, death is still not enough to redeem himself, so the clone is choked by him to the point of almost parting from his neck. At that very moment, Kaito's body jerks violently and he clutches his face and screams loudly in extreme pain. A stream of glacial qi has just torn the body of the substitute cleanly into two distinct halves. Our young man continues to wave his sword and kill unceasingly, casually adding that you should experience the pain of countless innocent people for yourself. At this time, Balovich is drained of all color, panicking and blurting out that he originally did not intend to end the captain's life, but was only mentally torturing the opponent. Tenkia braces himself to endure each wave of suffering, knowing only to clutch his tattered body and curse in bitterness. He grits his teeth, tightly grips the saber, and tells himself to persevere, throwing all his power in here because it is about to be fully charged. He roars loudly that this is an SSS-rank weapon which only needs a single slash to finish things. Finally, the saber also accumulates full of electric currents flashing back and forth. Sure enough, the time has come. Ktivu is as if infused with new vitality. He raises the lightning-sparking spear high and excitedly shouts that this slash will send all the demons packing to the heavens. One fine day in a deep, secluded mountain, the lightning dragon is panicked, jumping and dancing randomly from one tree branch to another to escape. Just a moment later, suspicious rustling sounds emanate from beneath the bushes. Right after that, a sneaky head pokes out and the little lightning dragon hurriedly crawls right into the bushes to hide. A few young men wearing protective gear rush over, cast their eyes around, and ask each other if anyone saw the beast just now. Another replies that unluckily it let it get away. Seeing that the situation has quieted down, the lightning dragon immediately climbs up to a high branch to stealthily observe the movements of the group below. But it is startled to see that the young Fong Lu from back then is also squatting there chewing a snack while glancing over. It immediately fluffs its fur and growls in threat, while that kid still appears extremely calm, reaching his hand into his pocket to get food. Feng Livu holds out a few fragrant pastries and offers them, making the lightning dragon shyly blush all over. The kid sighs and complains that lately humans and demons are fighting a huge war to compete for demon crystal stones, leaving heaps of starving people with nothing to fill their stomachs. Back then, Feng Ligu was still a child gazing up at the distant sky and wistfully wishing for the war to end quickly. Returning to the present, the flood dragon saber in Kia's hand is flashing with a blinding light. He immediately waves his hand straight up, chuckles, and roars again that it has truly arrived and this slash will wipe out the demon clan. On the other side, Naxis maintains his calm expression, reaches out his hand to wave and clenches it tightly. He is directly fighting the gigantic lightning dragon monster, as if between them there is a lingering threat of fate amidst the hazy dust. Nakov gently reached his hand forward with a confident expression. He ordered Lak to turn around and face the original direction. Kitiu was still smiling with satisfaction at this moment, thinking he had seized the treasure sword. The smile vanished from his lips when the sword suddenly broke into pieces. They hovered in midair and quickly flew toward Nakov. As they reached their master's hand, each part automatically reassembled completely. He gripped the sword hilt tightly and declared loudly that the object had returned to its original owner. Kitiu's neck veins bulged from shock. He stammered, asking how this could happen when he had already controlled it. Nakov coldly replied by thanking him for helping charge the treasure with energy. Having said that, he lowered his sword before the bewildered Kitu and his clones. He slowly raised the weapon to his face level and squeezed his eyes shut. Nakov swung the sword with great power and the sword-slash technique was immediately unleashed. The surrounding space suddenly transformed into a whirlwind, blowing away all the clones. The power from the cyclone caused the butchers to vanish in a blink of an eye. Things did not stop there. The storm of energy he created expanded like a hot air balloon. It exploded with a loud bang, tearing through the gloomy sky and restoring clear light. Bioluk immediately recognized the true master and shouted that he knew who it was. Loi Long knelt on the ground, tearfully calling out that he had finally returned. He stood silently watching his longtime companion in the joy of reunion. Faintly behind his back was the silhouette of the weathered captain of the human race. Kitiu's fake body began to burn under the sunlight. One by one they turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Then Hakov watched the scene and muttered that the replica bodies had all vanished and the dark clouds and lightning had disappeared without a trace. Kitai was now sitting frozen in the middle of a cold icy trap. Just as Mian approached him, he turned his head sharply with a look of extreme panic. Nakop pointed his sword directly at his face and loudly declared that this farce should end now. 2 years ago in the Holy Transformation Kingdom, the teenager Feng Liu pointed down into the deep abyss and asked Loi Long if he saw where the demon fell. Back then Feng Liu was only 16 years old. He ordered his pet to go down and fetch the person back up. Seeing Loi Long grumbling and shaking his head in protest, he scolded him, asking what he meant and if he thought carrying things in his mouth was just like a dog. Feng Liu shrugged, showing he understood. He meant that it wasn't a pet dog, so who said it was a dog anyway? You are my greatest soulmate. The rumor has it that in the old days, dogs were humans' best friends. That sweet whisper made the lightning dragon blush fiercely. Returning to reality, the lightning dragon Gita looked up at the cloudy sky and let out a roar, while the collar around its neck emitted an electrical current that caused it throbbing pain. The villain standing nearby immediately ordered Gita stop him at once. Seeing that, Yu Guang let out a sarcastic remark, "No more thunder and lightning for you now. Your energy source is almost completely depleted anyway." He hoisted his weapon over his shoulder and shouted proudly, "You have nowhere left to run." That guy still stubbornly held onto his thoughts, raising the remote control and confidently muttering, "Keep dreaming, the lightning dragon's speed index is nearly 10,000, there's no way you can catch up." Finishing his thoughts, he immediately pressed the activation button on the remote. Gita let out a fierce, agonizing roar while the other guy growled threateningly, "Carry me away quickly, otherwise I'll turn you into ashes." Just at that moment, its entire body radiated swirling electrical currents. Gita writhed in agonizing pain, left with nothing to do but howl along with falling tears. Witnessing that scene, Yuguang pityingly called out Gita's name, with anger erupting in his heart, daring to plant a suicide bomb inside Gita's body. "You absolute beast." The villain hurriedly rushed straight onto Gita's head and urged, "Take off quickly." Gita now raised its head high, preparing to flap its wings. Bali on the ground saw this and bitterly reached out while shouting, "Hey, take me with you too." Its legs exerted strong force against the ground and leaped high into the air, whipping up a violent gale everywhere. Gita had neatly scooped up the villain in its jaws, fixing its gaze on Yuguang as it conveyed, "The next turn is yours." Having said that, it lunged straight toward the male protagonist. Meanwhile, down below, he looked up with extreme concentration. Yuguang frowned as he observed, showing clear annoyance while waiting. At this moment, he raised his weapon and the surrounding wind began to churn violently. The villain kept thrashing around, yelling furiously, "Then done, blame me for blowing you to pieces." The self-destruct mode was turned on by him at this point, and the self-detonation progress reached 75%. As the lightning dragon dived down, the explosion rate increased to 83%, then 90%. Yuguang was not panicked in the least, remaining extremely calm as he awaited the right opportunity. The self-detonation progress had now reached 97%, and the lightning dragon was very close to him. When the self-detonation progress reached 99.5%, just as Gita's body seemed on the verge of exploding, our male protagonist leaped up and delivered a precise sword slash. The bomb inside its body had been completely slashed to pieces by Yuguang. Gita landed on the ground amidst billowing clouds of smoke. It immediately bit down hard on the villain in its jaws with a sharp snap. The surviving demon clan members could utter a single word at this moment, standing in silent observation. As for Bali from the human clan, he was so terrified he almost passed out, trembling as he blurted out, "It's cut off again." Lai Longch, after I had settled comfortably into my seat, turned back to observe everyone's situation. At this time, Kitiu lay on the verge of death, coughing up blood while struggling to speak. Nakov stepped closer while he continuously pleaded in a weak voice. Kitiu now lay motionless in a pool of blood, his mouth stammering with difficulty as he begged for mercy for some reason. He used his hands to grip the ground, asking with a deeply bewildered tone why on earth this was happening. After that, unwilling to accept his fate, he screamed loudly that they should pursue him to the death, even though he had now lost both legs and was bleeding incessantly. Hearing this, Nakov fell into a brief contemplative silence. Then he replied with an attitude of disgust that from the moment he betrayed me, he should have anticipated this outcome. Kitiu, looking extremely foolish and angry, asked what betrayal he meant, what hidden meaning there was, and whom he had supposedly betrayed. At this moment, Nakov and Alongchai stood proudly, looking down at Kitiu with a gaze as sharp as if they wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. Min swung his axe while reminding him that when he met Van Hoa, he should remember to kneel down and confess his wrongs to him. His face was filled with hatred as the image of Fong Liu appeared vividly in his mind. Seeing that expression, Kitiu was extremely panicked and screamed loudly that it was you, Fong Liu. At that very moment, Nakok swung his sword straight down at his face, perfectly exposing the crime of treason and rebellion. He continued to charge forward with an immense, boundless hatred. Every time he swung his sword for a slash, he added another phrase recounting a heinous crime. Now Kitiu could only scream in agonizing, writhing pain with every blow he took. The scene where he once joyfully tortured the father and child was truly too cruel and tyrannical. Countless crisscrossing slash marks were deeply etched all over the sinner's body. Next was the crime of harming teammates, with the victim being none other than Deputy Team Leader Van Ho. Each crime that was announced was accompanied by a downward sword stroke, leaving no intact skin on his body. And Hakov at this point had completely lost control, raising his axe high with a dark expression on his face. A series of Kitiu's crimes were exposed, from stealing equipment to bullying my pet, living a cold-hearted life lacking all loyalty and hierarchy, causing our faction to lose their patience completely and slash away madly without stopping. The face of Tan Kitiu was now utterly smashed beneath the sharp and lightning-fast sword strokes. And Hakov glared at him and solemnly announced that the execution process was complete. Kitiu had now been hacked into 1,000 pieces, with chunks of flesh rotting away just like the crimes he had once committed. He considered the punishment of the human sinner complete while simultaneously retrieving the spirit beast and weapon. Violent stood in a daze amidst the thick smoke and the smell of blood, terrified as he blurted out that this demon was indeed our team leader. The figure of Fong Liu vaguely appeared right behind Lai Longqi and me. Strolling forward leisurely was the figure of the demon Nakov, holding an imposing axe, along with Violent's firm assertion that he had never been a deserter. The moment the system chimed to signal the total annihilation of the So-1 level human race boss, the mission to protect the demon race was officially and perfectly completed. The shifting timeline granted him 2,200,000 juicy experience points, helping him jump 4 levels to reach the A16 milestone and prepare for a breakthrough. At the same time, inside a cold laboratory, Tenna kept her eyes glued to a test tube, muttering that all troubles were about to be resolved. Inside lay the physical body of Fong Liu being carefully preserved, along with his weapons armor, and that very blood now returned to its rightful place. She gently placed her hand on the glass, her gaze filled with sadness, and whispered that now only his soulmate was still missing. The scene paused by a calm lake nestled beneath the overlapping mountain ranges of the human race. A subordinate rushed over to report to the elder sitting and fishing that news had just arrived from the front lines. He stammered that the 510th unit of the 21st Legion had suffered a crushing defeat and General Tan Ki-tu had committed suicide. The person covered in countless scars was Tan Than, the famous leader of the God Legion and father of Tan Ki-tu. He did not change his expression upon hearing the tragic news. He remained calm, tightened his grip on the fishing rod, and asked if the body had been found, only to receive a helpless shake of the head from his subordinate. The old man Tan Than indifferently ordered the soldier to arrange a grand coffin for the funeral. Spread the word everywhere that this son of Tan Than died heroically on the battlefield, he said, while the lake surface rippled as a fish bit the bait. Got a bite, pull it up now. He excitedly jerked the rod, unaware of a hand clenching in fury behind his back. That person was Tan Ling, Tan Ki-tu's younger brother and an S-level mage. He trembled with resentment, declaring that he would raise both Van Kwok and the demon race to the ground. Having said that, he curled his lips into a sinister smile, his heterochromatic eyes flashing with a bone-chilling, deadly light. In contrast to that gloomy atmosphere, the sky over the demon race side was strangely clear and peaceful. Deep inside the Fong Kwok Palace, a figure in a pitch-black cloak stood looming before the monarch. After a long silence, he asked if the ultimatum from the Alliance Assembly sent 3 days ago had been considered, and if His Majesty had chosen who would go yet. The elder sitting on the throne was the king of Fong Kwok, Dao Mai Dan. Hearing the question, he pondered the assembly that brought humiliation to small nations but was impossible to refuse as a member. He replied immediately that the 11 demons of his nation could be counted on one's fingers and were all treasures. Rarely did anyone return unscathed from such a dangerous assembly. The person in black suddenly darkened his expression and demanded in a harsh voice whether the list had been finalized. Old Maidan hurriedly waved his hand, begging for a few more days to calculate things himself. The man in black suddenly transformed into a monster with sharp claws, aggressively lunging close to Maidan's face, declaring that they would handle this part for him. Switching scenes to Van Kwok, an envoy from Veem Kwok stepped forward to hand the invitation for the Alliance Assembly to someone on this side. She sighed with regret, lamenting that she had not expected Van Kwok to have undergone such a terrible sweep, explaining why Veem Kwok had to rush reinforcements to provide aid. With her whole body covered in wounds, banged about her head and choked back tears, expressing her deep gratitude for Veem Kwok's assistance. The Veem Kwok envoy bowed respectfully, wishing His Majesty a speedy recovery and requesting that the list of representatives for this major demon race event be finalized and sent to them soon. Outside at this moment, teams of workers were racing against time to rebuild the leaning roofs. Tiantiu's small hands gently reached out, drawing 2 glowing red circles that were gradually taking shape. He then poured all his strength into controlling the pile of rubble and debris, sending it soaring to the upper floors of the unfinished construction site. Finishing the work, the little boy was exhausted with sweat pouring down continuously. Right at that moment, a worker walked up to Tiantiu and said, "Stop and take a rest for a bit, General Kwong has come to visit you." He was pushed over in a wheelchair, his body wrapped tightly in bandages, and after looking at Tiantiu for a moment, he sighed. Who would have thought that rebuilding Van Doi would take this much childish labor? He bowed his head and replied politely, "This is just my duty. Thank you for offering your other heart so that my mother could undergo a replacement surgery." Hearing this, Du Tao chuckled and said, "Actually, that heart had also stopped beating in my chest after that terrifying explosion. It just happened to be a match for your mother. Besides, that was a debt caused to you by my good-for-nothing younger brother anyway." In the stream of human life, there are both kind and vile people, and among demons, there are also good and bad ones. Those who do evil will surely reap what they sow. At the same time, in some remote corner, Baolich was screaming and crying out, "Please let me go. From now on I will never dare to come near the demon race again." He stumbled backward while yelling, "Dante, please done," to do this as several demonic beasts slowly closed in on him. Instantly 4 or 5 fierce beasts leaped forward to tear him apart despite his agonizing screams. Du Tao calmly continued, "The kind-hearted will enjoy blessings. That is the family precept of our Kwong clan. Our youngest brother went against those teachings during his lifetime, so now that he is dead, there is nothing to regret." Suddenly, Tiantiu shouted out loud, making him startle and widen his eyes in surprise. The little boy resolutely spoke up, "Your younger brother was truly terrifying in the past. However, on the day the human race launched a surprise attack on the fortress, even though he had just finished surgery, he still carried me and my mother to escape." Then the boy reminisced about that moment when Dauphin spoke up and scolded, "You little brat, run quickly." He supported the mother and child while instructing, "Absolutely do not waste this precious heart of mine." Unfortunately, they ran right into that cruel human. In that life or death moment, Dauphin decided, "Kid, take my heart and help your mother escape. Let me block him for you." And just like that, he stood heroically in front, ready to fight to the death with a powerful human expert. At this moment, Tiantiu spoke in a choked voice full of determination, "He sacrificed himself to protect me and my mother. He is our lifesaver." Every single word cut into Du Tao's heart, leaving him stunned. He completely could not believe that his younger brother could act so nobly. Hearing this, Du Tao stood dumbfounded, staring blankly into the empty space without saying a word. Then breaking into a bitter smile, he lowered his sorrowful eyes and stammered, Is that so?" With that, he burst into tears like a child, trembling and blaming himself. "It's I who failed to understand you." The mixed feelings of happiness and sorrow made his tears stream down. The image of his younger brother smiling down from afar filled him with choking emotion. It turned out this kid was still exactly the same as when he was a child. The sunset gradually fell, and right at that moment at Nakov's place, as he was standing on a guitar neck to catch the breeze, Wei Ming approached from behind to report, "Demon essence has been the most crucial energy source protecting our Van nation for the past 2 centuries, and you are currently the strongest member of the demon race." He respectfully offered the demon essence energy source forward and said solemnly, "The great demon generals and the demon lord have agreed this item can only be handed over to General Cam." Wei Ming kept chattering even though Nakov didn't even bother to turn his head to look. "It not only helps you break through this rank, but also grants extremely overpowered techniques and even..." Before he could boast about all the functions of the demon essence orb, Nakov coldly and bluntly cut him off. "Stop it, wouldn't it be better to use that immense power to rebuild Van Nation instead?" Saying that, he turned his head, smiled, and announced, "I am about to leave Van Nation," a statement that startled the man into frantically asking, "What, you really leaving this place?" Just as he finished speaking, he looked horrified, causing Nakov to look back and ponder sorrowfully that if things continued this way, he feared no one would be strong enough to defeat him. Currently, his mind was seething with iron-willed determination. He absolutely had to transform back into a human as soon as possible. The human race was going through a terrifying ordeal, and he didn't know how Nana was doing or if she had fallen into some great disaster. He remembered a series of compassionate characters like Matun Vo Quan or Thiantir from years past. He felt even more confident, knowing he possessed human blood while they belonged to the demon realm. The two sides could absolutely never be involved, let alone develop feelings. Then he felt a brief moment of wariness and told himself that besides, after vanishing like this, the demons would never understand his longing to return to human form, let alone offer help. Just as he was deep in thought, Gita suddenly transmitted good news that startled Nahakov. "Do not worry, Princess Hatch is still safe and sound." Then it turned to look at him with a warm gaze and words of comfort, promising to stay close to him, which left Nakov staring blankly at it for a long while. He then beamed with a radiant smile and replied, "Fortunately, I still have you by my side." Hearing this, Gita looked back at the vast, sprawling city and asked, "So have you figured out our next destination?" Finishing the sentence, Gita stretched and adjusted its posture ready to fly when Vimen, seeing this, hurriedly called out, "General Cam, where do you intend to go?" Gita's wings fluttered a few times before it launched itself straight into the sky. It raised its head and let out a resounding roar before speeding forward, leaving V-Men terrified and trembling. He kept shouting, "General Cam." At that moment in Hokum's sick room, Vo Quan was meticulously wrapping bandages around the scratched skin on his father's body. Once done, he sat with his knees pulled up, deep in thought in the corner of the room, his mind constantly swirling with a series of suspicions. He then shifted his gaze to observe Hokum's arm. He moved his lips to ask him, "Did they say when they will deliver the remaining arm?" Hokum closed his exhausted eyes, feeling extremely puzzled, and retorted to his son, "You've asked me this 3 times today already. What on earth is going on?" Seeming to have just realized a clue, he stared intently at him and asked, "Does this have anything to do with that guy?" Hearing this, Vo Quan kept his answer hidden. He hurriedly put on his coat and stood up abruptly to instruct his father, "Please rest and recover in peace, father." As he stepped out of the medical room, his mind was shaken, piecing together everything from the first day he met him at court to his mysterious movements in the demoness lair. Thus, he became more convinced that he should have seen through it long ago. That guy absolutely did not have the background of a demon. He was actually, the more he analyzed the appearance, the more he curled up in frustration. At that moment, a towering rage erupted, making him curse and hack off in frustration. How hateful! This human always craves to meet the king of hell. As evening fell, Nhakoff and Gita took temporary shelter at the edge of the forest bordering the barren desert. Just then, the system sent a notification reminding him that he had to be killed by another to regain his human form. Suicide was completely ineffective and there were no other options. Seeing the system text flickering a dozen times with the same message, he warily grumbled to Gita, "Look here, even if we rack our brains to ask 1,000,000,000 times, the result remains exactly the same." So he stroked his chin and calculated that not only that but his current super speedy recovery meant that even self-destruction would be difficult. Immediately after, he jumped up excitedly because he had come up with a plan to pass away, and he shared it with Gita right away. "If we can find a demon king at rank or above, maybe they can send me on my way with a few signature moves." Nhakoff wondered, "The only trouble is that the high-level demon kings like that were only those I encountered in the demon tower before. Since then, they've vanished without a trace. Hurry up and rack your brain to help me. Is there any other trick to help me vanish quickly?" Looking up at the vast sky, Gita sighed and said that while that might be true in principle, she was his contracted magical beast. After all, it felt wrong for her to assist her master in committing suicide. Just then, the massive boulder hovering above Nhakoff began to crack, shedding a few small fragments. Before long, the gigantic rock split into pieces, accompanied by a spiderweb of deep cracks. It plummeted straight toward where he was standing at a dizzying speed, yet the protagonist still calmly crossed his arms, waiting for death. In a flash, Gita shredded the rock into tiny pebbles to save her master's life. Witnessing that, he stared with his mouth wide open in utter astonishment. Once finished, the magical beast sheepishly glanced away and explained, "The danger was imminent, so my body just reacted on its own." Nhakoff looked at the pile of fallen rocks and muttered to himself, "Could you please hold back? Stop saving me and just kick me into a deep pit instead." Hearing this, Gita nodded as if she understood and replied immediately, "Yes, I remember now, you want to die, don't you?" Yet her eyes remained fixed on the rustling bushes above. A massive wild bear suddenly lunged out from the thicket, raising its razor-sharp claws as it charged straight toward Nhakoff. Before it could even swing its limbs, its head was pierced by something, leaving its eyes rolled back, frozen in mid-air. The bear died instantly from Gita's fatal blow. The magical beast timidly apologized, and Nhakoff could only sigh, saying, "It's fine, we'll figure it out eventually." Night fell, shrouding the forest under the ethereal moonlight. A glowing red fire flickered in the eerie darkness, with a fragrant piece of bear meat roasting to a golden brown above it. And Nhakoff let out a loud hiccup next to the carcass of the unfortunate bear and informed Gita that he was stuffed. He then picked up his weapon and began to walk away, but not before turning back to advise, "You should take the opportunity to refuel too." He swung his blade, carving a line through the empty air, and thanks to the energy of the primal stone, a dimensional rift slowly opened. The rainbow glittering slash opened a large passage, causing Gita to peer inside with curiosity. Both of them stepped through the portal one after the other. He disassembled his weapon to inspect its parts, then said, "Wait until tomorrow morning. We'll head west to find the magic tower. Who knows, perhaps others still exist." While he was refueling the weapon, Lulong complained, "The goal is too vague. There is no guarantee there's a magic tower to the west. What if there is one, but we run into an S20 level demon king?" Hearing that, his face darkened with despair. He had to ask in return, "What are we supposed to do now? Besides, those two are also in the west. I'm already at my wit's end, not knowing where to go." Once he finished assembling his weapon and strapped it on, Gita warned that someone was approaching. A sharp weapon was suddenly pressed against his shoulder. Nhakoff turned around in surprise, looking startled. Vo Quan spoke up with resentment, leaving without even saying a word. "How heartless. The Van Kingdom's victory celebration is in full swing, so why is the greatest hero taking off?" Nhakoff glanced sideways and asked flatly, "Then why aren't you back there enjoying your drink instead of skulking out here?" Hitting the nail on the head, Vo Quan turned pale with anger. Yen Zhang gritted his teeth and went straight to the point. "Spit it out. Who exactly are you and what are your motives for coming to the Van Kingdom?" Without offering a word, Nhakoff just calmly cast his eyes toward the weapon on his shoulder. Gita immediately sent a telepathic report. He is absolutely furious, but strangely his killing intent is non-existent. After waiting for an answer in vain, Vo Quan barked impatiently, "What connection do you have with those humans, and why are you so well informed about them?" He shouted, questioning relentlessly, "And furthermore, why does that thunder dragon follow you? How did the weapon end up in your hands, and what about you yourself?" Not letting the other person ramble any further, Nahakov gripped the sharp weapon, cast an icy gaze at Voquan and calmly replied, "Because I am human." Your answer only further infuriated him. He stared wide-eyed, shocked that every one of your guesses was so spot on. Men calmly lowered his weapon at this point and said, "What a pity you can send me off just yet." He brushed his arm aside and laughed with a hint of regret. "If I were to unfortunately lose my life at your hands, that would actually be quite interesting." Hearing that, Voquan became even more certain of his hypothesis. The man was indeed looking for a way to die and had always wished for release. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, grabbed men by the throat with one hand and roared, "Daring to provoke my father, entering the demon's lair, and then jumping into the fray during the great war of the races, are you that eager to die? Why would you do such a thing?" Nakov calmly endured the attack, letting the other hold him by the throat, and explained, "Because only through death can I hope to become human again. I was originally a human, but due to a mistake, I became trapped in this demon body. I must die to return home." Hearing this, Voquan was even more incensed and demanded, "Then why did you save that human captain? His strength was clearly enough to send you to your grave, and there was no need for you to bother saving us." He poured out his pent-up resentment. "You should have just waited for him to wipe us out and then let him finish you off while he was at it. Wouldn't he that have helped the human side win the battle and allowed you to return home at the same time? It turns out you have no stance defending the demon race at all." The intensity in those words made you feel guilty and unable to look him in the eye. You turned your face away and replied hesitantly, "This has nothing to do with any stance, it's a matter of belief." Voquan suddenly froze in surprise, his previously fierce expression gradually softening a little. Nakov continued awkwardly, "I cannot simply stand by and watch evil run rampant like that." As soon as he finished speaking, the hand gripping his throat dropped away without him realizing it. He choked out in pain, "It is you humans who keep encroaching and seizing our territory, pushing us into misery, and it was the humans who took my beloved mother away." Voquan's face darkened with every breath, his overflowing hatred causing him to shout, "That is why I despise the human race to my very core. They all deserve to die." He then shouted in Hakov's face that he deserved to die too, before closing his eyes tightly and muttering with regret, "But deep down, I secretly wish that you really were a demon." Hearing this, men felt a bit moved and sank into thought. Just then, Gita spoke up. "I can sense that his heart is shattered and he just wants you to embrace him." Ignoring those heartfelt words, you hurriedly brushed past him and coldly said goodbye. Gita was stunned and asked why you were so silent, but Nahakok remained firm in his initial decision, telling it that he shouldn't get involved with the demon race and that the two of you could never be friends. Hearing the sound of footsteps definitively walking away, Voquan decided to play his final trump card, calling out, "The Alliance tournament is taking place next week." Hitting a nerve, your footsteps came to an immediate halt. Seizing the opportunity, Voquan hurriedly added, "It is the most important event for our 18 demon nations." As he spoke, he spun around to look at Nakov to gauge his reaction. "It is a massive martial arts tournament. Each nation will send 2 of their most formidable demons, gathering all the toughest fighters in the demon realm." Hearing about the participation of countless S-class demons, Nakov immediately turned back, his face showing extreme excitement, though he still tried to appear calm. Seeing this, Voquan immediately dangled the bait. "If you are that desperate to find death, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Even though you have been invincible in the Van Kingdom, don't be foolish enough to underestimate the vast demon world out there." Men was visibly excited upon hearing this. As soon as the other finished speaking, he eagerly asked, "Does the tournament allow for taking lives?" And Voquan quickly concluded, "Of course, for the sake of national honor, every participant considers death as light as a feather." Gita heard this and whispered to Nakov, "He seems to be telling the truth. His eyes are very sincere, but I am sensing a strange energy." Before Gita could finish, Voquan thumped his chest and offered, "There is no one left in the Van Kingdom foolish enough to throw their lives away. I can only give this mercenary slot to the 2 of us, and I will map out a path to death for you." He added, "However, a demon royal cannot be killed by some mere riffraff." With mixed emotions still lingering in his heart, Voquan resolutely declared, "Leave the final killing blow to me." After hearing those words, Nakov pretended to be lost in thought, slightly pursing his lips in contemplation for a few brief seconds. Then he gave a radiant grin, tightly grasped Voquan's hand, and nodded in agreement with a look of pure contentment. The Demon Alliance is essentially a federal empire formed by the merger of 18 large and small nations. Rumor has it that all the mysterious energy sources in the world originate from 10 holy lands which are governed by the demon race in the second sector. This major event aims for 2 primary goals: first, to summon leaders from guilds across the land to discuss a common development path and further strengthen the solidarity between the various demon branches. The other objective is to find the Federation's next supreme leader through a tournament held every 3 years to determine who is the most powerful. This is considered the fairest method in a place where strength decides everything. The final victor earns the right to rule the entire demon realm. Unfortunately, this arena has now turned into a stage for the major powers to flex their muscles and show off their strength. The demon lord sighed sorrowfully and continued, explaining that the alliance of 18 countries was actually filled with selfish people plotting for profit. Discarding all sentiment and peace, they were willing to play dirty and send out their most bloodthirsty gods of war to snatch the championship. He then warned with a grave expression about the tournament's brutality. Last season, only 5 of the 36 participating fighters survived. This year, the 3 superpowers, the Flame Nation, the Rain Nation, and the Thunder Nation, will surely unleash their heavy-hitting elites. Her eyes suddenly widened as she gazed into the distance, sorrowfully recalling the martial artists her father had sent to battle in the past, none of whom ever returned. Bang Ji immediately jumped up and stepped forward, doing her best to urge Vo Quan and Nakov to abandon their plan of heading into this certain death. It's not too late to turn back, I'll arrange for your withdrawal. We'll just say the contestant suddenly fell ill, and that'll be it. Before she could finish her sentence, she was stunned to find that the two figures had already vanished. It turned out they had quickly hopped onto the escorting spirit beast some time ago. After a long wait, Vo Quan finally announced they had arrived, prompting Nakov to frantically press himself against the glass to admire the magnificent panoramic view below and cheer with excitement. Is this really the Flame Nation? He wondered to himself, as he had never set foot in his past life and had always imagined it as a remote, desolate desert. At that moment, the flying dragon carrying the three of them began slowly descending for a landing. It made a graceful circle in the air before touching down, while Nakov remained stunned by the beautiful scenery, never expecting the place to be so bustling. Shortly after, the group officially stepped into the White Emperor capital of the Flame Nation, where lights from skyscrapers illuminated the dark night, creating an incredibly vibrant atmosphere. Pulling her suitcase, Bang Ji looked around in amazement, not expecting the White Emperor capital to have changed so drastically in just a few years. Then she turned to her two companions and said, "We need to register first, there's an important banquet tonight, so in the meantime." However, before she could finish her instruction, the two of them vanished without a trace. Once again, she looked back at the empty space and cried out in frustration, "Hey, you two." Nakov dashed over to a fruit stall, scanned the selection, and cheered excitedly, "Oh my god, they reselling so many strange fruits I've never seen before." Vo Quan stood idly behind him, mocking his country bumpkin appearance and thinking, what an ignorant human. But then he let out a faint, regretful sigh. Regardless, the one to kill you must be me. With that thought, he left the bewildered boy behind and headed toward the weapon shop across the street. Meanwhile, Nakov was still engrossed in admiring a plump watermelon. With bright eyes, he told the shopkeeper that he had only seen this green-skinned, black-striped fruit in books as a legendary elixir. Seeing his fascination, the shopkeeper greeted him warmly. "A customer from the east, right? I bet you've never seen such premium fruit before." Having said that, he quickly sliced the melon in half, offered one half to Nakov, and invited him. "This is called a watermelon. Want to give it a try? It's grown with special spiritual energy and can restore your physical strength in an instant." Nakov was absolutely delighted. On the other hand, Vo Quan was wide-eyed with shock as he entered a nearby shop. All the equipment here was of the highest quality, and he never expected such a run-down roadside stall to sell such high-end items. He examined the weapons in front of him and exclaimed in admiration, "In my home country of Vanquak, they would need to build an entire national security vault just to research and manufacture items like these." Hearing this, the shopkeeper grinned and asked softly, "So, it turns out you re from that distant Vanquak, are you?" This fellow gave a contemptuous smirk and remarked sarcastically that their nation of Veem was far superior to Van in every aspect, from economic resources to territorial size. He glanced at Vo Quan and mocked him, asking if he was here to watch the tournament. Hearing this, Vo Quan shyly replied that he was also a fighter participating in the matches. A girl standing nearby who was choosing weapons covered her mouth and giggled upon hearing that response. Her name was Huang Lam from the Vu Nation. With shiny blonde hair, she looked at Vo Quan from head to toe and judged that with such a weak physique, the Van Nation must truly have no talent left. Upon hearing those stinging remarks, he immediately flew into a rage and knitted his brows as he glared at her. Paying no mind to Vo Quan's furious expression, Huang Lam triumphantly told the shopkeeper to wrap up all this rank equipment and have it sent directly to the Sinhala Hotel for her. Taking the gold bar from her, the shopkeeper praised her endlessly but hinted that she should not be too complacent, as the Van Nation might just be a formidable opponent on match day. As soon as she stepped out of the shop, a powerful surge of magical energy quickly enveloped her entire body. She arrogantly declared that she considered only one person to be a worthy rival. Huang Lam, filled with determination, loudly asserted that she was the hope of the Vu Nation. Vo Quan fixed his eyes on the girl and secretly wondered if this powerful magical energy was indeed the strength of its rank fighter. A moment later, the group of three headed to the Sinhala Hotel, with Vo Quan and Nakov struggling to carry two heavy bags behind Bang Ji. Nakov nonchalantly enjoyed his melon while a frustrated Vo Quan asked if everyone here was as conceited as her. Bang Ji explained that this was normal because with the tournament approaching, no one wanted to appear friendly to their rivals. A hint of sadness crossed her face when she mentioned the time when the alliance of 18 nations was first established, back when their strengths were balanced and they kept each other in check, unlike the current dominance of the trio, Viem, Vu, and Loi. The rule of the survival of the fittest is inevitable. The alliance tournament is a rare opportunity to obtain evolution stones, the shortest path for the strong to reach rank. At the same time, the leader of the winning nation will become the commander-in-chief of the 18th Legion, holding supreme authority and the final key. This also means that the winning nation will gain more rank warriors, consolidating a firm position for their country. They also have the right to mobilize the alliance army and even the right to exploit that land. Hearing the words "that land," Nakov, who was walking behind, suddenly jumped in surprise. After arriving at the magnificent golden skyscraper, Bang Ji said that this was the most massive architectural structure of the demon race. Suddenly, an orange-haired boy ran up from behind and hesitantly asked if this was the Sinhala Hotel. The boy spoke while leaning on his younger sister's wheelchair. Huang Lam, standing nearby, showed clear annoyance at the sight. She looked at the siblings with extreme contempt. She approached them and sarcastically remarked that she had run into those bumpkins who specialize in buying melons again. Vo Quan, so angry he could see stars, told Bang Ji that he could no longer stand this person and wanted to deal with her. She quickly stopped him and warned that provoking an opponent before the match would be falling into their trap and result in disqualification. Ignoring the sarcasm, Hako smiled and greeted the two siblings, confirming that it was indeed the Senhala Hotel. They happily replied that they had also come for the Alliance tournament. Suddenly, the boy leaned in close and sinisterly warned that if they met in the arena, he should fight with all his might and not give him a way out. Although slightly startled, the boy calmly replied that he would do his best. Fearing that Vokwon might not be able to contain his anger, Bang Jae urged Naka to hurry inside and complete the registration process. Before she could finish her sentence, the bag on her shoulder suddenly slipped off. Looking back, she saw the bag floating away in midair, and Bang Ji screamed in a panic because all the invitations and check-in documents were inside it. Nakok realized his bag had been swiped without a trace of the culprit, so he stood dumbfounded, wondering if the thief possessed a secret invisibility technique. Vokwon, on the other hand, flew into a rage, screaming to find out which scoundrel dared to play such a dirty trick. Suddenly, the orange-haired boy pushed his younger sister's wheelchair toward Nakov, asking for a hand in looking after her. Once that was settled, the boy shut his eyes tight, focusing all his energy on unleashing his technique. A surge of icy magic slowly emanated from his gaze, then spread outward in both directions. The boy used his hands to split that source of magic into two distinct branches. They instantly transformed into a pair of wings, and at the same time a glowing magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The surface of his consciousness suddenly turned into a calm sea as he focused his senses. Every footprint of the thief became clearly visible. Having locked onto his target, the boy snapped his eyes open, his gaze sharp and cold. He pointed his hand toward the fleeing thief and launched his resonance attack. Immediately, the surge of icy magic rushed forward at extreme speed. The thief sensed something was wrong, turned to look back, and froze in terror as the technique surged toward him like a storm. In an instant, he was hit, his entire body encased in ice and pinned firmly to the floor. Still in shock, he kept wondering how the boy could have tracked him with such precision. Before he could recover, he was startled once more as an elemental flower landed right in front of him. Looking up, he saw with horror that Vokwon was standing there with his arms crossed, his face darkened with anger. He immediately grabbed the thief by the collar while the man wept and stammered, begging not to be turned over to the guards since every item had been returned in full. Nakov could not help but marvel at the boy's ability, repeatedly praising his incredible skills. The younger sister standing nearby spoke up, proudly stating that it was only natural. With everything settled, Bang Ji hurriedly thanked the boy for helping them avoid trouble, while Nahakov curiously asked if he was its rank expert. The boy shyly scratched his head, saying that no one in the Dao Kingdom had ever reached its rank, but he would certainly try his best. A short while later, the group entered the hotel lobby together. From high above, a blonde-haired man was closely observing everything below. Watching the crowd checking in with the guards, he excitedly remarked that the representatives from every country had all gathered. Sipping his tea, he appeared expectant, waiting for the prelude to an interesting performance to begin. The long line of people waiting to check in made Bang Ji worryingly exclaim that she hadn't expected the hotel to be this crowded today. Looking at the clock, which had struck 6, she became even more anxious that Ila would miss the important party. At this moment, Nakov also cast his eyes over the people standing above. He turned to look at the orange-haired siblings at the back of the line, wondering to himself why no one knew how to yield to a person with a disability. After a long and wary wait, Bang Ji saw that the person ahead had finished the procedure and secretly rejoiced that it was finally their turn. She turned her head and told the two siblings, Lapti and Lapmung, to go ahead and complete the check-in process so the young girl could get some rest. Hearing this, they were overjoyed and thanked her profusely. Seeing the rustic appearance of the two siblings as they presented the national death certificate, the receptionist raised her voice and demanded their documents quickly to save time. Lapti was taken aback and held up the papers, asking if these were what she needed, but she disdainfully demanded an invitation letter asking what use a death certificate was. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd erupted into excited chatter, saying the great celebrity had arrived and urging everyone to go look at their idol. Tumen, the owner of the hotel, looked down from above and chuckled, saying that whenever he appeared, he always made such a dramatic show of it. The person being hailed was none other than the most famous superstar of the Loi Kingdom, Lam Lap. Everywhere he went, people praised him, and he truly had a powerful presence. Walking beside Lam Lap all this time was none other than his mother. Amidst the blinding flashes from the fans' cameras, the mother and son walked proudly into the reception lobby. The lead bodyguard suddenly rushed forward, shoved several guests aside, and shouted at everyone to move out of the way. Hearing the loud commotion behind him, Lapti curiously turned his head to look. He was slightly startled to see a huge bodyguard staring straight at him with glaring eyes. Without a word, the man shoved him hard to the side, frowned, and shouted, "Get out of the way." Seeing her brother knocked to the ground, Lapmung reached out in panic, crying out in fear. Fortunately, a firm hand was placed on her shoulder, pulling her back just in time. It was none other than Nakov, who was currently glaring at the rude man with an extremely annoyed expression. Seeing Lam Lap approach, the receptionist bowed respectfully and told him to please use the priority lane since his health was important and there was no need to wait in line. He adjusted his sunglasses, acting self-important, and told his family to handle the procedures while he went ahead with his mother. The receptionist sweetly agreed. Just then, Nakok rushed out of nowhere and shoved Lam Lap hard, causing the superstar to stumble and nearly fall. The bodyguard standing nearby moved with lightning speed to catch his master. As for him, he pushed Lapmung toward the counter and irritably reminded them that even celebrities have to wait in line. He also shot a sharp, knife-like glare at the staff member and urged them to process his group's documents first. The receptionist stood frozen, her face drained of color, not knowing how to properly handle the situation. Witnessing this dramatic opening, Timen stood up excitedly, thinking to himself that there was going to be a fun show to watch. He began to mumble about how dangerous Lam Lap was. Besides being a big star, this guy had another formidable identity. He was the notorious war god of the demon clan. Lam Lap scrambled to his feet, brushed off his clothes, and angrily shouted, asking who the kid was that dared to push him. He aggressively stepped closer to Nakov, threatening that he was quite bold for daring to touch him. Nakov ignored the arrogant attitude behind him and coldly fixed his eyes on the receptionist, asking if there was anything missing from their documents. Caught between two men radiating murderous intent, the receptionist was so scared she could only stutter, unable to speak a full sentence. Without waiting for a response, Lam Lap slammed his hand onto Nakov's shoulder and growled, "Hey you." That man shouted angrily, "Are you deaf?" Nakov remained dead silent while Vo Quan stood in the distance glaring at the man surnamed Lam with a murderous gaze. Seeing that Nakov didn't even react, the man became even more infuriated and gripped his shoulder even harder. At this moment, Vo Quan could no longer hold back. He glared at the guy with burning eyes and snapped, "Let go immediately." Hearing that demand, Lam Lap just smirked with contempt. Immediately after, he let out a hearty laugh that made the surrounding atmosphere shake violently. Vo Quan almost couldn't stand firm against that powerful laughter. He secretly gauged that this guy possessed strength that should not be taken lightly. Suddenly, he wore a grotesque smile and said in an excited tone, "Very good, I like it. The energy within you is strange too. Come in here and spar with me." As an arm was raised, the manager immediately stopped Lam Lap when he saw him wanting to strike Mr. Lam. Fighting before the match will lead to immediate disqualification. He walked over with two tall bodyguards and gently told Lam Lap that they were VIPs who didn't need to queue and could use a private entrance over here. Then, he turned to sneer at the others, "You lot should go to the luxury room area over there to rest. Don't waste your time pushing through with this common crowd. Those of you from small, insignificant countries should just go stay in the budget wing over there." Because someone had intervened, Lam Lap accepted it. He turned his back and headed straight for the special rooms, saying, "Fine then." Before disappearing from sight, he waved at Nakov, "I'll see you in the ring then. I look forward to your performance." Vo Quan was now furious with the girl at the reception desk. "How much longer do you expect us to wait?" causing the girl to tremble in fear, unable to utter a single word. Seeing that scene, the manager intervened. He picked up Laptis documents and nonchalantly said, "Let me take a look." Then he made an announcement that left everyone stunned. "Only you are a contestant, so the girl accompanying you does not have a room allocation." Lapta firmly disagreed. The boy rushed forward and shouted right into the manager's face, "What? Didn't the invitation say we could bring family members?" The man replied indifferently, "Family? Who can verify that this girl is your relative? Documents from that land hold no value here." Then the old man put on a look of utter disgust. "There are few rooms and many contestants. For your group, 2 contestants will only be granted 1 shared double room." Seeing such blatant discrimination, Nakov felt indignant. Why were they being picked on and harassed like this? Vo Quan could no longer restrain himself. He lunged forward, grabbed the manager by the collar, and roared, "Hey, we came here by invitation. At the very least, you should show some respect to your guests. That attitude is an insult to others." The manager just smirked triumphantly and issued a cheap threat, "Respect you? You think you're important? Do you believe I can strip you country bumpkins who want to use violence of your right to compete?" Vo Quan's hand was then firmly removed by the man. The manager kept his unpleasant demeanor, dusting off his shirt while angrily ordering him to let go. Then, he went on a tirade, insulting everyone without hesitation. "Do you think you can win by competing? Or did you just come here for a free meal? Looking at the two of you, do you really think you have a chance at victory? You probably haven't even seen a tall building like this before. Being allowed by the great VM Kingdom to come and broaden your horizons is the greatest blessing of your lives." Vo Quan scoffed sarcastically. "You mean because we're afraid of losing our place in the competition, we don't dare fight back, so you think you can insult us at will? Is this your version of hospitality?" The old man bowled with rage upon hearing that. He pointed directly at his face and cursed loudly. "So what? Your entire tribe is disgraced by peasants like you. Those small countries should have been crossed off the list long ago." Vo Quan could no longer hold back for even a second. He lunged forward, clamped his hand over the man's mouth, and looked at him with eyes full of contempt. Vo Quan's arm tightened its grip on the manager's face, causing him to tremble from the terrifying power of that iron-like hand. Finally, he used his strength to lift the man's body off the ground with ease. She then jerked him backward to gain momentum, causing the glasses on his plump face to fly off and scatter. She didn't bother showing any restraint, tossing the manager high into the air while simultaneously firing a blast of dark energy straight through his body. She was so furious it made her sick, spewing bitter and resentful words about this pathetic playground. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed the manager, pulling him close and squeezing his thick-skinned face tightly with her hand. Then, soaring up to the clouds, she threw him down onto the floor and loudly declared herself the current demon lord of the Van Kingdom. She clenched her raised hand with authority and boldly announced that she was the original leader at the birth of the 18-nation alliance, carrying the royal bloodline of Lu Van. She took the opportunity to glare at the insolent manager and threaten him. "Do you know that what you just said is enough for me to end your life right now?" The manager struggled to his feet, wincing as he clutched his face, but still tried to salvage some dignity by threatening her. "I am a man of the VM Kingdom. If you dare to kill me." Bangdi cut him off mid-sentence and calmly recounted the past. "Back when the demon race first gathered, we took a solemn oath that the 18 nations must always stand together. Anyone who dares to sow discord within the demon race, we, the Lu lineage, have full authority to execute on the spot." She then glanced at the manager with half-closed eyes and sneered. "The Alliance Assembly was meant to foster the common prosperity of the demon race. Turns out now it's..." Hearing this, the old man's legs went weak with sheer terror. Her rage reaching its peak, Bang Di tensed her arms to gather dark energy, preparing to send him to his ancestors. She added, filled with murderous intent, "It seems you lot have completely forgotten everything, haven't you?" Seeing her demonic demeanor, the manager was terrified and kowtowed frantically, "Please, Excellency, have mercy and spare this dog's life." Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, the owner of Two Men Hotel finally showed his face, stepping forward while clapping and laughing. What a fiery opening act. Seeing his savior, the manager reached out like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline. "Master Two Men, please, you must save me." Ignoring the desperate pleas, he walked calmly to the front and explained sincerely, "I am truly sorry that our hospitality has been less than adequate." Upon hearing this, Bang Di and Vo Quan frowned in annoyance, mocking him incessantly. "So you re the owner here? The way your hotel manages its staff is chaotic. With subordinates like that, the owner surely isn't any better." Two Men remained unfazed, smiling dismissively and making excuses. The room arrangements were unavoidable. Because of limited space and the unreasonable demands of the wealthy young masters, all the VIP rooms were snatched up early. "To apologize for this inconvenience, allow me to upgrade you to the largest presidential suite still available," he said, holding out 2 glittering gold-plated room keys. He then handed one toward Lap Mung and Lap T, smiling as he invited them. "If you don't mind, you may move directly into my private penthouse to rest. Leave the cleaning to me. I will move into a standard room on the other side for the time being." Hearing him advertise the penthouse as the highest point in the entire VM kingdom, offering a full view of the demon realm, the 2 Lap siblings couldn't help but stare in surprise. Two Men then turned to the center, spreading his arms with an apologetic expression. "All the recent friction was purely a misunderstanding caused by my lax management. I hope you candidates will be generous and overlook it." Suddenly, he cast a glance at Nakoff with a hidden agenda before instructing everyone, "The inter-nation exchange banquet is about to begin, so please put aside your anger and return to your rooms to rest early." Nakoff then pointed directly at the pale-faced manager and questioned Two Men, "What about this guy? Do you plan to just ignore what he did?" Hearing this, the manager fell to his knees again, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed, "Master Two Men, please save me." He mused for a moment, then slowly pulled out a revolver and replied indifferently, "It's quite simple." Immediately after, bullets were loaded into the cylinder one by one, leaving only a single empty chamber. He then spun the cylinder and said nonchalantly, "Let fate decide his outcome. What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, he yanked the handful of grass with a sharp snap, then squeezed his eyes shut to maintain his composure. At this moment, the pitch-black gun barrel was pressed against the manager's forehead. Two Men still calmly enunciated his words, stating that with 5 bullets, the chance of survival was 1 in 6. The manager stared at the gun pointed at his head, then screamed in a panic, begging for mercy and insisting that he would absolutely never offend them again. Vo Quan and Bang Di witnessed the scene with eyes wide and mouths agape, while Nakoff waited for the outcome with complete indifference. The very moment the hammer clicked sharply, the life or death shot was officially determined. Yet, the old man miraculously escaped death by a hair's breadth as no bullet fired. He remained there, his soul still shaken, staring fixedly at Two Men. He hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly and joyfully exclaimed his gratitude to Two Men for sparing his life, thanking him for his magnanimity and not holding a grudge. He maintained a shred of compassion and stepped forward, sternly declaring that from this day forward, the manager was forbidden from stepping foot in this hotel or appearing in front of their corporation, to which the manager could only bow and thank him profusely. Once everything was settled, the group trickled back to their rooms. One by one, they quickly grabbed their suitcases and entered the lounge area. The receptionist finally let out a sigh of relief, then wore a bright smile as she told Two Men that he had scared her to death just a moment ago, and she was lucky he had appeared in time to save the day. He didn't bother to reply, merely staring intently at Nahakosis retreating back, secretly pondering that among this group there was someone beyond his control. The noisy confrontation a moment ago happened right in front of him, yet this person didn't show the slightest ripple of emotion. Nakoff, also feeling the tension, transmitted his voice to ask, "Hey, Gita, do you see anything suspicious? A luxury hotel manager would have no reason to be so foolish as to provoke us like that." Upon hearing this, Gita nodded in agreement, saying it was nothing more than a cheap act staged by Two Men and the manager. That only made him more confused about the true intentions behind this farce. Were they trying to provoke them into taking action to eliminate them? But after thinking it over, it didn't make much sense for him to step in and de-escalate. Gita offered his own hypothesis, saying that in the end, there was only one logical explanation. Like him, Two Men wanted to test everyone's strength and was desperately hunting for a worthy opponent. Suddenly, a sinister and eerie smile appeared on the corner of Two Men's mouth. A surge of power boiled through his limbs, and he issued a resounding challenge to Nakoff, "We will face each other on the martial arts stage soon enough." In a secluded corner of the hotel, Tina raised her glass, her eyes fixed on Nakoff in the distance, when suddenly a waiter approached and softly asked, "Excuse me, would you like me to refill your drink?" She hurriedly refused without taking her eyes off him, saying, "No thank you, this is enough," while internally praying for Tiufeng, hoping that everything would go smoothly. The next morning, as everyone was still enjoying the atmosphere, Vo Quan had already begun calculating his next steps. This tournament would be divided into 2 stages, the preliminary rounds and the knockout stage. 18 countries with 36 members gathered. The previous champion was exempted from the early rounds, while the remaining 35 people were divided into 7 groups of 5 to compete in the qualifiers. 5 people would plunge into a fierce melee, and only 1 ticket to advance would be awarded. The 8 most excellent warriors would advance directly to the knockout rounds, where they would face off against each other, and the winners would move on to the next stage. Voquan mused internally, calculating that his ultimate goal was to surpass everyone to reach a higher position, while the annoyance from yesterday still made his blood boil when he thought about it. Standing blankly in front of the pharmacy, he was still furious as he recalled yesterday's events. The trouble at the front desk had already been headache enough, so he had counted on the evening banquet to relax. Last night, just as planned, all three dressed up in elegant, luxurious outfits and entered the banquet hall to enjoy a relaxing, peaceful evening. Little did they know, as soon as they reached the entrance, the security team raised their hands to block them, announcing apologies. This is a VIP-only area. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter. At that moment, Bang Ji eagerly explained that they were the delegation from Van Kingdom. But the guard arrogantly replied, "I know, but this entrance only welcomes high-ranking delegates from Viêm Vu and Loi Kingdoms. The Van Kingdom delegation should please move to the tier seating area downstairs." Having said that, the guard glanced away, curled his lip, and muttered mockingly, "It's just how things are these days. Small countries have to stand behind the great powers. What else can you do?" While walking down the street, I suddenly remembered those obnoxious faces from yesterday, like Hyun Lam, the female receptionist, and that arrogant manager. The more I thought about it, the more furious I got, telling myself there's no way I'd let those small fries look down on me again, while the pharmacist behind me waved and smiled, telling me to take my time, dear valued customer. Looking at the bag of items I had just bought, I wondered if this stash of equipment and medicine was enough, or if I was missing anything important. Suddenly, from afar, a thug shouted, "Hand over all your valuables right now. The guards are busy tailing the guild master, so nobody has the time to come and save you." The poor girl being blocked was Tayet Nai. She clutched the bag in her hands and thought with disdain, "They always claim to be the most civilized nation, yet here they are robbing people in broad daylight. If it weren't tea for my close brother participating in the tournament, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this place." That invisible robber still spoke in a menacing growl, warning that there was no way out. He began to lose his patience, urging irritably, "Do as I say if you don't want to face something nasty." Tayet Nai narrowed her eyes and prepared her magic, plotting in her head that these invisible assassins must be a gang. She should take out this one first and then lure the rest out later. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with excitement when she caught sight of Voquan on the other side of the street. Wasn't T that him? On the opposite side, upon seeing Tayet Nai, Voquan couldn't help but be surprised and called out her name. Tayet Nai immediately put on a deeply dramatic act of vulnerability, waving her arms wildly and shouting loudly, "Voquan, save me." Seeing this, the robber became annoyed and snapped, "Hey, you shut your mouth right now. Are you tired of living?" He pointed at her and cursed, "I told you not to try any tricks, so don't blame me for being ruthless now." However, he didn't know that Voquan had silently closed in right behind him. Seizing the opportunity, I delivered a powerful punch straight to the robber's jaw. He was sent flying backward from the blow. Looking at that familiar face, I irritably said, "It's you again. Did you not learn your lesson from last time?" Immediately after, I stepped forward, wrapped my arms around Tayet Nai's waist, and scooped her up. I asked her warmly, "Why are you all alone in a place like this?" The young lady stared at me in a daze, thinking to herself, how can someone be this cool, and on top of that, so caring toward me? "Brother, I really didn't expect to run into you here," she thought with a chuckle, blushing shyly. An accomplice hiding nearby saw Voquan come to the rescue and called out, seeing someone interfering, "Should we all rush in?" The robber on the rooftop replied, "Go ahead, that girl looks very high class, and it's a rare opportunity while the guards are absent." Suddenly, the guy down on the street let out a loud scream, causing the one up above to panic and ask what was going on. The guy below stammered in reply, "My legs have frozen completely solid. Just who used what kind of terrifying magic is this?" It turned out to be Tayet Nai's doing. She pouted with disdain that these people had dared to ruin her outing, while Voquan persistently asked if the guy had done anything to her. Hearing this, the young lady feigned fear and acted spoiled. "I was almost a goner. Good thing you showed up just in time. That guy was so terrifying." Voquan glanced at the motionless robber and wondered, this guy should have been in a holding cell. How could he have escaped? Tayet Nai burst into a radiant smile, suggesting to Voquan, "Let's forget about that and go for a short walk to clear our heads. I still have so many things I want to tell you." I agreed, and the two of us left happily. The robber lying on the ground had already been frozen completely solid by Tayet Nai's magic long ago. At a busy intersection, Lapti and Lapmung were standing and waiting for the traffic light right in front of the pharmacy. Not having enough money to buy medicine for his sibling, Lapti said to Lapmung with a heartbroken heart, "I'm sorry, little sister, it's just that I am so useless." The little girl immediately waved her hands in denial, saying, "What kind of talk is that? It's just that this medicine is too expensive, but I'm sure we will find another way." The little girl quickly regained her calm and insisted to Lapmung that he must risk everything to win first place, as only the top position would provide the prize money for her surgery and cure. However, Lapmung brushed it aside and advised him to use the money donated by the villagers to buy more Mendi medicine and a few defensive items. The little girl also reminded her older brother not to push himself too hard if the enemy was too strong, as his safety was what mattered most. Lapti turned away with a tight grip of determination, thinking, "Why didn't I think of buying more weapons to boost my attack power to win faster?" Lapmung could only shake his head at this defense-obsessed brother of his. Meanwhile, in his private room, Yu Wu was relaxing on the bed, holding up the pearl to admire it. He looked at it for a moment and then asked Gita, "Do you see anyone else capable of taking me down?" Gita replied that it could not be confirmed yet because the other championship contenders had not yet revealed themselves. The two fighters from the Wu Kingdom possessed combat abilities rumored to be formidable. The president of that hotel, along with the people from the Lai Kingdom, also possessed an extremely powerful aura, but he didn't need to bother confronting them unless he had already won. Hearing this, Yu Wu sighed in boredom, thinking that hunting down each person one by one to deal with them was too troublesome, and he wondered who would actually be strong enough to finish him off. Suddenly an idea popped into his head, his eyes lighting up as he said, "I've found a way." Yu Wu sat up immediately, his face glowing with excitement as he thought, why do I have to go looking for each person individually? Seeing this, Gita asked, hey, what bizarre scheme are you plotting this time? Time slowly ticked by. At the weapon shop, Tayat Nai loudly told the shopkeeper, pack up all these rank gear items for my friend Wu Jun. Shally refused, saying, there's really no need, I can't even use a magic staff. Everyone was actively completing their final preparations. They trained tirelessly in anticipation of the upcoming league tournament. Finally, the moment for the opening of the league tournament officially arrived. All the matches were broadcast live to as many as 18 nations of the demon race. At this moment, the enthusiastic MC grandly announced to the audience, welcome everyone to the league tournament, an event that impacts the entire demon race and reshapes the history of the world. Let's wait and see what is about to happen. Sai Ming, the demon lord of the Yan Kingdom, also appeared to watch the tournament in person. Brilliant fireworks shot up into the air, accompanied below by the ceaseless enthusiastic cheers of the massive crowd. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the MC raised his voice to announce, next, we invite the contestants of Group 1 to take the stage and begin the preliminary rounds. 5 figures gradually emerged under the dim stage lights. The first contestants to appear were a Tri from the Kui Kingdom, Tata from the Huang Kingdom, and Wen Kun from the Shuang Kingdom. Next was the top seed of the first bracket, the level 51 stellar warrior Huan Wu of the Yan Kingdom, who was dubbed the most solid defensive wall and the brightest contender for this match. The demon lord of the Yan Kingdom looked down arrogantly and declared proudly, this opening match is the home team's stage, and from now on the whole world will stand in awe of our power. His attendant chimed in flatteringly, that's for sure, no one is a match for him, and this year's championship undoubtedly belongs to the Yan Kingdom. The stage lights shone down on the 5 contestants and the grandstand erupted into endless cheers. Continuing with the program, I invite the final contestant, Gan Yu Wu of the Wen Kingdom. Our young man stepped out with an extremely cool and charismatic demeanor. At this point, Gita was still in shock over his actions and questioned, seriously, are you actually planning to do that? Yu Wu just smirked and replied, that's my style. At the underground casino in the entertainment city of the Yan Kingdom, people were crowded together, bustling and lively. An employee shouted loudly, let the betting begin, who will win the first match and who will advance. The crowd was eagerly anticipating the start of the match. A quick-witted fellow loudly shouted, come on, place your bets on Haiyan Ngu from the Blazing Nation. He is the #1 candidate for the championship. But others scoffed, saying the payout odds were too low, and it wouldn't be worth the effort for the meager profit. A strange, tall man next to them chimed in, who wouldn't he pour all their money on him? The old man in the hat added his analysis, only a fool would bet on anyone else. No one even knows the identities of those guys from the smaller nations, especially that bunch from the Scholar Nation. They look like scarecrows just filling out the lineup. He scoffed jokingly, I thought you'd be betting on him. The old man frowned in response, how could that ever happen? Suddenly, the strategist and the old manager stepped forward to join the conversation. He declared loudly, I'm betting a hefty 5 million on him. The casino staff froze upon hearing this, then frantically asked, why has the casino owner himself personally come to visit? The strategist calmly replied, my matches are still much later, so I just dropped by for a bit of entertainment. The surrounding audience took the opportunity to gossip. Some smiled brightly, others sarcastically remarked, the boss is truly generous. This is practically giving free money to his brothers. The manager anxiously reminded the strategist that he should start preparing. He simply replied, no need to rush, these matches won't end quickly. After speaking, he looked up at the large screen and said, for this match I want to watch his performance on the big screen. On the arena floor, the host enthusiastically shouted, the contestants are in position. Let's count down the time. The 5-second countdown began. Even the leader of the Blazing Nation was glued to this intense match. Even Vo Quan sitting in the stands broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the dramatic moment. Down in the arena, opponents from foreign nations glared at Haiyan Ngu with murderous intent. Han Gu's eyes blazed and he stared unflinchingly at the group of people surrounding him. Even though the countdown clock was almost at 0, he calmly relaxed his limbs, not showing the slightest bit of worry. The moment the countdown ended, all the contestants charged at one another like true fighting machines. However, they all simultaneously directed their attacks at Haiyan Ngu, the S-rank warrior of the Blazing Nation. Despite being ganged up on, he smirked disdainfully, his bloodshot eyes roaring, you small fries dare to touch me, mystic adamant armor activate. Immediately, layers of pitch black armor covered in sharp spikes began to protrude from his body. His body also swelled up, becoming much more muscular and robust, and his thunderous roar shook the entire arena. A terrifying stream of demonic energy emanated from him, causing his opponents to recoil in fright. This was the mystic armor form, combining with the mystic adamant armor to provide an impenetrable defense. Despite their fear, the contestants refused to retreat. They all unleashed their strongest techniques. The green-haired guy wildly swung his nunchaku. Arki from the Koi Nation was no less formidable, unleashing a series of powerful punches. The guy wearing the hat demonstrated his supreme sharpshooting skills from afar. The audience marveled incessantly, and the host quickly provided a lively commentary. We are witnessing the 3 nations of Koi Hong and Suong simultaneously pour all their strength into attacking this rank warrior Haiyan Ngu. What's happening? He is standing there taking all those blows without even the slightest scratch. Arki frustratedly roared, he's not just unharmed, there isn't even a single scratch. The green-haired guy stubbornly charged forward, shouting loudly that they must continue their relentless assault. Right at that moment in the spectator stands, Lamlap slouched in his seat, criticizing and judging truly a familiar trick of preliminary round rookies. The underdogs always gang up on the strongest contender, because only by doing so can they increase their chances of survival and victory. Until a way to pierce the armor was found, those attacks would only exhaust one's own stamina. Just as he was rambling on endlessly, Voquan next to him narrowed his eyes to scrutinize him. Lamlap suddenly startled with a question: what on earth was that brat down below planning to pull off next? Down in the arena, Nakov remained completely indifferent to the suffocating atmosphere around him. He leisurely warmed up his limbs early on, his wary gaze following those who were rushing about. He silently thought to himself, I'm all warmed up now, are they ready over there? The girl holding the lute immediately replied, ready here, my energy level is always brimming. That cocky expression made Voquan instinctively feel restless and uneasy. Could this guy be preparing to pull off some more weird tricks? Nakov smirked proudly and instantly pulled a glowing magic sword out of thin air. Excellent, now it's time to make all the spectators' jaws drop. Right before swinging his attack, he patted his chest and shouted loudly, hey everyone, all camera lenses, focus entirely on me. Instantly, the organizers hurriedly issued orders to control the filming equipment, pointing the lenses straight at Nakov's location. The foursome, who were fiercely rushing at each other, also froze and shifted their attention toward him. Nakov smiled provokingly, all of you hurry up and pool all your internal energy to put up your best protective shield. Hyeningu frowned irritably, what kind of trick is this again, and nobody like you dares to give orders to this great master. Ignoring that nonsense, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and raised it straight up into the air. Nakov decisively channeled his energy to slash down with a fatal blow. Let's see how you like this move from this young master. A piercing blue light erupted, sweeping across the entire arena and shaking the space. This slash instantly tore through the sturdy armor, pierced the protective shield, and generated maximum destructive force. All the spectators and big shots at the tournament widened their eyes in bewilderment. Even the demon lord of the Dime Kingdom was so shocked that he froze completely, unable to utter a single word. The earth-shattering explosion right in the center of the stands caused the commentator to lose his voice in a scream. What kind of freak is this? Half of the hall's wall has been shattered. Even Bang Di and Voquan at this moment dropped their jaws. Indeed, this madman never agreed to act like a normal person. By the time the thick smoke cleared, the desolate scene with rubble scattered everywhere left everyone dazed. 3 guys from the group of 4 were flattened under the pile of rubble, although they hadn't stopped breathing. Their injuries were too severe for them to move a single bit. Except for Hyeningu, who was straining hard to remain seated. However, his shield was shattered, one of his eyes was blinded, and his mind at that moment plunged into extreme panic. How could this be? Following that shock was roaring cheering from the commentator. Just now with a single move, the contestant representing the Van Kingdom knocked down 3 opponents. The current situation now has only 2 people standing firm. Nakov pointed his sword directly at the trembling muscular guy with a threat. The next slash will be my full power. That declaration made Hyeningu freeze for a few seconds. He panicked and shouted frantically, wait a minute. Then he stammeringly opened his mouth, I surrender. Those few short words made the entire stands fall silent for a moment and then suddenly erupt into lively cheers. The old demon lord of the Dime Kingdom could no longer maintain his usual composure. What the hell? Utterly humiliating, how could you act like this? The underground casino at that moment was just as chaotic. The crowd who had placed their money on Hyeningu clutched their heads and groaned. That unknown guy won just like that, he gave up so easily. That slash just now was truly heaven-shattering, destroying half the arena with a single blow. Superb indeed. But being a championship seed and yet running away like that is truly an eyesore. The crowd outside only perceived the superficial power, but Hyeningu himself, who took the direct brunt of the slash, felt it to his bones. He thought tremblingly, that weapon possesses the ability to pierce all shields and deal completely true damage. That opening blow earlier, that guy clearly intentionally held back. Hyeningu trembled as he thought about it over and over. If that guy had unleashed his full power, this entire arena would have been reduced to dust. Just what kind of background could such a monster have? The referee firmly raised Nakov's arm to declare him the winner. He also announced in a booming voice that the opening match had concluded, and the first person to secure a ticket to the next round was none other than Cam Nakos of the Van Kingdom. While preparing to leave the stage, Hyeningu immediately approached to ask where he came from, where he got such a high-quality weapon, and about that earth-shattering power. A class of warrior could never possess such overwhelming stats. Through the giant screen at the betting house, the crowd stared in shock as Nakov rudely snatched the microphone from the referee, causing the man to stutter nervously. Hey kid, what are you trying to pull? Meanwhile, 2 men smiled slightly, thinking that this kid's show was surely far from over. As soon as he got the mic, he started testing his voice. 1, 2, 3, 4, can you hear me? Then arrogantly declared to the whole world, hey you demon brothers, listen up clearly. Having said that, he went silent for a few seconds to regulate his breathing. His expression grew somber and grave. Next, he put on an arrogant and disdainful face, saying, forget all those titles like VM, Vu, Loi, or Shrank demons. Why does everyone look as weak as Slug? And Hakaf's blatant provocation was like lighting a powder keg, making the blood of the great masters from other kingdoms boil with rage. Countless hostile and suspicious gazes from all 4 sides shot simultaneously at this reckless young man. Backstage, his 2 teammates could only remain speechless. Voquan helplessly held his head, sighing that he knew this would happen, while Bang Ji stood frozen like a wooden statue, screaming internally, wanting nothing more than to rush out and thrash Cam Nakos for his foolishness. Yet our protagonist kept rambling on the stage, his attitude becoming increasingly insolent as he challenged everyone. This throne belongs to me. I am the strongest in this demon realm. If anyone finds me Iser, just come and get some. That arrogant speech was favored by the station for a live broadcast, allowing people across all kingdoms to witness it in full. A look of supreme smugness played on his lips, as if to say, if you're good enough, bring it on, I haven't been afraid of anyone yet. In the Van Kingdom, people gathered in droves in the square to cheer via the big screen. The resounding victory earlier made the atmosphere extremely exciting, and everyone cheered happily, saying, look at that, that's our country's valiant general. Finally, the Van Kingdom has someone who can accomplish great things. Beyond the joy, they were overflowing with gratitude and immense pride. What a sight to behold, worthy of General Cam. The fate of the Van Kingdom this time could truly turn around thanks to him. In a small corner, two demon commanders were also closely following the developments. Hokum nodded slightly, remarking, General Cam's appearance has truly blown a fresh wind into the Van Kingdom. His display of top-tier strength is making the people more enthusiastic than ever. Back at the arena, the dramatic matches continued, and the next face to step into the light was the formidable representative of the Loi Kingdom named Lam Lap. This guy appeared looking extremely cold. As soon as the match began, Lam Lap showcased lightning-fast footwork and astonishing divine power to completely crush his opponent. Tens of thousands of spectators in the stands gaped in amazement at such agility and overpowering strength. From the Van Kingdom, Hokum observed the man's overwhelming fighting style and pensively shared, it is precisely because of the existence of these fearsome, powerful demon clans that we never dared to hope the Van Kingdom could hold its ground. Hearing this, his companion replied, but now, thanks to General Cam and Vo Quan backing us, we old folks are beginning to have a glimmer of hope. Who knows, the Van Kingdom might one day restore its past golden age. His eyes turned to the big screen as the third match was now time for Vo Quan to take the stage. The heat of the arena reached a fever pitch as the announcer excitedly shouted into the mic, next, please turn your eyes to the third match as 10 brave contestants begin to enter the field. Each contestant followed one after another. Leading the way was a demon with a pale, lifeless face, the representative from the Fong Kingdom named Hein Thian. Following that was a trio of contestants, Dao Lang representing the Tai Kingdom, Nap M from the Tayat Kingdom, and trailing right behind was Vong Fong of the San Kingdom. Accompanying the fighters through the first round was the face representing the Van Kingdom, the warrior Hok Vo Quan. In the stands, Bang Ji leaned over to whisper to our protagonist, thanks to your efforts, the Van Kingdom is now being named separately. Surely there will be people looking to target you. And Hakoff pensively replied, that Dao Lang guy has the highest cultivation. As long as I watch out for him, I'm sure there won't be any trouble. He calmly calculated the situation. The entire preliminary round consisted of 7 matches, and looking at the list of combatants, there were no S-ranked demons in these rounds. Excluding the A+-ranked demons other than me, Vo Quan could handle everyone unless an unexpected variable appeared. Just then, the sister who shared a room with Vo Quan suddenly appeared, wielding 2 giant pom-poms. She danced in an absurdly ridiculous cheerleading routine, constantly shouting that Vo Quan was the champion. Vo Quan was #1 and he was the greatest in the world. Several spectators witnessing this scene gathered to gossip, saying that she looked like the second princess of the Snow Kingdom, and they couldn't understand why she wasn't supporting her own team but instead cheering for the opponent. Regardless, the wave of murmurs was quickly silenced by the loudspeaker announcing the official start of the battle. Right in the middle of the arena, Vo Quan cast a razor-sharp gaze toward his enemies, ready to deal a devastating blow to anyone bold enough to approach him. 2 guys brandishing weapons rushed toward him at breakneck speed, with one of them shouting loudly that they had to take out the guy from the Van Kingdom first. He smirked secretly with delight, his eyes flashing with mischief. It turned out that the grudge he held against Cam Nakoff was paying off quite well. Finishing his sentence, countless blue flower petals immediately flew through the air, and his ultimate technique, Flower Petal Tempest, exploded in a visually stunning display. A beautiful sword slash was unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 opponents were shredded into tiny pieces, causing the commentator to shout in excitement. The second general representing the Van Kingdom, namely Hok Vo Quan, appeared completely overpowering as he took on 2 opponents alone and sent them both to their graves in an instant. In the corner on the other side of the arena, Dao Lang acted with extreme precision, a single clean slash severing Hein Thian's neck, his savage fighting style causing blood to splatter all over the stands. That brutal slash split the guy's head into 2 halves. The 2 remaining combatants quietly looked at each other, the overwhelming murderous intent in Dao Lang's eyes making even the commentator's voice tremble as he announced that there were only 2 warriors left on the field. Seeing that ferocity, Vo Quan was not in the least bit afraid, using his icy gaze to return the opponent's murderous intent while silently assessing that he was just a ranked demon with slightly high damage output. On the other side, Dao Lang stuck out his flickering tongue to lick his lips, looking eager as if he wanted to swallow his opponent whole right there. Vo Quan smirked, his eyes filled with confidence as he thought to himself that after all the training in the demon realm and encounters with the human race, his own strength had increased significantly. Not waiting for Dao Lang to strike first, Vo Quan proactively zipped toward him like a flash of lightning, causing the bandit to swing his blade, but ultimately he only hit a residual image. At this moment, Vo Quan had suddenly appeared right behind him, causing a heart-stopping shock. He had moved at such incredible speed that Dao Lang was left bewildered, wondering how this guy could vanish and reappear so quickly. Before he could even understand what happened, the competitor representing the Tai Kingdom took a direct hit from Vo Quan's cold blade and was cut in 2, collapsing to the ground. The commentator screamed himself hoarse with excitement. The contestant Hok Vo Quan had sliced Dao Lang in 2 with just 1 basic sword strike, bringing the match to a rapid conclusion. He glanced lightly at the chunks of his enemy's remains and smirked arrogantly, believing that everything was finished and that he could even easily handle its ranked demon now. However, unexpected and strange incident suddenly made Vo Quan freeze in his tracks. A sharp, writhing point pierced straight through his chest. Just when it seemed the fight was settled, there was someone still alive. It turned out the match had not yet ended. Voquan turned his head in confusion, only to be startled to see the shadow of Heinthean. Even though half his skull had been split open, he was still alive and kicking. The opponent's sword slashed wildly, but before he could land a hit, it was blocked by Voquan. The great blade in his hand flashed with a wind-tearing light, severing the opponent's weapon in two. Bang Bang cried out in a panic, wondering how such an absurd thing could happen. How could he still move after losing half his head? Sitting right next to her, Nakov also looked stunned and tense, as there was clearly something highly suspicious about this Heinthean. Voquan flew into a rage, his entire body surging with immense murderous intent as he rushed forward to settle the score with Heinthean once and for all. He frowned and steeled his resolve. He would absolutely never allow himself to fall in such a pathetic place. Voquan swept past like a gale, unleashing countless slashes that tore Heinthean's body into thousands of tiny pieces, causing fresh blood to spray and soak the entire arena floor. He landed in an incredibly cool pose, seemingly having finished off the monster once and for all, but the events that followed far exceeded Voquan's calculations. One would have thought that the fatal series of slashes had crushed Xingqian to pieces, but his cellular fibers went wild, regenerating to heal his flesh, and even his head was mending back as before. Wu Jun muttered in repetition of his smug question that the game could end right here. But the moment he looked back, he was terrified out of his wits and screamed, unable to believe his eyes. The enemy before him was still standing stock still, his bizarre body completely healed as if he had suffered no damage at all. Immediately after, Xingqian unleashed a move filled with pitch-black petals mixed into Wu Jun's blue hue, leaving Wu Jun dazed and wondering if his opponent was copying his ultimate technique. The fiend suddenly leaped high and darted past, raining a series of brutal slashes upon Wu Jun exactly like the attack he had just displayed earlier. Facing that sharp rain of swords, Wu Jun nimbly jumped aside to dodge the blow by a hair's breadth. He dropped to his knees into a defensive stance, fixing a tense gaze on his opponent and wondering why this person's damage output was growing more abundant day by day, not only failing to weaken but instead rising even more powerfully. In the stands, Yuwu had been watching the match intently with an equally panicked expression. He immediately shouted downward without the slightest hesitation, "That guy is so bizarre, his body radiates an extremely bizarre evil ki, we cannot keep fighting like this." Wu Jun surrendered quickly. Down in the arena, although he had suffered numerous scrapes and cuts and heard the advice loud and clear, Wu Jun still stood in utter silence, only glaring with bitter hatred at the evil creature before him. The demonic monster Xingqian slowly approached Wu Jun. It was unclear what choice our hero would make, fight to the bitter end or bitterly accept defeat. Wu Jun forced himself up, wiped away the trail of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth and hoarsely demanded, "Do you think I view this deathmatch as some children's toy game?" His expression revealed extreme anger, that ultimate feeling of helplessness from the old days. "I swear I will never let myself taste it again. I will absolutely not tolerate anyone daring to touch a single hair on my father's head, or bringing disaster upon my mankind." With those words, Wu Jun's eyes suddenly turned fiery red, revealing a terrifyingly resolute will. Wasn't he just that blazing gaze? His entire body at that moment also radiated a dazzlingly brilliant halo. Majestic at his peak state, Wu Jun boldly declared, "The future of Yun Kingdom will be born on my shoulders alone, so I am forced to grow stronger to seize the throne, possess the evolution stone, and ascend to the supreme archdemon. Even if my body is smashed and bones pulverized, I will not submit to anyone." That Xingqian showed no sign of flinching, pointing his weapon straight at Wu Jun with a gaze full of provocation. Not wasting another second of talk, both sides instantly lunged at each other with wind-shattering speed. Wu Jun roared across a corner of the sky, unleashing the supreme energy source known as the Demon King's Dragon Breath. The terrifying pressure surged violently around his body, forming a beautiful azure blue flame, and then he gathered his strength to execute a powerful slash. The ferocious blue energy storm surged turbulently with terrifying destructive power, aiming straight at the demonic man who was frantically closing in. The earth-shattering collision produced a blinding white smoke explosion, looking just like a nuclear bomb had been dropped. The commentator asked sarcastically, "You people of Yun Kingdom have a special hobby of smashing the arena, don't you?" When the hazy white mist gradually dissipated, the audience clearly saw that Xingqian's body was now tattered and torn, no longer intact. The host screamed excitedly with enthusiasm, "Look, the attack worked. Half of the gladiator Xingqian's body has completely vanished into thin air. Will the owner of this glorious ticket to victory be?" However, before he could finish his words, he hurriedly changed his tone upon witnessing the monster's body begin to regenerate. "Wait, the state of the match seems to have a new turn of events." His recovery speed was dizzying. The shredded patches of flesh automatically fused back together smoothly, even faster and more abruptly than the previous resurrection. This guy at the moment bore no resemblance to a normal demon tribe member. He was identical to a monster with pale skin and pitch-black eyes without visible pupils, and the most terrifying thing was that he possessed immortal powers. Wu Jun stared expressionlessly at the bizarre opponent without a word, his face blank with shock. The all-out blow just now had consumed nearly 80% of his stamina, plunging him into complete exhaustion. Nakov cried out in panic because the situation was no longer under control. At this very moment, that guy Hethan miraculously revived with his body completely healed. He raised his hand, emitting a bizarre, glowing red internal energy, which was the signature mimicry technique. Hatch Thing had perfectly copied Voquan's ultimate dragon's breath technique, and now he was preparing to unleash a counterattack. A fierce stream of red energy ripped through the air, shooting straight towards Voquan like an arrow. At the moment of impending death, he only managed to see a blinding light before his eyes but could do nothing to dodge it. The entire audience was in an uproar. Even the two great demon lords shed tears out of sorrow for their hero. Tayat Nai sobbed, choked with emotion, crying out in despair that this could not be true. She didn't even realize when she started crying. She was stunned when the final result called out Athenia's name. Nako's group rushed down to the arena. Tayat Nai helped him up while frantically asking if he was still alive. Nako reassured them that thanks to his instincts, Vokwon had avoided the critical area and was only in a deep coma. He ordered the two girls to quickly move the injured person to the emergency medical area. Nako's eyes were fixed on that demon, full of suspicion. There was definitely something suspicious about him. Hao H-Thin stood there like a soulless corpse with a cold blank face, even though the organizers were announcing him as the winner. In the stands, the king of Fong Kwok took the opportunity to gloat, pleased that his representative had secured a spot in the next round. Rewinding a few days earlier, it was the king of Fong Kwok and H-Thin who had been brutally murdered. At that time, a strange poisonous insect began to crawl onto their bodies. They burrowed inside through the open wounds to take control of the bodies. The corpses convulsed continuously, with sinews and blood vessels protruding and crisscrossing all over the skin. In just the blink of an eye, the headless bodies had regenerated themselves, with flesh and blood completely restored. An odd thing had truly awakened, but his soul was lost. Now he was just an empty shell. After reviving, both prostrated themselves on the ground, respectfully awaiting the next command. MHT was the one behind this manipulation. He smirked and instructed the puppets to complete their mission well. Back in VM Kwok, those two reported to MHT that the initial mission had been perfectly completed. Upon hearing this, he laughed triumphantly because the plan was progressing very smoothly. The demonic tribe would seize the leading position. Behind him were numerous henchmen ready for battle. At the arena at this moment, the next matches were still unfolding intensely and fiercely. The enthusiastic voice of the commentator echoed as Huang Lam from View Kwok officially secured her spot in the next round. In the fifth match, two men representing VM Kwok also brilliantly claimed victory. The demon tribe was still completely unaware of the approaching danger. They were still eagerly awaiting the next matches. Next up was another contestant from the Thunder Nation named Mali, a vibrant young woman with long flowing platinum hair and a hot appearance, confidently striding toward the arena. Even Lin La, who himself belonged to the Thunder Nation, felt a sense of apprehension. He secretly wondered who this Mali was, as he had never heard of her before, while all eyes were fixed on that beautiful rose, leaving no one to care about the fighting order of the other opponents. As for Yu Wu, a look of extreme astonishment flashed across his face. As if awakening sleeping fragments, the name Mali suddenly became extremely familiar and deeply etched in his mind. Childhood memories rushed back. At that time, he was just a 6-year-old kid in his growing years, bruised from being bullied yet still full of grit, clutching a rusted knife and shouting that no one was allowed to approach him. A petite little girl suddenly approached and gently reassured him not to be afraid because they were not bad people in reality. She was none other than Princess Tina of the human race in her youth. After receiving sincere help, the two young friends had the chance to sit down and chat. Tina asked questions while he stood there blankly, unable to remember how he had arrived here or where he was standing. In his heavily wounded state, the little boy could only reply that his name was Shifengliao. Afterward, he turned around and asked her in return why she had appeared in this chaotic battleground and what her true identity was. The straightforward question from Yu Wu made Tina somewhat flustered, and she stammered with a very forced excuse that she had merely come out for a little stroll. "My name is Molly." She was so flustered that she stuttered incoherently, and even that name was just a fake moniker created on the spot. The conversation was soon cut short when her bodyguard approached to remind Princess Tina to hurry back to the palace because her mother had likely returned. The little girl panicked and turned around to subtly remind him that didn't they have an agreement to conceal their identities this time they went out. Time flew by like a flash, and in the blink of an eye, both had turned 12, still sticking together and getting up to mischief everywhere. At that time, the two were finding a way to sneak out to play. Tina gently reminded him that for this festival, they must not be late and to be careful not to get caught. Hearing this, Yu Wu reached out to hold the princess's small hand so she could climb down from the high spot. The moment their fingers touched made his face flush red with shyness. His gaze looking at Tina also became much gentler. Standing before the person he secretly had a crush on, he could only stammer and stutter without uttering a word. Tina also did not forget to remind him to remember well the use of fake names whenever they went out. Catching her straightforward gaze, he became even more flustered, immediately turned away to avoid it, and replied that he already knew the name Mali. With those beautiful memories, now upon hearing this moniker again, a thought suddenly flashed in Yu'd. Every time Nana left the kingdom, she used the alias Mali. Could that person actually be Yu Nana? He began to piece together the events because ever since his rebirth, this world had undergone many changes. He had lost his direction within the human race while Tanki Bio had successfully usurped the throne and attacked the Cloud Nation. It was precisely these changes that pushed him toward the side of the Cloud Nation to prevent a tragic doom. The butterfly effect had already begun and would soon spread across the entire realm. He questioned himself but still could not predict whether any other military coups would occur within the human race. At that time, Gita's question echoed in Yu Wu's mind. If this grand assembly failed, what was the next plan? He simply replied concisely that at this point they could only do as much as possible. A series of complex command codes appeared before his eyes as if harboring some mysterious message. The list of the brightest prospects had been established for the Alliance Assembly. After completing 6 preliminary rounds plus 2 SPY, there were now officially 7 contenders advancing to the knockout stage. Bang Ji observed the rankings and spoke up, saying that only a single final ticket remained for advancement. On the competition stage, the contest continued with dramatic intensity. The final preliminary round had only 2 contestants left, and everyone was anxiously waiting to see who would win that wildcard ticket. Down in the arena, two combatants were glaring fiercely at each other. Just a glance showed that this match was too one-sided, with one side being the makeup art shooter from the Wu Nation La Qi, while the opponent was a bulky S-rank brute from the Duo Nation. As the leader of the Black Gold Gang, the most formidable underworld force of the demon race, Lao Bai glared at Laddie like a predator eyeing its prey, then growled, "So you re the one who ambushed my disciple that day, aren't you?" The crowd in the stands cheered until they were hoarse, chanting, Lao Bai, come on." The giant wearing a gas mask shouted that he would make his opponent taste bitterness for daring to provoke the Black Gold Gang. Closely monitoring the match, Yo judged that besides the rankers from the three major nations, he was the strongest contender for the championship. She sighed and added, "That is why this final ended the way it did." Even so, the sudden interruption in the music made her doubt whether Laddie had any chance of winning, for although he had helped her and had a pitiful background, the gap in skill was simply too vast. He retorted that his abilities were inferior to others and his family background was disadvantaged, so everyone was convinced he was certain to lose and just wished for him to be eliminated quickly. Yuao continued, but there was still one person who desperately wanted him to win, and that was none other than Laddie's younger sister, Laddie Meng, who was pale with worry and kept whispering, "Brother, please be careful." Yuo was certain that Laddie understood that someone was waiting for his triumphant return, and for that reason, he was willing to risk his life. Indeed, the boy was drawing his bow with burning determination, desperate to win the championship to save his sister. With bloodshot eyes, Laddie roared at him to come on because he wasn't afraid of anyone. Yuo stared at the boy as memories of old pains came flooding back. It was a bloody battle where a child had to face giants who were superior in both physique and martial arts, while the whole gallery jeered and scolded the brat from the sacred nation for daring to challenge their fighter. They clamored to kill the brat and trample him. Back then, he was only a 12-year-old boy, and even though he held the body of a battered B-rank warrior, his fighting spirit took on everyone. The cruel audience screamed to break Yu's spirit, saying Manhwa is our most fearsome beast, yet he ignored all the insults and just roared back a challenge to his opponent, "Hurry up, I am not afraid of you." Manhwa bared his sharp teeth and threatened that it had been a long time since he had eaten a child, so he didn't know what it tasted like. Little Yu Kingna, locked in a dungeon iron cage, sobbed and choked out, "Why did you come back? Didn't you say you would hold them off and escape first?" Yuo replied that he had made a bet with the arena that if he won, they would have to release her. Even though the law here was lawless, they would surely respect the arena's rules. All around, jeers kept erupting, calling for the strongest fighter to teach these outsiders a cruel lesson, mocking that a B-rank kid dared to challenge their master. Yet no matter how loud the noise, it could not shake US Iron Will because he had to bring her home. Manhwa lost patience, lunged at him, and screamed, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot, you don't know your own limits." Facing the critical situation, Yuo did not flinch but faced him head-on, the familiar question crossing his mind, at what moment does a human being surpass their own limits? The image of young Yuo and Laddie at this moment looked strangely similar. Both were fighting for the person who meant the most to them in their lives. Lao Bai caught Laddie's punch with his hand and mockingly praised him, "Quite agile, kid, but I am afraid it's not enough in the face of supreme power." He released a powerful surge of electricity, striking the young man's body directly. Struck by the deadly blow, Laddie's whole body went as rigid as a piece of rotted wood. Lao Bai raised his hand to deliver a lethal blow accompanied by the insult, "Useless." Looking back at that fight years ago, Yuo had also endured countless brutal beatings. He was pummeled so badly he was at death's door. Taking the full brunt of the giant's warhammer, Yuo collapsed to the ground, his body drenched in blood. The stands shook with increasingly frenzied shouts urging, "Destroy him. Kill him right now." Now, the image of Laddie on this battlefield reminded him of his past self when he had to face a much more formidable opponent. Taking a brutal beating, being made a laughingstock, destroy it, just kill it right away. At that moment across the stands, only Tin Na was worried about Nahakuf. She cried out his name in a choked voice, "Tiu Fong Dan Ti Fall." Then I wonder how terrifying it is when people are pushed to the brink. That villain and old batch here are cut from the exact same cloth, both merciless demons, already ugly yet still playing dirty, specializing in looking down on the weak. Trash like you even dare to hit my old man. Nakok back then and Lapta right now are completely identical, though young in age yet extremely gutsy, refusing to bow down because of the pink blossom in their hearts. Seeing the opponent being stubborn, the monsters did not hesitate to unleash a fatal blow to finish them off. Just as the ruthless attack was brought down from the giants, it seemed as though the two children had to be buried on the freezing arena floor. An unexpected heaven-shaking explosion suddenly erupted, making the ground sway and even causing the fighting ring to violently shake. But Lapti dodged in time by leaping, then abruptly appeared behind the bald guy. The kid raised his bow and fired dazzling streams of light toward the adversary, roaring with his mouth, as if this old man would ever submit. Exactly like that, Nakov immediately swung his dull knife to deal a earth-shattering slash at the enemy. Lapti's words just now were also what Nahaka once screamed in the face of that wicked guy back then. Both of them flashed a look of resilience, staring straight into the enemy's face to declare, "I will never let you defeat me in this dump." Naka followed up with another slash to the guy's head, causing fresh blood to spurt everywhere and dye the entire arena red. Therefore, once a person has lost everything, even reaching the gates of death, they still have to grit their teeth and move forward. This applies perfectly to Nahakok back then and also Lapti at this arena. The kid shot up screaming loudly, "I must save her no matter what," and immediately followed up with a gunshot piercing the skull of that Laobatch from the Empire. This bursting wave of power pushed Lapti into this ranked tier. The kid's pupils flashed with a dazzlingly brilliant golden light. The bulky villain collapsed to the ground to the utter astonishment of the entire audience. No one dared to believe that a little kid could knock down the leader of the notorious Black Gold Syndicate in all directions, and that was also the moment he transformed into his most badass version. Astonishment engulfed those who used to curl their lips in contempt at Lapti's abilities. Oh god, he just had a breakthrough rank, how can that be? How on earth is there a demon that ranks up without even needing to use an evolution stone? Knackoff back then was the same. Thanks to his burning desire to save his best friend, he unbelievably leaped from rank B to S. Regardless of what people were gossiping about, this kid had truly reached a new realm and claimed victory. Banko was equally shocked, his voice stuttering because he still hadn't recovered from the recent scene. He actually ranked up right in the middle of a battle. The first-ranked demon of the Wu Kingdom actually appeared in a place like this. Knackoff smiled faintly and said, which self-proclaimed kings didn't crawl up from the mud. The announcer's voice boomed loudly, what a sight for sore eyes. Lapti representing the Wu Kingdom has overcome the strong with the weak, staging a spectacular comeback. After 7 tense rounds, the top 8 most outstanding faces have emerged to advance into the playoff round. The final race will be divided into 3 life and death showdowns, one-on-one singles with no quarter given. Having finished announcing the new rules, the organizing committee gathered all 8 warriors and signaled them to move inside. We cordially invite the fighters who have successfully advanced to the next round to retreat backstage to draw lots and pair up. Along the narrow pathway, everyone is standing in line waiting for their turn to draw their matching competition numbers. Knackoff kept his eyes glued to every little gesture of Tichinga. He muttered in deep thought, looking at this face makes him remember Nana, wondering how things are going on the human side lately. There isn't even a shred of news. Guitar also muttered in agreement, admitting she looks exactly like a princess. Knackoff let out a long, heavy sigh that could not possibly be drawn out any longer. He had to quickly return to his physical body. The Black Stream muttered in concern for the two of them, Lamlap and 2 men. Huang En glanced at the measuring device, and Guitar chimed in that the true power of the one named Thuokdu was still a major unknown, but certainly not someone to be trifled with. When Knackoff stepped forward to the ballot box, both the dragon and its master were extremely nervous. He just needed to draw one of these 3 opponents to have a chance. Let's see what number this will be. At that exact moment, suddenly the gears of time began to spin back and forth again. The orb that Knackoff drew bore the number 1. He thought to himself that it was the opening match again, so the opponent he would clash with must surely be number 2. Glancing around, he realized that the owner of number 2 was none other than the kid who had just climbed his rank in the final round. Knackoff let out a sigh of overwhelming disappointment. Oh dear, why does it have to be Lapti? Guitar gossiped and chimed in immediately. This had just got promoted. In terms of actual strength, it's still very hard to defeat him right away. At the same time, on the opposite side, Tamen was tightly clutching the number 5 orb in the palm of his hand. He seemed rather displeased with this drawing result. Such random arrangements were truly beyond boring. Tamen gave a slight, faint smile with an unfathomably deep expression, having already plotted his own strategy in his head. A flash of purple energy gleamed in his eyes, accompanied by the movements of mysterious gears. The timeline turned backward once more. Well then, let's try a different direction. I'll decide to choose number 2. That moment was rewound back to when Knackoff had just drawn the orb numbered 1. It was the first match again, so the next opponent was definitely number 2. While he was deep in thought, pondering who to find, Tamen walked up, held out his sequence number right in front of him and spoke, well, are you satisfied with this arrangement? The orb in his hand at that moment clearly showed the number 2 as he questioned, aren't you frantically searching for the one who can send you to the afterlife? It turned out that all this time, Tamen had been using his time reversal ability to rig the draw results until the number in his hand was precisely number 2. However, Knackoff had no idea about this cheating, so he just stood there in a daze, not understanding what the other was implying. Tamen placed a hand on his chest and bowed to his opponent with extreme politeness. In just a moment, I will help fulfill your wish. Returning to the sizzling atmosphere outside the arena as the Mincy excitedly announced that the preliminary bracket draw was complete and the first 2 duels would take place concurrently. Because this was an extremely harsh knockout stage, there would be the participation of a special judge, none other than Tuthan, the imposing military commander of the Yan state. Right below the arena, the 2 pairs of contenders had gathered in full and were ready to enter the battle. The host excitedly introduced the first match, coming from the most arrogant contender of the season, Knackoff, clashing with 2 men of the Yan state who possessed an undefeated streak since birth. The remaining match was a showdown between Hong Lam's most beloved maiden of the Wu state, whose opponent was Hin Thian, representing the Feng state, who had just made a strong impression in the qualifiers. Finishing the introduction, the MC turned to explain the rules and important points of this life or death round. As this stage always harbored many dangers, the words had just left his mouth when Tu then waved his hand to cast a spell right in front of him, summoning a surge of purple power brimming with internal strength. Immediately the ground where Knackoff was standing began to shake and wisps of hazy purple aura billowed upward. Next, he directly extracted his soul from his body amidst the bewildered and perplexed gaze of his opponent. Tu then soared high into the air, a giant formation sigil suddenly materialized in the sky and a cosmic black hole opened up. All the contenders were sucked straight into it, and the MC continued to explain that the contestants would be teleported to special battlefields to compete, and the opening match would take place at the highest tower of the Yan state. Knackoff and 2 men were swept through space to a vast arena surrounded by boundless, tranquil white clouds. To be more precise, both of them had been transported straight to the summit of a giant deity statue, which also served as their exclusive battle stage. Having already anticipated 2 men's tricks, Knackoff coldly spoke up and questioned, you used your cheating ability to force me into the same team, didn't you? Starting by laying his cards on the table, he let him know that all of his tricks had been figured out by Nakov long ago. From the very first encounter, he had already activated his skills. Every tiny gesture or smile from two men was perfectly understood by Nakov, just as if he knew exactly which chamber of a revolver was empty. As luck would have it, he hit that empty chamber, much like a lottery draw where one always happens to pick the name of the rival they crave. The clumsy scenarios that he orchestrated were known to him like the back of his hand. That ridiculous act was only to gauge his strength, for he craved a worthy opponent rather than the championship title. Temen wouldn't waste time on such antics without a reason. Nakov truly couldn't fathom his hidden motives. If he only craved the feeling of victory, there were plenty of choices, so why was he so obsessed with him? Temen clutched his face and let out an ecstatic laugh, looking no different from an escaped mental patient. He glanced over and murmured in surprise, "You are certainly not an ordinary demon to think you could read my abilities." Temen clenched his fists, beginning to lament his pre-programmed fate. Life is meant to be a journey of experience, but his own future was as clear as day, always winning while knowing the outcome beforehand, which made it dreadfully boring. Nakov stood silently listening to him pour his heart out. It turned out that only when facing him could Temen feel a glimmer of unpredictable variables. He began to grow excited, gesturing toward himself and pressing, "Not being able to predict how many wins or how I win, that is the true joy, isn't it?" Seeing that he had laid his cards on the table, Nakov didn't bother wasting time. He stated flatly that if he wanted to defeat him, he would have to tear him apart right in front of everyone. Then he raised his hand as a warning and continued, "Otherwise the most pathetic defeat of his life would be broadcast live for the whole world to see." A cold glint flashed in two men's eyes. He reached out, preparing to use his ability, and retorted, "Rest assured, cause I never lose. Quite simply, I never choose a scenario where I get beaten up." However, the joy was short-lived. The vision that appeared in his mind left Temen completely frozen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a coherent sentence. "Wait." Nakov, feeling fired up, was deflated by his opponent's dazed attitude. He sighed in annoyance and urged, "Hurry up and make your move already." Sweat had long since been pouring down Temen's forehead. He frowned, trying to remain calm in the face of the vision that had just crossed his mind. He had just calculated 4 possible futures. All 4 scenarios predicted his own miserable demise if he were to foolishly clash with Nakov. Temen frowned in frustration and thought to himself, no matter which path he chose, the result was still falling before him. This was truly an experience he had never encountered before. Determined to save his life and snatch the victory from Nakov, he frantically activated one scenario after another, but to no avail. He tried scenario number 16, but it was still dead wrong. Even racking his brain to shuffle through countless different possibilities, absolutely none of them worked. What about scenario 26? Still unsuccessful. Still nothing. How about scenario 97? Failure again. And then 256. Having tried too many times and having been accustomed to winning for too long, he could not accept this bitter truth. He collapsed to his knees, lamenting, "How can this be?" Even two men's most sophisticated techniques were helpless against his set fate. This was no longer a simple matter of winning or losing now that he had reached the 256th attempt. Even he had to grudgingly admit that this person named Nakov was truly special. Every time he defeated him, he remained unscathed, and his rate of self-regeneration was something he hadn't even seen in an S-class demon. Still kneeling there, he bitterly confessed, "I've heard rumors of supreme immortal abilities in the world, like insurmountable obstacles that even a mature S-class demon would have to surrender to when faced with such an immortal monster." At the same time, elsewhere, a fierce battle was unfolding. Hong Lam had been beaten to a pulp with not a single part of him left intact, and his body had to struggle inch by inch across the ground. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth along with countless other cruel wounds. With the most visible damage on his face, he wondered in shock, "How can this be? Even when I unleash all my power, he heals in the blink of an eye. It is fundamentally impossible to finish him off." Realizing that Huang Lam had received a fatal wound, Hein Thian seized the golden opportunity to wipe him out completely. By now, Huang Lam was so exhausted that he couldn't even utter a sound about this kind of freakish creature. Just a split second later, the entire scene was rocked by a deafening explosion, and billowing clouds of dust and smoke blasted apart a vast expanse of the sky. Having already been battered to the point where she could no longer withstand another impact, Huang Lam took the full force of Xingqian's lethal blow, causing her body to fall backward as fresh blood gushed uncontrollably from her mouth. Meanwhile, the other guy still stood proudly amidst the thick white smoke without a single scratch. Exhausted to the point of having no strength left to counterattack, Huang Lam secretly thought that she was bound to lose with no chance of victory. The destructive force of the explosion left one of his arms riddled with holes, and even his palm was completely charred. Yet, just a few breaths later, every single cell in his body frantically regenerated, growing a new arm, and all his injuries healed at a dizzying speed, making Huang Lam realize the crucial point, and by then, that person from Vin Queps had understood it all. Staring at the countless wounds inflicted by Xingqian, she was now shocked to realize that the person standing before her was an immortal monster. Despite admitting that harsh reality with a sigh, the young girl still fought tenaciously to her last drop of blood. Possessing a giant guardian-like physique, he stood before her with an overwhelmingly massive presence. Setting aside the question of immortality or not, that muscular build alone was enough to make Huang Lam wary. Realizing that fighting for another 800 rounds would only lead to defeat, Huang Lam had no choice but to let go and accept defeat. On this side, the two men still faced each other without hastily making a move. Yu Wu spoke up, saying, "Senja, even you cannot possibly kill me, so I will have to take you down so the stronger one can move forward." This truth was too hard for him to swallow. After all, Tuming's golden age had been so glorious, and since the age of 56 he had never tasted defeat. Closing his eyes tightly, he muttered to himself how strange it was that, besides this guy, a second person capable of knocking him down was about to appear. Frowning as he searched through his memories, Tuming suddenly remembered his own rule never to bow his head to anyone. In the end, he still decided to play an all-in gamble, because Senja had long been desperate to destroy Yu Wu to the bitter end, ready to stake even his life. With that said, he frantically channeled his abilities, equipped himself with the most advanced gear, and unleashed a technique to convert all his power and physical strength into betting points. The betting points immediately surged drastically. When the update process was complete, he transformed into an invincible god with 8,000 betting points in his hand. Activating the ultimate's rank move called Death Domain, he coldly declared that this blow was born solely for that moment. Seeing his opponent preparing thoroughly for battle, Yu Wu dared not underestimate him and immediately activated his self-upgrade mode. A brilliant red light enveloped Yu Wu, carving out a second isolated space for the fierce duel. Now the two of them officially stepped into Tuming's private domain. In those depths, a third person suddenly appeared, greeting them by saying, "Long time no see, Tuming." Yu Wu's opponent at this moment turned out to be the cis-ranked demon Zillion in an illusory form. He looked at Yu Wu with a mocking, amused smile upon seeing him driven to a dead end. This playground had been meticulously prepared by him, and his presence proved that this battle was of the utmost importance. Wanting to ensure everything went fairly, he asked the two of them if they were ready to use their lives as sacrifices. Even though they were about to enter a brutal bloody brawl, Yu Wu appeared extremely excited, exclaiming that it had been a very long time since he last set foot in the third dimension, and that his ability was truly fascinating. In contrast to that carefree demeanor, Tuming's expression tightened to the utmost tension because in this domain everyone was stripped of the right to use skills, and if he lost this bet, Zillion would take his head immediately. Despite Tuming's murderous threats, Yu Wu casually sat cross-legged and mocked teasingly, "You really are a man who always knows how to surprise me." He uttered a threat, saying, "Your life ends here." Nakov still managed to keep a bright expression while Tulium spoke up to break the increasingly suffocating atmosphere between them. "This roulette wheel has a total of 38 numbers and 2 colors. We just need to choose one of them." He explained the rules of the game. "I drop the marble and spin the wheel. Whoever chooses the correct slot where the marble stops wins." Tulium, being a seasoned player, set the condition that the winner could leave safely, while the loser's life would belong to him. Tumen suddenly became strangely serious, and he insisted on choosing first, saying, "I'll take black because it's the color of luck." He turned to Nak Ofi and said, "Then you take red." Upon hearing this, he urged them to begin, having waited for this moment for far too long. Just as the match was about to take place, Tumen played a dirty trick, saying, "I want to change the rules and use 36 years of my lifespan to buy out 18 of his numbers." Tulium laughed heartily, and with great satisfaction he was very pleased with Tumen's cowardice and trickery. Nakov stood stunned, looking at how the situation had shifted entirely in his opponent's favor. He did not expect someone to play so dirty. He reiterated the final selection, "So you own 37 slots and he only has a single one." He despised Tumen's cheating and exposed his fearful face, but Tumen calmly replied that one could only buy a maximum of 18 numbers, so this was enough. Tulium placed the marble into the roulette wheel and declared, "The game of life and death officially begins. I am very much looking forward to the result." The marble danced incessantly on the wheel, and although he was an onlooker, he was thrilled, saying, "I really want to hear the sound of bones being crushed." Tumen kept his eyes glued to the marble, his brow furrowed with confidence, thinking, "You only have one slot while I hold 37, plus an overwhelming amount of luck. This time you are done for." Contrary to his opponent's tension, Nakov remained unbelievably calm. He simply uttered 2 words, "Bring it." He watched every revolution of the marble closely, wondering if this game of chance had truly existed since the previous era. The marble continued to roll tirelessly. This wheel was indeed a game that had been passed down through generations in the human race. The trajectory of the marble continued as it bounced up and down right before the eyes of the two rivals. It carried all of Tumen's hopes for survival. He had bet everything on this all-or-nothing gamble. The marble bounced on the table at least 100 times, and the battle remained a stalemate. Nakov secretly thought that this game relied purely on luck rather than skill. He never believed he could win with such a meager single red slot. The odds were nearly zero. The speed of the marble began to slow, showing signs of falling into the only red slot on the wheel. Finally, it stopped exactly on the red zero, an outcome with a truly unbelievable probability. Tulium witnessed this scene with his own eyes and was stunned for a moment. Even Nakov did not expect to win so quickly. He had thought he was surely going to die. "Oh my God, what is happening?" At this moment, Tumen stood silently, his face deathly pale as he realized the Reaper's scythe was resting against his neck. Just a few minutes later, he could no longer maintain his composure and began to scream frantically. "My winning probability was up to 97.3%, and I even converted all my points into an opportunity to enter the space." Before that, he had used the ultimate technique of star shifting to convert all his power into opportunity points, and the number had been soaring non-stop. The opportunity points had reached the 8,000 threshold. Tumen turned his suspicious gaze toward Nakov. Could it be that this guy's opportunity points were even higher than 8,000? Tulium acted as if he were an outsider in this gamble. Even he had never seen such a result, and as for this bizarre situation, not even I had ever encountered it before. Tulium intently examined him, looking for a chance, but only received a harsh reality. His luck stat was astronomically high. Unable to scout him at all, he finally had to bitterly admit that he could not see through Hennes' luck. Although Nahakov was the winner, his attitude was nonchalant, looking as if he would rather pass on than live forever in this tedious state of immortality, yet for some reason he just wouldn't die. A flood of analytical data poured into his mind. Luck is a stat that everyone of the human race has upon awakening, along with strength, speed, and stamina. Next are fortune, elemental energy, and mental strength, parameters that the enemy demon race also possesses. In the past, many among the demon race had relied on their luck stat to squeeze through a narrow opening and successfully land a critical hit on their opponent. Fortune often dictates the rate of dodging attacks, nullifying damage, landing critical hits, success rates for using skills, and the ability to craft rare items. Thanks to this stat, many people have become wealthy overnight. When this value rises, the storms of life suddenly become much calmer. Nhakov stared in disbelief, so this was the reason why he had tried every way to commit suicide yet was still alive and kicking, all because of this ridiculous luck. But he couldn't swallow this blatant truth. It was impossible. Everything was far too absurd. Nhakov had never been able to believe it from the start because when he pieced everything together, it all seemed completely nonsensical. This felt like a cruel joke, especially if the reason was that this body already carried an overwhelmingly high luck stat. Then why on earth was he unlucky enough to have someone like him transmigrate and inhabit such a body? He frowned in deep thought, reflecting on how strange the recent events had truly been. Whenever he had even a glimmer of hope for survival, he would somehow escape death. Liam stood up abruptly and showered Nhakov with flowery praise, saying, "How interesting, it seems you are the piece that will turn the world upside down, just as the supreme being mentioned." He was by no means an expert, so when he heard Liam use an analogy about images, Nhakov felt completely overwhelmed. Unexpectedly, this destiny controller was a fair player. He spread his arms wide to accept his fate, thinking, "Fine, I lost, so I have to pay up. Go ahead and take this head." He had to bitterly admit that even if one could fathom 10,000 futures, one could never walk one's own path to completion, running a casino for decades, winning against the whole world, yet losing everything lifelong due to a few missteps. That is how ironic fate can be. As he said this, the destiny controller sighed heavily with regret. "It's just a pity that it seems I cannot keep my promise to you." Facing that apologetic expression, Liam coldly responded with a faint smile, "Heaven's mandate is set. Once the game is over, it cannot be turned around." He raised his razor-sharp scythe, preparing to claim the destiny controller's life. It seemed the time had come to carry out the sentence. Unexpectedly, at the very moment Liam was about to strike, Nhakov lunged forward to block his path, drawing his blade to defy the will of heaven. Just as the scepter in his hand was about to crash down on the destiny controller, he had rushed over and used his sharp blade to stop it just in time. Nhakov stood valiantly before the demon Liam and declared loudly, "Even if I have been clinging to a bit of luck to keep from dying, I will now throw that damn luck away myself." Despite the overwhelming pressure radiating from the demon Liam, he did not waver and directly issued a challenge. "Only the three of us know about this bet, so the result must be decided by us alone." Liam retracted his scepter with a malicious expression and asked, "What game are you trying to play?" Nhakov gestured toward the roulette table, saying, "Open your eyes and look closely at that betting table. It's plain to see that he has already won." He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word clearly. "You who dare to flip the betting table on your own, you who dare to defy heaven and change your fate, do you have any idea how terrifying the consequences of this will be?" The young man did not back down at all, loudly declaring that his life is decided by himself, and if they are good enough, they should come and finish him off. He pointed his blade straight at the Death Reaper in provocation, challenging him to come forward and fight him to the death. Tumen stared in shock at the person who had just been an enemy now standing dazedly before him, because anyone entering the Death Reaper's domain would be stripped of all their abilities and rendered crippled. Having an outsider break into his domain and cause chaos infuriated the Death Reaper. If the man wanted to die, he would gladly oblige. The old man thought to himself that since this brat was so daring and tough, there was no need to hold back anymore, so he would grant his wish. Yu Wu stood completely still, offering his entire body for the Death Reaper to deal with as he pleased, so when the blade swung down, he took the full blow without caring about any skill limits. Unexpectedly, the slash could not split Yu Wu in two and proved completely useless as his body immediately healed thanks to the activation of his ultimate recovery skill. Tumen witnessed everything from start to finish with his jaw dropped in astonishment. Clearly, anyone entering this place lost all their strength, so why was this guy an exception? The Death Reaper was shocked and couldn't he believe his eyes, trembling as he pointed at the Yu Wu opposite him, realizing there was an exception. And how could he ever forget this familiar ability? The exact moment he recognized the boy's true identity, all his rage suddenly vanished, and he tremblingly called out, "My lord." The Death Reaper instantly dropped to his knees like a guilty child, asking if he was truly the master bearing the royal bloodline of the demon race. He respectfully bowed his head to apologize, explaining that as a demon general whose contract had remained unbroken for a full 100 years, no wonder his domain could not suppress him. Hearing the words coming from the mouth of the great demon blew Tumen's mind. The demon race and the demon royal family sounded like sheer nonsense from a novel. Tears streaming from his eyes, the Death Reaper poured out his emotions to express his deep reverence, saying that ever since the Lord fell, he had locked himself away in this space for a solid century just to wait for him. Even as an cis-rank demon, standing before the Demon King after all these years apart, he was ready to cast everything aside just to beg for the chance to remain loyal. Yu Wu quietly looked at the great demon before him without saying a word, leaving his plea hanging in the silent void as his only answer. Before long, both Tumen and Yu Wu escaped the mystical dimension to return to the real arena after an unforgettable experience. Passing through the boundary of life and death completely changed Tumen's personality, and he was willing to let go of his arrogance to step closer to Yu Wu. Even his tone and choice of words became much gentler than before, genuinely surprised that the boy possessed such an overwhelming background. Knowing full well that he wouldn't win even after 100 rounds, he simply gave up and surrendered since the Death Reaper had been snatched away by him anyway. There was no point in fighting further, so he conceded defeat. Before long, the two returned to the main arena where the stands were packed with spectators eager for the gossip. Tumen walked past Yu Wu and calmly remarked that he had been very curious when he first saw him unleash his full strength. Just then, the roar of the crowd erupted, exclaiming that Lord Tumen had surrendered as well, and wondering what on earth had happened over the past few minutes. From a high vantage point, the guard of the Flame Country's demon lord clutched his face and wept bitterly, asking why he had given up when he was their last remaining hope. That fellow kept babbling endlessly upon seeing the demon lord concede defeat, noting that the Flame Country was losing all its dignity this time because both contestants had knelt before a nobody. Fortunately, this demon lord was very reasonable and didn't get angry over his subordinate's defeat, convinced that the boy had his own reasons, and it was a rare occasion to see Tam so relieved. The commentator's voice boomed across the stands, announcing that the previous two matches had concluded with victories for Sing Qin of the Wind Country and Jian Yu Wu of the Cloud Country, inviting the next contestants to the stage. At that very moment in a high-end hospital, after the fierce battle, Seung Lin was covered in injuries with her right arm in a cast and countless bandages, looking as though she had taken quite a beating this time. Hearing the noise, Xni turned her head to look at her friend wrapped in bandages all over the hospital bed and sarcastically asked if she had come too, the noble contestant of the Wu Country. Her pride wounded, Huang Lam flew into a rage right there on her hospital bed. Didn't you lose as well? Just wait and see, I'll have my revenge next time. Hearing that, Tiat Nai sulkily turned her face away and coldly replied, I knew all along that you were naturally very arrogant. You have always been sought after and looked down on everyone. I was the same way, but accepting defeat is the wiser path. He recalled the fierce battle and continued, the murderous aura on that Heinthean didn't even seem like it came from the demon clan. Let's just wait and see his next performance. The eyes of all three quickly turned to the large screen displaying the semi-final schedule, where Nahakov and Heinthean were preparing to enter a bloody battle. Immediately following the match schedule was shocking news of a disappearance and unexpected incident that had just occurred. Two contestants, number 5 Mackley and number 6 Lapti from the third match, had suddenly vanished. It all began 2 hours ago at the restroom for people with disabilities. After finishing her business, Lap Meng pushed her own wheelchair toward the door. Just then, a middle-aged woman with a kind face approached and offered to help the girl. Let me push you outside, dear. Hearing this, the little girl seemed a bit surprised and hesitated for a moment, thinking it over. Then the girl nodded and agreed to let the stranger push her chair, not forgetting to say thank you. The woman smiled sycophantically and teased, this little girl is so polite, you can just call me sister. Meanwhile, Lapti was the one waiting outside in the main hallway. The young man clenched his fist with determination and told himself, come on, I must win the next match to earn money for my sister's medical treatment. After waiting for a long time without seeing his sister, Lapti began to feel anxious. He stared intently toward the restroom door. He then walked straight inside with many questions in his mind. Why is she taking so long in the restroom, I wonder? When the door to the accessible restroom swung open, Lapti was completely stunned to see the wheelchair lying overturned on the floor. At the same time, out on a wide boulevard, a blue 4-seater car was speeding recklessly as if it were flying. On the back seat lay Lap Meng unconscious, and beside the girl were several long iron pipes that looked like weapons. The car quickly turned and drove up a deserted hill. The person behind the wheel was none other than the middle-aged woman who had just played the part of a good person. Before long, the car came to a stop in front of the man Madanfake. Seeing the car arrive, he excitedly called out in a loud voice, is all the new merchandise here? The woman stepped out of the car with a smug smile on her face and asserted confidently, don't worry, the girl this time is wonderfully pretty. I guarantee she's premium stock. Saying that, she stepped forward to receive the stack of cash, giggling as she counted it. I've put in so much effort to get you so much merchandise. For a sweet deal like this, the payment should be a bit higher. Madanfake hurried toward the car door because he was still a bit skeptical. Let me check the goods first. He reached out, grabbed the door handle, and yanked it open with a powerful jerk. Looking closely inside the car, it turned out to be nothing but iron pipes and a few scraps of white cloth. Furious, he roared and shouted, then where is my merchandise? Only then did the middle-aged woman panic and break into a cold sweat, stammering in a trembling voice, how can that be? I clearly drugged her, and besides, she's a cripple, how could she escape on her own? Hearing this, the fake king flew into a rage, glaring at her and demanding to know how she could lead people here and let them escape when she knew their unwritten rules perfectly well. She quickly dodged to the side and stammered an excuse, saying she would find them right away and that the girl couldn't have gotten very far. Immediately, the parasite inside his body began to wriggle, accompanied by a rebuke that she had completely lost all credibility. A hideous, gigantic creature suddenly burst out of the fake man's body, causing the middle-aged woman to scream in terror. In a flash, it used its razor-sharp claws to slash directly at her neck, and her head was severed from her body instantly. In a hidden corner not far away, the sound of someone's heavy footsteps could be heard. It turned out to be Lap Meng, who was leaning on a steel pipe and struggling to take each step. As she trudged along, she fearfully thought to herself that it was fortunate she had held her breath and played dead for a moment while the woman was covering her face, which was why she had regained consciousness so early. After walking a short distance, the girl suddenly discovered a giant pit and curiously wondered what kind of hellish place this was. Lap Meng looked down to observe and was even more astonished to see a crowd gathered around someone. Down below, the guy named Heinthean announced in a loud, clear voice that this gathering was due to a slight change in plans. With a serious expression, he announced that someone had taken notice of them, so they all had to act first. Hearing this, Lap Mong quickly hid behind a nearby tree, staring at them and wondering why they looked exactly like her. Lap Mong suddenly remembered being drugged and forced into a vehicle, and she speculated, were they trafficking poor people and brainwashing them? No, that didn't make sense. What kind of brainwashing could be this fast and thorough? Was this some kind of black magic? It seemed everyone had been manipulated. It was truly terrifying. The receptionist standing below also caught Lap Mong's eye. She had met that person before, but she hadn't been like this back then. What the hell had happened? Recalling the receptionist's normal appearance just a few days ago and comparing it to the present made the girl feel even more anxious and restless. While lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out right next to her ear, making Lap Mong jump as it asked what she was doing there. The girl slowly whipped her head around, her face pale and full of panic, as if she sensed some ominous fate about to befall her. A guy with a bloated face covered in stitches stared at her and asked testily, "The master is meeting with us right now, isn't he?" Facing that hideous face directly, Lap Mong was so scared that her heart pounded and her limbs trembled. She didn't even dare to breathe heavily. He suddenly realized something strange and slowly muttered that she was not one of their people. As soon as he finished speaking, his stitch-covered face split right down the middle. By this time, his upper body had completely separated and a pile of monstrous limbs emerged, wriggling incessantly. The girl tried to steady her nerves and used a faltering voice to mimic him, replying that the master had just given her an independent task. Hearing this, he stopped abruptly and stared fixedly at the girl. Just then, something transmitted a strange message into the eerie guy's ear. Upon hearing it, he turned and left immediately, murmuring that he understood, while his body slowly closed back to normal as if nothing had happened. Only then did Lap Mong breathe a sigh of relief and collapse to the ground, telling herself that it was fortunate they hadn't. He immediately realized she wasn't one of them. She then calmed herself down, telling herself to stay calm and quickly get out of this hellish place. These people were clearly no longer demons. It seemed their bodies had been taken over by some kind of monster. With that thought, she reached for the steel pipe beside her and slowly stood up to walk away. Then, leaning on her iron cane, she trudged along with difficulty, her heart filled with anxiety. The person standing in the middle earlier was also a participant, and this round seemed to promise more danger than safety. She had to inform her brother about this immediately. Looking up at the hotel sparkling with lights from afar, the little girl told herself that even though she didn't know where she was, as long as she headed toward those skyscrapers, she would surely find her way back to the lodging. Just like that, Lap Mong slowly inched forward one step at a time. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman loomed right behind the little girl, sneered and spoke, "We've run into each other again, haven't we?" Hearing this, Lap Mong gritted her teeth and snapped her head around to look. The woman's face was now hideously distorted. She glared with wide eyes and barked at Lap Mong, "You little brat, let's see where you will run this time." No sooner had she finished speaking than a sharp alien object slowly protruded from her mouth. Sharp, jagged claws were revealed right before Lap Mong's eyes, and the little girl, terrified out of her wits, fell flat on the ground. Before long, a beast with a grotesque appearance crawled entirely out of the woman's mouth. It immediately lunged at Lap Mong with its razor-sharp claws, and the little girl could only instinctively raise her hands to fend it off. Suddenly, from some hidden corner, an arrow whistled through the air like a whirlwind. It pierced straight through the monster's body, causing the woman to collapse onto the ground. The claws fell clattering to the floor, and the monster's pitch-black blood spurted out in torrents. Lap Mong turned her head abruptly in the direction the arrow had come from. Realizing it was Lapta standing right in front of her, the little girl cried out joyfully, "Brother, how did you find your way here?" The teenager heard this and hurriedly asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" With that, he dashed to Lap Mong's side. The two siblings hugged each other tightly. Seeing his younger sister sobbing uncontrollably, Lapta gently consoled her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here now." However, the joy did not last long before Heintheon's henchmen came swarming in. Lapta turned around, glared at them, and asked, "Why are there so many of you?" Heintheon scrutinized the boy for a moment, then nodded and declared, "What a perfect specimen of a body." A thunderous explosion startled a flock of birds, causing them to scatter from the hillside. Lapta raised his hands above his head, and immediately, glowing blue halos appeared and wrapped around them. After a few seconds of gathering his inner power, the boy leaped high into the air and unleashed a fierce attack directed straight at the enemy. He then used both hands to control those circles of light. The men on the ground scrambled to scatter and dodge the attack. Lapti pointed his fingers forward and shouted a command, sending a volley of arrows flying. The rings of light surrounding him expanded gradually and then slammed straight down onto the ground. Where they swept through, they created earth-shattering tremors, and thick smoke and dust covered the entire sky. The evil creatures could not escape their fate. Sharp strikes of power tore countless holes through their bodies. Next, a magic formation set up by Lottie in midair suddenly emitted brilliant rays of light directed toward the ground. A moment later, the boy's feet touched the firm ground. Lottie raised his head, looking forward as the smoke gradually faded, while Lemung, standing behind, also stared intently. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in astonishment and blurted out, "Look, they've been completely healed." Piercing through the hazy dust and smoke, each of the evil tribesmen stood up one by one and walked out as if they had never been hit. After observing for a moment, Lemung immediately noticed something unusual and told her brother, "They are just like Xingqian, having the ability to regenerate. There is definitely some kind of hidden connection among them." Hearing his younger sister say that, Lottie suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at the group of enemies. Guessing his sister's intention, he shouted out two words, "Cloud Echo." The unleashed technique was like a sound wave, distorting the surrounding space entirely. As the technique ended, he intently examined the inside of those guys' bodies and said, "It seems like something is wriggling inside them." Laddie guessed, "Perhaps it is a strange insect that we have never seen before." Right at that moment, Xingqian raised his hand, pointed straight ahead, and ordered his underlings charge forward and annihilate those two immediately. The two men rushed forward instantly, and bizarre monsters also slowly crawled out from their chests, making Lei Meng silently deduce in her head that this crowd moved in an unusually synchronized manner. The little girl suddenly recalled the scene just now and quickly concluded that they were operated by an extremely orderly system. Thinking of this, she hurriedly informed Laddie, "Brother, there is a very strict hierarchy among them. We must clear out the leader first." All of their actions strictly followed the orders of that Xingqian fellow. Laddie's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he gritted his teeth and resolutely replied, "I understand." Immediately after, Laddie dashed away as fast as a small whirl. He left several rings of light surrounding Xingqian, then flew back up into the sky to form a powerful magic array. Laddie waved his hand and immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, Tidal Cloud Bone Crushing Violent Strike. Archer Cloud Attribute Level 5 Senior Max Skill. Bone Crushing Violent Strike can freeze the enemy from the inside out, making them completely lose the ability to resist. In the blink of an eye, Xingqian turned into a giant ice statue, unable to break free on his own. The two evil tribesmen also collapsed to the ground at this moment because all their strength had been sucked dry. Seeing this, Lei Meng was overjoyed to the extreme and analyzed, they truly have a mother-child parasite relationship. Inside Xingqian is the master-mother parasite, and the other lesser parasites are forced to obey its commands. Therefore, as long as we defeat this primary mother parasite, the secondary lesser parasites will naturally stand still and take the hits. Laddie landed next to Xingqian and showered his sister with praise. "As expected of my supremely clever little sister, using that level 6 skill was spot on, except that my elemental power and stamina are exhausted from consuming too much." Hearing her brother's praise, Lei Meng happily smiled with her eyes crinkled. However, the little girl's entire body suddenly convulsed violently, her face draining of all color. Looking down at her abdomen, she panicked to discover a sharp object piercing straight through her body. Unable to hide her shock, she stammered, "How could this be?" It turned out that this dirty raid was orchestrated by that woman from earlier, who laughed gleefully as she watched Lap Meng slowly collapse. Lapti went berserk at the sight, staring wide-eyed and screaming Lap Meng's name at the top of his lungs. The guy named Madanfak also limped closer, leaning on his cane. He slowly walked forward to block Lapta's path. Then, putting on an arrogant smile, he praised them, "You guys are quite clever. But are level 1 poison bugs ever just one?" As soon as he finished speaking, Madan raised his hand and cast the Nephrite C-Star System crowd control spell, several rings of aura slowly wrapping around his arm. Panicked, Lapti raised his hands to block the blow. Little did he expect that the old man would fire a beam of purple magic straight toward Xingqian. The young boy was startled and abruptly turned his head to look at him. Suddenly, a monster lunged like lightning from Xingqian's direction toward Lapti. In the blink of an eye, it used the huge pincers on its head to grab the boy tightly by the neck. At this moment, Xingqian raised the arm wrapped by the monster high into the air, and the boy was left suspended mid-air as a result. The sharper the pincers squeezed, the weaker Lapti's breath became. He tried with all his might to turn his head back to look behind him. His hazy eyes looked toward his younger sister, who was lying motionless in a pool of blood. A tear rolled down Lapti's cheek as he screamed in despair, "So this is really the end." Right at that critical juncture, a green arrow came flying swiftly through the air. It pierced straight through the monster, choking Lapti, and the boy limp dropped to the ground. Xingqian stared blankly in the direction of the arrow with a puzzled expression. Madan also turned his head back to look. At this point, Lap Meng's wounds were gradually healing while the woman behind was tightly bound by vines. A light footstep landed gently on the vine. T-Not appeared in midair holding a staff, casting a cold glance at the evil creatures. She asked with concern, checking on the two brothers, "Are you guys okay?" Returning to the arena, the MP regretfully announced that after a long and wary wait, the two contestants Miley and Lapti in match 3 were still nowhere to be found, leaving the organizing committee with no choice but to reluctantly declare both of them disqualified. Therefore, the winner of match 4 will proudly and rightfully advance to the finals. Lum Lop stared in surprise at the newly appeared arena and exclaimed, "This match arena is pretty interesting." He cast his eyes around the surroundings and sarcastically remarked, "Who on earth would choose a place located way out at the edge of Area 2, a place every creature dreams of setting foot in?" Then he turned to Therese and dropped a meaningful comment, "Word has it that it's the cradle of all magic in the world. Just seize that place and you'll have the power to turn the tides of heaven and earth." Thexi spread out her hand glowing with magical energy, and with overflowing confidence, she asserted, "Keep dreaming, honey." Lam Lop was no pushover either. As he drew his weapon, he provoked her, "You were only last season's champion, I am." A stream of black energy suddenly surged from Lam Lap's direction, causing his figure to vanish without a trace. Immediately after, he appeared looming behind Thuok and launched a fatal blow to assert his dominance. The excited commentator shouted that the genius from the Lightning Nation had unveiled a signature cloud element assassin technique right at the opening. The blade descended with devastating power, but Thuok quickly ducked to evade the dangerous strike. She then channeled force into her base leg and delivered a soaring kick straight to her opponent's face. The host screamed himself hoarse as he witnessed Thuok's impressive and powerful counterattack. In the observation area, Bang Ji and Nakoff were glued to the screen tracking the dramatic development. Noticing the lopsided matchup, she remarked that anyone could clearly see Lam Lap's cloud element was at a disadvantage against Thuok's star element. Even though both were shrank, the elemental incompatibility was too great. Based on the cycle, cloud suppresses core, core suppresses lightning, lightning overcomes flower, flower beats star, and star completely dominates cloud. Pointing at the diagram, Bang Ji reminded Nakaf that because he was of the cloud element, he needed to be wary of Hein Thien, a mysterious character with no power information in his registration file. Just then, Vo Quan, with his arm still bandaged, approached with Tiat Nai escorting him. He joined the conversation by revealing that Hein Thien possessed star element abilities, but that power seemed to have been stolen from somewhere. Seeing him walking with ease, she asked about his health, to which he casually replied that a few battlefield scratches were nothing to him. He then turned to ask Nakaf if he was confident in defeating the other guy. The young man just clicked his tongue and replied that he must have forgotten his main goal for coming here. At that very moment, Loi Long sent a mental message saying that he had long stopped sensing the familiar presence of Hein Thien. This information left him uneasy and he stood up abruptly, feeling a gnawing anxiety about a major impending event. He walked over to the window and looked out toward the distant horizon, whispering to himself that a major shift was coming to the world out there. On a remote hill, both Hein Thien and Madame Fakir were tightly bound by vines used by Tenna, leaving young Lap Mung, who was standing behind her, wondering if these were the stubborn contestants. Seeing the confusion about this unexpected presence, Tenna explained that she had painstakingly tracked Hein Thien's organization and had just managed to catch them here. She pushed her glasses up and continued, saying that all the dark secrets kept for so long had finally been brought to light. These people were actually from the demon tribe, but ironically their bodies had long been invaded and parasitized by the evil faction. Therefore they were now merely puppets under the control of the evil faction. Hearing this, Lap Mung was stunned with horror and tremblingly asked for confirmation on how those terrifying evil creatures could have sneaked into the Veem nation. Tenna began to deploy her techniques and sternly stated that, according to historical records, the evil faction would win this championship, but details could be discussed later. She spread her hand toward the two evil faction broodmothers and firmly ordered that these threats must be eliminated first. Opposite them, the old man Manfakir gritted his teeth and roared not to underestimate the true power of their evil faction. A broodmother with razor-sharp spikes emerged from his body, screaming in a raspy voice that no soul had the strength to stop their advance. At the same time, Hein Thien's body underwent a similar bizarre transformation as his arm suddenly turned into terrifying sharp teeth. The two evil creatures lunged forward crazily, targeting Tenna's group with the intent to destroy them. She quickly turned to tell the Vu brothers that since both level 1 broodmothers had revealed themselves, they should wipe them out in one go. Lapti enthusiastically accepted the task, his eyes burning with determination while his hands gripped a bow radiating a brilliant glow. Immediately after, the boy fired 2 arrows that tore through the air, hitting their marks. One broodmother had its tail severed, while the other's mouth was smashed to pieces. Seeing their opponents were still stubborn, the boy worriedly wondered how to finish off these monsters with their rapid regeneration. Meanwhile, Timna had closed her eyes and begun forming seals to cast a spell. She leapt into the air, gently waving her hand to send streams of green light down to the ground. Massive vines rose in unison, twisting around and tightly constricting the bodies of the two evil clan members. T-Notcha landed on the ground, her knees bending as she used her staff as a support to steady her body. She thought to herself that overusing her power had gradually overloaded her body, to the point where even her magic could not completely eradicate the parasitic bugs inside them. T-Notcha closed her eyes tightly, telling herself to just lure them out and finish them off all at once. As she determinedly gathered all her power, the staff in her palm suddenly bloomed with pure white petals. A brilliant wreath appeared above the top of the staff like a counterweight. She named this technique Ho de Tam Lan Se. T-Ne used this flower element control skill to unleash a sea of flowers while luring the enemies into its range of effect. She looked at the two corpses held tightly by the vines and said that the evil bugs would have to crawl out, for as soon as they left their host, they would die. At that moment, the bug's eyes flickered with a chilling green light. T-Nunzana turned to instruct Laipitu to stay focused because the time for this was extremely limited. Entrusted with an important task, the young boy opened his eyes wide in surprise and nodded in agreement. Lapit closed his eyes, devoting his full focus to making streams of energy blend with flower petals and swirl around his body. This skill was named Vyud. Right at that moment, the two evil clan mother bugs, stirred by Ted's skill, began to emerge from their hosts. They looked no different from ordinary insects, except for their bloodthirsty bright red color, and were completely hypnotized by Homelanda. Seizing the opportunity, Lipitu pointed his hand toward the bugs and loudly called out the move Ventinthen Quiet. 2 streams of energy like wind-cleaving arrows pierced through the mother bugs' bodies, shattering them to pieces. Afterward, the body of Hatchthin, which had been possessed by them, also collapsed to the ground. All 3 of them turned their eyes toward Maya Faki lying motionless on the floor. Lepisu joyfully cheered that the mother bugs had been destroyed and they had completely fallen. In contrast, Tiana collapsed in exhaustion, her body emitting a faint light, prompting Labingyu to anxiously ask about her condition. Golden streaks of light appeared on her face, causing Tinunna to softly mutter that her time was running out. As her body gradually faded into thin air, she called the 2 siblings from the VP Kingdom closer because she had important words to impart. At the arena, the announcer's booming voice rang out, praising contestant Thixi from the VP Kingdom for demonstrating the class of a champion. Despite his element being countered, contestant Alum Laip from the Ladi Kingdom still demonstrated remarkable mobility, truly fitting for a dramatic final match. Lum Lapip looked at his opponent and declared that even if the girl from the VV Kingdom relied on her elemental advantage, she was only on par with him, but he was determined to win at all costs. He brandished his sharp blade and charged forward, shouting loudly that he would put all his strength into this attack. Facing that murderous intent, Thixi merely looked out of one eye with an extremely calm expression. Lum Lop immediately unleashed his ability, creating countless clones that charged forward simultaneously to attack. All those figures targeted the single objective of Thixi, yet even as they closed in, she remained as still as a statue. Witnessing that scene, one of the clones sneered mockingly that she had completely lost her bearings because she couldn't figure out where he was. Thixi lightly lifted her finger and a dazzling flash of golden lightning shot up. She calmly asked if this was his most powerful technique. Having finished speaking, electric sparks began to discharge from her hand in all directions. A series of lightning strikes hit Lam Lap's clones, causing them to shriek in pain and convulse repeatedly. When the clones dissipated, the real Lam Lap was revealed, his face twisted in agony, with tiny electric sparks still lingering on his body. Lam Lap sat down heavily on the ground, trembling as he asked if she was a dual-element user, wondering if she hadn't been using her full strength from the beginning. Thixi raised her eerie arm, glanced at him with disdain, and replied that he wasn't qualified enough for her to use her full strength. As soon as she finished speaking, she channeled her energy and a surge of violet light lifted Lam Lap's body into the air. Thixi clenched her fist, her eyes full of arrogance as she declared that this year's contestants were only at this level. Under the terrifying pressure of her attack, Lam Lap's body was slammed directly into the ground, causing the arena floor to cave in and create a cloud of dust. He lay motionless on the spot, his eyes glazed, with fresh blood flowing from his ears and face, staining the area around him. Thixi stood there coldly, listening to the judges announce that she was the winner of the match. Outside, Lam Lap's mother panicked and shouted for the guards to carry her son away for emergency care, swearing she would not forgive the Vu Kingdom for this. The audience witnessing the horrifying scene could not help but whisper about whether Thixi had been hiding her skills or just how truly terrifying her power was. Vo Quan, standing nearby, was also impressed that she had defeated Lam Lap so quickly, while Huang Lam just smiled proudly, understanding the level of her friend. Remembering the previous season, 3C at just 14 years old had become the youngest devil, sweeping through to the finals and facing off against the most brutal warrior of the demon race. She ended that match in less than 2 minutes, leaving the audience in shock. Everyone knew she hadn't spent any real effort. Back in the arena, Thixi silently left after her victory, while Lam Lap was taken away for medical treatment by the Lu Kingdom's guard team. Huang Lam watched her friend's figure with admiration, secretly thinking that it was hard for anyone to know where her true limits lay. Nangok stood rubbing his chin and thought. The technique of transforming her hand into demonic armor looked so incredibly familiar. Bangui turned to remind him that it was almost his turn to fight, while warning him to be wary of that dangerous fellow Heinthean. Vo Quan remarked sarcastically that he was sure to win, but Huang Lam shook her head, saying that only Thixi could deal with someone like Heinthean, and no one else stood a chance. Suddenly, the screen broadcast an urgent news bulletin from the organizers stating that the contestant Heinthean would be unable to participate in the next round. His image appeared on the TV. His body had been found by guards on the Central Avenue, and they were currently investigating the cause of death. Hearing the news, Vo Quan gasped in shock, and Nahangov also stepped closer to the screen to observe more carefully. Bangui turned to ask him if that meant he would advance directly to the next match. The screen updated the rankings and he automatically qualified for the next level because his semi-final opponent had died. On the other side of the bracket, Matt Lion Laptest disqualification due to being late helped Thixi secure a direct ticket to the finals. The MC announced the final match on the screen and the familiar faces began to appear to prepare for the ultimate showdown. This year's tournament had seen too many unexpected events, so the final match would take place live under tight security at the venue. To ensure maximum safety for everyone, a massive barrier would be erected around the competition area. The pace of the confrontation in the final arena is reaching an intensely thrilling climax. The character Thuok was present early, still wearing an arrogant expression, holding the world in utter contempt. Nakov on the other side was also observing closely and secretly assessing that this opponent possessed enough strength to dispatch him in the blink of an eye. Before tens of thousands of demon folk across the globe, the ultimate showdown was about to begin. He narrowed his eyes slightly and told himself that this was his last chance to taste defeat. Standing high above, Lord Too Many watched and secretly anticipated, let the entire world behold your true strength. In another development, Lapti was sprinting frantically with heavy breaths. The long, grueling distance had completely drained the young boy's strength. Just as he reached the arena gate, 2 guards stopped Lapti, telling him that the final match was already underway and no one else was allowed inside. Without a second thought, the boy slipped through the gap between them and shouted, "Get out of the way. I have an urgent matter to report." After being knocked down, the guard hastily pressed his earpiece button to report, "Intruder alert, dispatch the patrol team here immediately." Lapti ran headlong, inwardly begging Brother Cam to wait for him, but right around the corner ahead, a security team was already waiting in ambush. While he was still trying to figure out how to convey the secret revealed by Sister Nana, a large hand suddenly grabbed his head from behind. Immediately, 2 enforcers grabbed Lapti tightly, pinning him forcefully onto the floor while shouting loudly, "We've caught the intruder, we've captured this troublemaking kid." Even with his face pressed hard against the solid ground, Lapti resisted fiercely and shouted for them to let him go. Though pinned down in the corridor, the young boy had only one thought in his mind: he had to find a way to deliver the message to him. Returning to the atmosphere inside the arena, the 2 opponents were ready, and the crowd of spectators was cheering wildly. Thuok glanced at her opponent and sarcastically asked, "Wasn't it you yourself who mocked the demons in this martial kingdom as mere mediocrities?" Nakov closed his eyes briefly, ran a hand back through his weathered hair, and then nonchalantly confirmed, "That's right, I said it." He then pointed his finger directly at the girl and countered, "Do you have what it takes to snatch the #1 spot from me?" Faced with the open provocation directed at her strength, Thuok's expression darkened, and she angrily asserted, taking care of you will only take 3 seconds. As soon as her voice faded, her figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind an earth-shattering explosion that shattered the arena floor to pieces. In a flash, her figure closed in on Nakov with a terrifying demon-armored arm. Yet this was perhaps merely the prelude to the birth of a true sovereign. Past memories returned with the image of Feng Liu loudly declaring to the entire team, "Trust me, I promise to lead us all to glory." Then he turned tenderly to Tichnai and told her to rest at home and recover her health, waiting for the day he returned victorious to marry her. At that time, she looked at her beloved with eyes filled with trust and replied with a playful smile, "I understand, little Feng, I will always wait for you." Returning to the present as Thuok rushed forward with murderous intent, Nakov was immersed in nostalgia, blaming himself for failing to keep his promise. Just a split second later, her razor-sharp claws grazed his neck, instantly reducing Nakov's health bar by 1,000 points. After unleashing the strike, Thuok lightly glided back. It had to be admitted that the power of that demon-armored arm was truly not to be underestimated. Nahakov turned his head slightly and calculated. He knew she possessed dual elements in the demon armor transformation. The cut on his neck was also closing up thanks to his lightning-fast recovery speed, and now he had to find a way to force her to reveal all her cards. Witnessing that with her own eyes, Thuok showed surprise and asked, "Aren't you just an A+ rank demon? This recovery speed is completely absurd, even S ranks might not achieve it. No wonder you have the nerve to challenge all 3 great powers." She turned around, the armor on her arms glowing brightly as lightning flared up again. Her words carried a defiant tone, but really, what could they even do to each other? Finishing her sentence, she launched a lightning-fast kick toward him, and an electronic arrow shot straight ahead. As she lifted her leg, her gaze turned murderous, her legs began to glow, sharp lightning bolts prepared to strike, and she loudly declared, "I am the strongest." As for him, he seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, making no attempt to resist as the lightning arrow pierced straight through his chest. With a loud explosion echoing throughout the arena, the commentator shouted excitedly, "We are witnessing a completely one-sided match. The player from Van Kwok seems unable to fight back. Perhaps this final match will conclude sooner than expected." In the stands, the crowd's cheers echoed, chanting, "Van Kwok wins, kill him, how dare he look down our nation, and make Van Kwok pay a heavy price." Meanwhile, Lap T, despite being restrained, struggled and shouted, "Let me go, quickly let me go. I have something extremely important to do," while the security staff told each other to take him away immediately. In the VIP area, Huang Lam said calmly, "I told you Thuok will definitely have no rivals," while Bang Di, stunned, covered her mouth and muttered in worry, "Xiaoken." Vo Quan also looked down at him and thought to himself, "Can Hakov?" while Tayat Nai looked at him with a puzzled expression. Vo Quan was deep in thought at this moment. It seemed that the boy had already made his decision. He recalled the time he asked Nakov why he was so determined to return to the human race. With his strength, he could have easily won the championship, stood at the pinnacle of the demon race, enjoyed riches and honor, and been respected by everyone even if he returned to the humans as a demon, who would dare say a word. Back then he had only coldly replied, "I have no interest in those things." Nakov continued, to Vo Quan's astonishment, "Perhaps she is facing unknown illusions and fears all by herself, maybe even thinking that I have already died." He turned to look at him with a sincere gaze and said, "I cannot bear to keep her waiting for too long." Returning to the final match, Nakov lay there looking haggard, the ground around him was shattered, and deep streaks of lightning were still etched under his back. He opened his eyes and looked up as a drop of water fell onto his face. The rain began to pour down. Thuok stood to the side, looking at her hands while Nakov, lying on the ground, asked skeptically, "Have you used all your strength yet?" Hearing this, she turned around, startled, and replied, "And you still haven't been killed by that?" Nakov slowly sat up, his clothes in tatters, and provoked her, "Tell me, you really are a loser. Isn't it your goal to become the strongest devil to avenge the clan?" These words from Nakov left Thuok extremely shocked. She immediately widened her eyes and asked, "What did you say?" He smirked and continued, "To become stronger, you even trained in the demonic armor transformation, the forbidden power of the devils, didn't you?" Nakov raised his hand to cover his face, and a burst of fiery red energy erupted. He unleashed his heavenly demon illusion skill. Immediately, a new suit of armor covered his body, and he continued, "But it's a pity that you of the future will not succeed in your revenge. By then you will have completely transformed yourself into the demonic armor state, achieving a permanent boost in power. But because of that you will have completely plunged into darkness and lost all reason. In the memories of my past life, Thuok was trapped in chains within that demonic armor." The rain continued to fall as he lowered his voice and added, "And as for the future of this territory, the clan annihilated all the leaders and enslaved all the powerful demons. The devil tribe within the demon race no longer exists." Those words successfully provoked the beast within Thuok. She angrily unleashed 10 of her demonic armor transformation and shouted, "Shut your mouth." The armor suddenly spread further across her body and her eyes flashed with a deadly, furious red. Not making him wait long, Thuok quickly rushed forward at maximum speed to attack. A strike fast and strong enough created a brilliant red flash right in front of Nakov's chest. Powerful shove sent him flying far back. His eyes widened, blood gushed from his mouth, and he thought to himself that everything was just as he had anticipated. Nakov suddenly recalled meeting her in his previous life, a girl always consumed by the desire for revenge for the demon clan. That was the greatest motivation for her to become stronger, but ironically it led to an unacceptable future. Pinned tightly to the arena floor by Thuok's grip and dragged for a distance, Nakov narrowed his eyes, telling himself he had successfully provoked her. Both of them dashed away, leaving long trails on the floor before crashing into the barrier. The announcer's voice rang out in astonishment as he saw the protective seal crack. The system notified him that the magic armor state was taking effect, significantly weakening the opponent's skills. Nakov smiled, thinking that the magic armor was inherently overpowered, but he didn't expect her to be able to suppress him, reducing his regeneration effect by half. Security staff hurriedly reinforced the defense for fear of the audience getting hurt, while shouts erupted that Nakov was completely helpless. The match seemed to be decided, Huang Lamdong exclaimed in surprise that he had never seen Thuok so angry and fighting with such full force. Vo Quan was certain everything was about to end with a finishing blow, while Bang De worriedly and compassionately advised Nakos to surrender quickly to avoid further pain. All eyes were fixed on the stage, and right at the point of impact, streaks of bright red lightning began to appear. While Thuok was winding up to deliver the final blow, a passive counter skill was suddenly and unexpectedly activated. A stream of counter-reflective light shot out, but it was immediately deflected by the magic armor in the blink of an eye. Nakov watched this with a satisfied smile. Indeed, this counterattack did not harm her even in the slightest. Looking at the claws preparing to descend, he smiled and blamed himself, yet felt relieved that he had finally kept his promise to his dear Nana. Suddenly, the announcer's audio became chaotic. "Hey Don, grab my microphone. Who are you to do that?" Everyone intently listened to Laptis' voice. "Mr. Nakok no Xafong Liu, I have something extremely important to tell you." The boy pushed the announcer aside and shouted, "It's contestant Matlai, actually it's Tina. Nana asked me to pass this message to you." Tenna's message was relayed verbatim. "Fong, you must win this match to reach the pinnacle of the demon world." Hearing this, Nakov was stunned. Laptis' voice continued to echo amidst the crowd's bewilderment. "You are not the only one who has returned from the future." Vo Quan and Bang Di listened in shock, realizing this wasn't just a time travel journey for him alone. By this time, Thuok had embedded her claws into Nakos' chest, causing blood to flow incessantly, but he still kept his eyes wide open to hear the rest of the message. She raised her hand, gathering lightning to deliver the finishing blow, while Nana's final words sounded, "When you win first place, I will come to see you." Immediately, a hand appeared and gripped her wrist tightly, completely neutralizing the threat from the lethal attack. Thuok felt startled and showed clear confusion upon realizing her opponent had suddenly begun launching a powerful counterattack. An ice monster suddenly appeared standing between the two. It shielded Nakov while being ready to knock the girl away. He slowly stood up behind the icy creature while thick smoke and dust still covered the arena. Nahakov's body began a rapid recovery process, his wounds gradually disappearing while he stood dazed, realizing that Matlai was indeed Nana. Looking at the giant entity appearing on the big screen, the audience could not help but wonder what that ice monster really was. On the side of the Van Kingdom, the old man smiled and said that it was General Kam's unique technique, the very weapon that helped the country overcome adversity. That statement drew every eye below. "Did you see that? General Kam is about to make a big move. This is a sign that the Van Kingdom is guaranteed to win." It was true. On the screen, the ice monster launched a fierce counterattack, forcing Thuok to struggle to defend herself as the collision points glowed bright red. She slid back, kneeling on the ground, her magic armor only 20% complete, then looked up and asked Nakov, "So you're a rare demon-type summoner, huh?" The ice monster continued to slash down, and Thuok dodged the danger strike before adding, "Is this really your only trump card?" But Nakov seemed to ignore those questions. His mind was now filled with images of Tichunga, but the problem was that Nana was Tichunga, and according to Lapti, she had been reincarnated. His eyes were dazed as he wondered why she refused to acknowledge knowing him, or whether there was some hidden, unspeakable sorrow behind it. Resonating from within, the guitar's voice was full of self-reproach. "I am sorry, master. Why didn't I realize that was Princess Nana?" Nakok replied immediately, "Why blame yourself? In a situation as bizarre as this, who could be certain of anything?" It quickly followed up with the next question, "So, what is our next move?" He clenched his fists, determinedly telling the guitar, "Naturally, I have to find and meet her immediately. There are too many questions and feelings I want to share with her." Nahakov closed his eyes halfway, thinking to himself, if she had yielded the top spot to him, there must have been some calculation of her own. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, casting a steady gaze toward his opponent, determined to bring this match to a close quickly. In the commentary booth, after finishing his messages, Lapta pushed microphone back to MC. The young boy smiled and waved his hand, saying, "The job is done, you take over," while MC was still sweating, stammering before he could finally speak. The old man quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat to return to the intense rhythm of the match. His voice rang out excitedly. At first, no one expected contestant Cam Haka to possess such top-tier summoning abilities. At this moment, after dodging repeatedly, Thuok threw a thin wire that wrapped tightly around the ice monster. Following the MCS commentary, she nervously pulled hard on the wire to tighten it, saying, "The ice demon he summoned is truly formidable. It's fighting contestant Thuok to a standstill." Bound tightly by the wicket wires, cracks began to appear all over the ice monster's body. Thuok pushed her magic armor integration to 35% and pulled her hands back, creating a devastating explosion that blew the monster into pieces. She crouched down, a unique tail growing from her armor, and added to the lively commentary, "After all, as the champion of the previous season, Thuok has landed a finishing blow to cleanly eliminate the summoned beast." She smirked arrogantly and challenged him, "See, your demon is shredded, that's all your tricks amount to." By now, her entire body was encased in magic armor bristling with sharp spikes, and with her tail whipping behind her, she tilted her head and declared boldly, "Now you have to pay a heavy price for all that bluster. My magic armor integration has already hit 50%. Nanhakov glanced at her calmly and remarked, "The side effects of your magic armor integration are starting to take hold. Let's see what other tricks you have to turn the tide." By now, Thuok was blinded by hatred and could no longer control herself. She gritted her teeth and hissed viciously, "Shut your mouth. Nothing can defeat me." She lunged forward like a bloody bolt of lightning, both swift and brutal, with a murderous aura surging to the heavens. She flew straight at his calm figure, screaming, "I swear I will never submit to anyone." A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the arena after the colossal collision, with nothing but thick dust, debris, and blinding light visible. The heat from the explosion forced spectators to shield their eyes. The commentator continuously updated the situation regarding the young contestant, Cam Nakoff, as the entire auditorium shook violently, covered in a thick cloud of smoke that obscured vision. Bang stood watching with an expression of astonishment and mild anxiety, as the opponent was attacking too quickly and powerfully, and he wondered if little Cam could withstand it. Meanwhile, Huang Lam stood nearby, curling her lip in arrogant disdain. She bitterly recalled the first match when she had intended to use sabotage tactics to frighten that fool from Veem Kwok into surrendering. In the second match, it was unclear what dirty tricks she had used against that merchant, but he had ended up conceding. Huang Lam smiled sarcastically, stating that those who rely only on luck and have not yet awakened their powers could never be champion. She coldly judged the group of kids, saying that you people are truly unlucky. When facing an opponent who uses their full power, you will only end up in tatters. Vo Quan heard this, laughed dismissively, and replied that the ignorant are fearless. To deal with people like you, Cam Nakoff does not even need to use his full strength. Huang Lam flew into a rage, glared at him, stepped forward, and shouted, asking what he had just said and how he dared to look down on Vu Kwok. Seeing that Master Krao was about to take action, Tiat Nai immediately rushed over to block her and protect Vo Quan, asking what she was trying to pull, which caused Huang Lam to turn and scream, asking what the hell she was doing. Meanwhile, he intently watched the arena, thinking to himself that after Lapta said those words, he understood the path he had chosen. He hoped he would win the championship trophy to show the world the strength of Van Kwok. On the arena floor, the figure of Thuok slowly emerged, crawling close to the ground, her cold eyes fixed on the thick, dusty smoke. From within that hazy smoke, the figure of Nakoff slowly appeared. He nonchalantly placed his weapon on his shoulder and strolled closer. Thuok looked over with a strange smile, saying that his recovery was fast indeed. It seemed the only way to send him off was to deliver a fatal blow once the magic armor reached 80%. She stood up abruptly, braced herself, and shouted, causing lightning to crackle and form a pillar with terrifying destructive power. Seeing this, Nakoff tried to stop her, asking if she intended to fully transform, as she had already lost control at 50%. Thuok, still stubborn, replied with a cold tone, asking what of it. Even if she lost her sanity, she had to win at all costs rather than fall here, and she continued to activate the magic armor. Hearing this, he sighed and said that her obsession was too great, but one did not have to choose such a dark path to grow stronger. Ignoring all warnings, Thuok lunged, hitting the ground and causing lightning to erupt violently, nearly leveling the surrounding arena. By now, her face had been completely swallowed by the magic armor mask, and she loudly declared that no one could block her path on the way back to the pinnacle of the demon race. After saying this, Thuok stood straight up as the magic armor reached 99%, and its power expanded along with the armor. Realizing that advising her was as useless as water off a duck's back, Nakoff sighed and said, "I understand." He closed his eyes slightly and chanted as blue bolts of electricity began to flash around his hands. Raising his sword high and accumulating all his internal energy to prepare for the finishing move, he coldly said, "Then let's end it here." And Nakoff drew his sword back to gain momentum for the fight. Just then, Thuok lunged forward at dizzying speed thanks to the power of the enhanced magic armor. Wherever her strike landed, everything around it shattered. The audience in the stands, from father and son Hoem to Vo Quan, all stared in amazement. Even Lapta stood with his mouth agape at this overwhelmingly stunning scene. The voice of the announcer rang out clearly. That final blow decided the fate of them both. The terrifying clash had just come to an end. Thuok slowly returned to her original form, eyes wide as she looked over at the scattered fragments of broken magic armor littering the arena. She whispered to herself, her mind suddenly jolted into clarity. Thuok's eyes slowly opened to see Nakoff still standing firm. The one who had once arrogantly claimed to be the strongest, youngest, and most haughty among the demons had now exhausted his armor transformation power. Yet that armor had vanished into thin air, leaving his body exposed and overwhelmed. She never imagined she could be defeated so easily by him. Looking at his back and his composed demeanor, Thuok told herself, in that moment, I suddenly realized the true pinnacle of the demon race. She then collapsed from exhaustion, and Nakoff quickly took off his cloak to cover her body. Bangji and Vo Quan stood nearby, both joyful and amazed as the loudspeakers announced that contestant Cam Nakoff had won with a complete landslide victory. Tiat Nai and Huang Lam, who had been bickering, paused and stared down in a daze upon hearing the announcement. He stood there with a cold expression, clutching his sword tightly in his hand. At the same time, he summoned an ice monster to carry Thuok on its back, and the judges loudly declared the champion of this tournament to be Nakoff of the Van Kingdom. High above in the stands, a dark, cloaked figure was watching silently. It was none other than a member of the demon race. He grinned, saying that the plan had changed since the Vu Kingdom lost the crown, so they had to move to Plan B. As soon as he finished speaking, his body merged into the shadows on the wall and vanished. At that same moment, the commentator invited everyone to watch the award ceremony immediately following. The scene shifted to a quiet hallway inside the stadium. Lapti appeared holding a red box and asked if Brother Cam was ready. The boy opened the lid to reveal a bow adorned with a sparkling gold star, and Lapti added that Nana was waiting for him on the other side. The scene suddenly shifted to a place filled with warm sunlight. A pair of lovebirds were chirping while perched on a tree branch. Beneath a wooden swing, there was the familiar silhouette of a young woman with long, flowing white hair. Nakoff stood there, stunned, listening to a familiar, sweet voice ask, Xiao Feng, have you really won? In the clear sky above, many flying devices were hovering all around. He stood dazed in the midst of the bustling crowd, looking up. Every building, every street corner, and the people here looked so familiar. Nakafi's eyes widened as he wondered if this was the Holy Kingdom. He turned his head quickly and caught sight of the familiar face of a young man, none other than Van Ho. The man rushed over to tell Fong Liu that he had finished checking the equipment depot. He himself, in the appearance of a human, stood there and told Van Ho to just stay home tomorrow. This scene was so dear, and while Van Ho was still dazed, the Fong Liu version just smiled and replied, "Isn't he tomorrow your son's birthday? Don't worry, leave the demon-related matter to me." Only then did Nakafi vaguely realize that this was the future. 1 year later, the day before he had traveled through time to this place. Suddenly, the space around him shifted, smoke and fire filled the air, houses were in shambles, and everything behind him was collapsing with a roar. Naok still stood silently amidst the desolate and tragic landscape. It was none other than the old place he had experienced in his past life. At this moment, Sidhu and the familiar girl gradually approached Naok. She spoke with a choked voice, "Tu Fong, we have finally met again." He hurriedly pressed on, "What is this about? What world is this?" Her small mouth hesitated as she replied, "This place faithfully recreates the future I once saw. I'm sorry for bringing you back with me on my own accord." Tenna lowered her head in contemplation, only now daring to reveal the truth. "I was truly too terrified to face that future alone." Recalling the tragic battlefield, her voice lowered. "Right on that day, 6 years later, the evil race will attack the entire realm." Although covered in wounds, the soldiers still bravely stood in front to protect humanity, but unfortunately, human strength could not resist. Even Tenna at that time, using her full strength to fight back, was left powerless. She continued with grief, "I have gone through countless reincarnations, but no matter what, I could not stop it in time." Trembling all over, she continued, "Each time I turned back time, I could only go back half a month before." Naofa's hand gently reached out. He hugged Tenna tightly, conveying a deep sense of empathy after hearing everything she had poured out. With teary eyes, Naof whispered gently, "I am the one who should apologize, leaving you to bear all that bitterness alone." He understood with a pang. He had only reincarnated once and already felt like his skin was peeled and his tendons pulled, yet she had endured that so many times. Recalling the near-death moment and the appearance of the system, Nahaak was stunned. "I thought the system gave me this power. It turns out you were the one who brought me back in time." Tenna smiled sadly and replied, 6 years ago, after my first death, my prediction ability suddenly turned into reincarnation, but the limit each time was only going back half a year, so I couldn't change anything, and it just repeated 500 times like that." As she spoke, she transformed the scenery within the barrier, and a cave appeared before their eyes. "To find a way to break this, I ventured deep into the demon territory." They stepped inside and caught sight of the past Tenna, when the evil demon race was almost completely wiped out by the evil race, and the survivors all became slaves. She added, "Right there, I encountered a strange demon, none other than Naaf, who was kneeling and hopelessly restrained." Recognizing the newcomer, he raised his head and begged to be killed. According to Tenna, he was a demon whose relatives were murdered, yet he could never die. Even the evil race could not deal with him. The more he sought death, the stronger and more miserable he became. Unable to resist the evil race or save his clan with his own strength alone, he had lost all will to survive. So the two of them made a pact using a secret technique to travel back to the distant past. Looking into her trusting gaze, he instructed her to stop the evil race at all costs. Turning to the person beside her, Tenna continued, "But the condition was that you had to merge into that body and live the life he despised." Nahak, or in other words, Fong Lu, woke up to the realization, "No wonder I couldn't die. It turns out that system was also left intentionally by him to help me grow strong quickly." Humanity often divided the world into the human race and the demon race, but in reality 4 races existed: the human race, the evil race, the spiritual race, and the evil demon race. Tenna turned to emphasize, "Now we are forced to ally with other races to stop the next plot of the evil race." She reminded him, in the past life, they won the championship in this competition in order to seize the second region and subvert the upper echelons of the evil demon race. "We must absolutely not let the key fall into their hands." He rubbed his chin decisively. "This time, taking first place can be considered successfully disrupting their first move." Tenna shook her head and replied, "Things are not that simple. There is a high possibility that there are still spies of the evil race within the demon clan. Their intrusion into the arena and change in tactics show that their goal to seize the key to the second region has never changed." Just as the final whistle blew to make way for the award ceremony, a magnificent podium had already been set up in the middle of the arena, accompanied by the booming voice of the male announcer. "Everyone, please join in cheering loudly as Vinquis has brilliantly defeated China at the 46th Martial Arts Tournament." Ahead of the honors, the ritual of handing over the demonic clan's heirloom, the Zone 2 key, is about to take place under the witness of an elder and Bede Nadi. The cheerful announcer stepped forward, proudly announcing and inviting the representatives of this year's champion Vien Quoux, Demonic Lord Liu Yu Bede Ngd and Demonic Lord Kwang of V Quoux, to step up to the high podium. Carrying the responsibility of her nation, she proudly strode forward in a pristine white dress and a sparkling tiara on her head. Watching through the small screen back home, thousands of Vien Quoux citizens burst into excitement at this moment, shouting that our demonic lord is about to appear. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear, unable to close their mouths, praising the young demonic lord who was the only female, making everyone feel utterly thrilled. In the high stands, a leader gently frowned with emotion, murmuring that after nearly a century, Ven Quoux has finally managed to raise its head. In the crowd below, a member of the demonic clan became puzzled, wondering why Thing To had been away for so long and still nowhere to be seen. In a certain secluded corner, the new spirit made his appearance. He was the biological younger brother of Tin Kao. Right beneath his heels lay none other than Thing Tu, motionless. He gritted his teeth, glared fiercely, and demanded to know where Cam Nixis was hidden. The poor child lay on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, yet resolutely kept his mouth tightly shut without uttering a single word. Returning to the atmosphere of the ceremony, Kwang and Bean and GD stood blankly facing each other beside the small circle in the middle of the podium. The old man glanced sideways with a sneer, asking casually, who would have thought that the Zone 2 key would fall into the hands of a female sprout? Has Ven Quist completely run out of men? Being D calmly extended her hand toward the orb and gently replied, your daughter is also an outstanding female hero, Uncle Kwang. In the past you and my father fought side by side through life and death on the front line against foreign invaders. I have always believed that someone with your experience would never underestimate someone else's talent simply because of their gender. Her words, hitting right home, left demonic Lord Kwang speechless and tongue-tied. He could only resentfully make excuses, claiming that this supreme key was the life of the demonic clan, and even if it cost him his life, he would never let it fall into her hands. After a back-and-forth exchange of barbed remarks, the two demonic lords placed their hands on the sphere, causing it to glow brilliantly and form a connection as magical energy rapidly radiated out and wrapped tightly around Being Dia's wrist. Just a moment later, waves of energy from the sphere continuously rebounded to carve a glowing golden mark onto her wrist. Being Dia withdrew her hand, looked down at the brand new symbol, and smiled to thank Uncle Kwang for the gentle reminder, adding that she would definitely manage this gift thoughtfully. Seeing that everything had gone smoothly, the announcer excitedly picked up the mic again. Great, the key handover procedure is complete. The program will now move on to the awards ceremony. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a pitch-black, sharp weapon stabbed straight through his chest, causing the young man to freeze in bewilderment. Demonic Lord Kwang panicked, wide-eyed, and screamed out, asking who dared to act so audaciously, while BD standing behind turned pale with a look of confusion and fear. As soon as the assassin pulled out the blade, the poor announcer's body went limp and collapsed onto the cold ground. Immediately, a monster wearing a pure white mask appeared, brandishing a blood-stained blade in its hand. That was none other than a terrifying A+-rank warrior of the evil clan. He stood arrogantly with a creepy smile, revealing his pointed teeth, and gave the order to begin the operation. Receiving the command from the ringleader, the group of evil clan cronies hiding closely around slowly revealed themselves. Amidst the dense crowd watching intently, numerous evil clan shadow figures suddenly lunged out, brutally slaughtering members of the demonic clan. Faced with the lightning-fast raid, the entire grandstand suddenly plunged into extreme chaos with heart-wrenching screams and pale faces as the Grim Reaper loomed near. Voquan tore off the bandage on his hand, roared in readiness for battle, and shouted a command for Tyat Nai to protect the demon lord thoroughly. The monster clan swarmed around Bangui, but that heroic woman steadfastly stood her ground, fighting back all alone. A flippant guy spoke up, demanding the second-floor seal key tucked away in her coat pocket. In the heat of the moment, Commander Toothen of the Veem Kingdom Corp suddenly appeared, reassuring the demon lord to save her strength with peace of mind. The scene shifts to Tenunga's illusion realm, where Nahakov curiously asks about the current chaotic situation on the human side when the rebel Tankitu dared to mutiny. Tenunga cut him off right away, saying that when she had just transmigrated back here, her physical body was extremely weak. At that moment, both of them lay languidly on a magic circle emitting a mystical blue light. Her powers couldn't be unleashed at all back then, and on top of that, she was caught off guard by Kitio's plot. Waking up after a tearful transmigration, she only saw Fong Liu's corpse still lying motionless. Van Ho slowly approached from behind and asked if the captain had woken up yet. Hastily wiping away a tear, Tenunga turned to ask Van Ho to immediately call Little Fong's closest bodyguard here. Soon, Fong Liu's right-hand men arrived. In the past life, this group had tried to overthrow him during the engagement party but was stopped by him, and now with their master still unconscious, they were likely to act even more outrageously. Thus, Tenunga had to use a bit of magic to create a few puppets to deceive everyone, entrusting them to the comrade she trusted the most. The stand-in puppet began channeling power to emit a disguising illusion mist to spectrally outsmart the enemy. Sure enough, the subsequent engagement party still went smoothly without any anomalies. It was just that those who attended and lost their lives were actually enchanted mannequins mimicking real people perfectly. Tankitia's schemes ultimately only captured the dolls created by illusion realms. Meanwhile, the true body had already managed to take Tenunga and Fong Liu's body away from the headquarters in advance. The rebels' destruction target was Van Kingdom Kamnakos' homeland, which was why she proactively left equipment behind to lure them into stealing it. She had carefully calculated that upon confrontation he would definitely grab that weapon. Thankfully, everything went smoothly according to plan. Returning to reality, Nakov smirked and asked if that Van Ho guy was still alive and kicking. Suddenly remembering the most important person, he frantically turned to check on his beloved. Hearing his sweet inquiries and sympathy for her energy drained from replicating so many people at once, Tenunga felt her heart warm up. She smiled and told him not to worry, as the two of them had now safely arrived back in the capital. Closing her eyes with a sigh of relief, she continued that thanks to copying that demon girl earlier, her power had recovered significantly, enabling her to transfer so much vitality. Her original plan was to knock out Hein Thean herself to crush the dark plot of the evil clan. Little did she expect to see him appear on the arena stage then, while everything went completely off course, forcing her to place full trust in Nakov. Although she knocked down Hein Thean alongside Lapti, after exhausting her strength and her copied body dissipated, she couldn't trace the enemy's whereabouts or information about him. Lowering her voice in a sigh, Tenunga continued that this reincarnation had lasted too long, exhausting her recovery ability, making this their final gamble. Understanding the situation clearly, Nakok immediately patted his chest and declared that he would handle everything, daring any evil clan member to lay a finger on the second-floor key. He confidently patted his chest, saying he would take care of all those evil clans himself. The current scene began to crack, with shards of space shattering and scattering everywhere. Tin Na confessed that it had been a long time since they had taken such a leisurely stroll together, and she wished they could just keep walking like this forever. She looked up and said in a sad tone that this illusionary realm could not hold out much longer. Next, Seov hugged Tenna tightly to his chest and whispered, "Wait for me to finish off the evil clans and I will come right back to find you." She replied, "I will watch over your body and wait for you to return." Suddenly, Tenna looked up and hesitated, saying, "Oh, right, Tiu Feng, there is one more thing." Returning to reality, the sharp blade of an evil clan member was descending upon him. They swarmed in to attack, targeting Tumin and the Tun Viêm kingdom, but the royal guards jumped out just in time to block them with a defensive shield. He grimaced in self-reproach, realizing that such a catastrophic lapse in national security had occurred under his watch. As he blamed himself, a hand from an evil clan member stealthily reached out from the darkness behind him. At that very moment, a strike flashed past Tumin, knocking the enemy behind him away and causing it to shriek in pain. His eyes widened in horror and his complexion turned grim. Tumin appeared and shouted, "Big brother, get up quickly." He replied with a reprimand, "No, you shouldn't have come to save me, they are definitely targeting the key." He turned sharply toward the stands and said firmly, "Rest assured, because your second brother is here." On this side, the evil clans were slashed across their bodies by purple energy beams, screaming in agony. Sharp, small blades protruded from his forearms, still coated with high damage energy. Tu then stepped forward to shield Bang Wai, then loudly ordered them to protect Matun. He frowned and blamed himself. This is truly a major failure for our military. Bearing the heavy responsibility of being the commander of the Viêm Kingdom's army, he felt he had to shoulder the consequences. While the three of them stood stunned, a massive surge of black aura suddenly rushed straight toward them. Tu then grimaced and braced himself to resist, while Bang Wai exclaimed in a panic, "What on earth is this?" From within the darkness, an evil clan member's tail suddenly lashed out, forcing Tu then to arch his back to resist. Immediately after, the darkness condensed around the tail, looking extremely bizarre. An elite evil clan member revealed himself. It was none other than Vo Song, a 10th-level Stellar System warrior and Stellar System mage who possessed illusionary powers. He stood there looking at them with a diabolical smile. Vo Song's shadows transformed into the shape of hands and lunged to grab Tu Then. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black energy ribbons tightly bound him, causing Tu Then to cry out in shock. "What kind of monstrous power is this? It feels like my energy is being drained away." He pointed at Bang Wai and ordered his two subordinates. "The key is in her hands." They immediately charged forward. The evil clan member's tail darted toward her face, only to stop abruptly an inch away. A cross-shaped beam of blue light suddenly flashed out of nowhere to attack. Vo Quan appeared just in time, delivering a fatal strike that shredded the evil clan member's body into 100 pieces. Seeing the remaining enemies flanking to attack from behind, the young man glanced over to observe them. Vo Quan continued to counterattack, thinking to himself that since these guys had transformed into elements, his strikes were just hitting shadows. He knew full well he couldn't touch them, yet was taking heavy blows from his opponents, right as the shadow of the evil clan charged forward. Several more strands of dark energy appeared, tightly binding Vo Quan's body. Vo Quan clenched his fists, his body trembling violently as he cursed to himself, "Damn it, my injuries from the Great War haven't healed yet, and right now all the strongest gods of war of the demon clan are half dead." Standing nearby, Vo Song laughed freakishly and taunted, "I heard the martial arts tournament gathers all the top masters of the demon clan. Turns out this is all of your military elite. I thought it would be impressive." Spreading his arms wide to control his pitch-black demonic aura, he smirked wickedly and mocked, "So weak, unable to take even a single kick." Immediately, dark shadows rushed forward, swallowing Bangji's body whole. Watching the scene, everyone grew anxious. "Demon Lord!" Vo Quan knitted his brows and yelled furiously, "Stop right now." Tu then froze on the spot, unable to move even an inch. Sitting high up, the Demon Lord of the Flame Realm looked down, gnashing his teeth in alarm. The situation seemed to be taking a turn for the worse. Vo Song wore an openly triumphant grin, but a split second later his eyes distorted in shock. A summoned ice monster suddenly surged up, stunning everyone. It slammed the evil clan member straight into the ground, neutralizing the immediate threat. Far off in the rear, the familiar figure of Nako appeared. He had returned with an intensely determined look on his face. After gathering all the information from the illusion realm, he took it upon himself to wipe out the evil spirits. Looking down from above, two men spoke with a beaming face. "Look, it's Snehakov, he has appeared." The Demon Lord of the Flame Realm expressed doubt, but how can he alone withstand a sea of enemies? How can he match such a mighty army? The guard beside him chimed in, "Exactly, the enemy army is as thick as ants, so how could we?" Two men observed intently and replied to them, "No, he is not alone." Down on the arena floor, Nakov stood valiantly, preparing to face the battle. Protecting his back was a mighty army of ice monsters. They were immense in number, spanning all kinds of races and sizes. In other words, it was a true army. There were giants, tiny creatures, and all shapes and sizes in between. They had all gathered, summoned by Nhakov himself through his own power. He had led an entire legion here. Nhakov clenched his fists, glared at the evil spirits before him with furious eyes, and coldly declared it's time to end this farce. The scene on the arena stage was now clearly split into two opposing sides. On one side was the gloomy darkness of the evil spirits, while on the other was the radiant glow from the ice monster legion summoned by our side. Nhakov stepped forward, standing as a shield in front of Vo Quan and Tu Then. Seeing him appear, he was visibly overjoyed. Vo Quan cracked his wrists and muttered, "You finally decided to show your face. Behind the command deck, Tu then immediately ordered the Vimquak soldiers to escort the demon lord to safety. Vo Quan nodded in agreement and reassured everyone that he would handle the front line. The king of Vuquak turned to his guard and kindly inquired about his younger sister's health. That was Theum, an S-rank demon and also Thuok's older brother. He replied that his sister was completely safe, unharmed, and about to wake up thanks to the final blow being stopped just in time. Old Kwang gazed into the vast expanse and sighed, never expecting that the fate of the entire demon race would one day rest entirely on the shoulders of that young boy. Both of them thoughtfully watched the youthful figure ahead, reflecting on the journey of the past 2 centuries and thinking back to Van Kwak. As for Nakov, his eyes shimmered with extreme determination as the burden on his shoulders now included not only the survival of the demon race but also the future of humanity. The eyes of the ice monster horde suddenly flashed with a haunting, eerie blue light. They stomped their feet in unison, creating violent tremors that resonated throughout the entire area. The giant bear-shaped ice monster raised its head high and let out a powerful roar that terrified everyone. Looking up from below, Nahakov was the one who had tightened the bond of solidarity of the entire demon race in this time of crisis. Fellow demons across all territories were holding their breath, watching every development of the battle via the large screens. Hokum spoke in a deep, contemplative tone, assessing the Shadow Army as the ultimate weapon of the evil race, which had never tasted defeat throughout the years. He felt a hint of anxiety because, even though General Cam always knew how to perform miracles, his opponent was someone at an incredibly high power level, while he was only an A+ demon. In the midst of the brutal battlefield, the ice monsters rushed to attack the evil race, but from their bodies, streams of dark energy suddenly gushed out and tightly coiled around their opponents. They tightened their grip, causing the solid ice layer that made up the monsters' bodies to immediately shatter into tiny pieces. Just beneath the ice fragments, the dark energy flow, having crushed the ice warriors, spread powerfully to the surroundings. The evil one condensed his entire essence into a sharp dark point with the sole goal of destroying Nakov, who stood in front of him. He circled around him and laughed arrogantly, thinking that this young boy was too immature and did not know his own limits. The unrivaled enemy quickly transformed his energy flow into 2 giant hands, spreading them out to enclose Nakov in the middle. He coldly controlled those massive hands, swinging them violently against each other with the intent of crushing his prey. The pitch-black fog began to billow, gather, and recreate his true form. Vosong appeared majestically with an arrogant smile and loudly declared himself to be its 10-rank powerhouse. Old Kwang widened his eyes and gritted his teeth when mentioning the terrifying power of the shadows, which only existed in legends. Staring at the enemy, he continued by saying that his danger lay not only in his terrible destructive power but also in his ability to turn his entire body into an element. Old Kwang frowned with concern because all physical attacks were completely useless against the shadow, and that was the biggest problem at the moment. The guy named Vosong continued to laugh bizarrely, slashing his sword relentlessly and taunting, "You fool, feel the despair, for you have no choice but to take the hits." Suddenly, a small spark of light flashed from the very center of the palms enclosing him. It was Nakofi's sword, which had been released and quickly disintegrated into countless tiny fragments. Each tiny piece of the sword transformed into sharp, stinging needles filled with destructive energy, ready to be launched. At this moment, fragments flew rapidly toward the position where the matchless one stood arrogantly. Several sharp points stabbed into him, but the illusion technique turned all moves into nothingness. However, a strange incident suddenly occurred immediately afterward. It caused the matchless one's gaze to show a hint of surprise and deep anxiety. Seeing Nakov materialize and recover quickly, he screamed out, "How could you hit me, and why are you so bloody?" He then clenched his hand and smiled, saying, "Oh, how embarrassing." Next, Nakov raised his fist and declared that his true damage defied all illusions. He followed up with a powerful blow that distorted the guy's face. This type of skill blasts away both body and soul. A series of consecutive punches from Nakov struck his face directly, rendering the opponent completely helpless. In an instant, the mask shattered to reveal a jagged face. He rasped out, "Wait, calm down." Witnessing this scene, the demon lord of the Wu Kingdom exclaimed in astonishment, "What a mysterious weapon." The person standing next to him also stared wide-eyed in surprise. While bleeding profusely, the matchless one secretly panicked, not understanding what kind of devilish trick his opponent was using. Grabbed tightly by the collar by Nakov, he remained bewildered because his own power was supposed to have exceeded its rank. He coldly interrogated, "Confess now, who is your boss?" Nakok narrowed his eyes threateningly. "Who is the demon race spy who dared to let you set foot in here?" Even with his face swollen like a bee sting, the other guy stubbornly argued, "Don't think you can get me to sell out my comrades like you evil demons." He squeezed his face hard and warned, "I have plenty of ways to make you talk." Looking at the fragments embedded firmly in him, he silently groaned because being locked down like this made it impossible to turn invisible. Despite his distorted mouth, he still shrieked, "Don, to hope for a confession. My race will level the world sooner or later, and you inferior demons will eventually be phased out." His eyes flashed with a bright red light along with the profound words that his species would take over the universe. Having finished his sentence, the matchless one's body spontaneously exploded right in front of Nakov. Old Kwang and Theum stood frozen watching the astonishing scene. The soldiers of the Wiem Kingdom also gaped when they saw the members of the race gradually vanishing. Several race soldiers looked at their own hands as the darkness within them suddenly disappeared. Seizing the opportunity, the Wiem Kingdom army rushed forward to strike the enemy, shouting, "Don't even try to escape." A warrior shouted, "Their leader is done for, and those hidden in the shadows have shown themselves. Let's just keep hitting them." Demon Lord Tumin clenched his hands and joyfully exclaimed, "Fortunately, thanks to the young boy from the Van Kingdom, the situation has completely turned around. We are about to win, but Tumen, standing behind with his face in his hands, replied in alarm, that is not the case. He cried out in panic that everything was not over yet. Something just flashed into Tumen's mind, making the demon lord hurriedly ask, "Third brother, what did you just discover?" He grimaced and muttered, "How unlucky, I was so close to stopping this traitor in time." Right below the arena, it was hard to believe that Tuthen was holding Bangai hostage, pressing a sharp blade against her throat. The sound of a conch shell echoed with curiosity. "Why is it you?" he replied thoughtfully. "My apologies." She stared fixedly down at the deadly blade at her throat, her face full of panic. Tuthen glanced over and whispered into her ear, "Come with me for a moment." As he finished speaking, a teleportation magic circle flared up right beneath their feet. Vo Quan, standing on this side, saw the scene and was extremely anxious and worried. He hurriedly reached out, putting his full strength into rushing forward as fast as he could. Meanwhile, a brilliant beam of light for teleportation had already erupted. By the time Vo Quan closed in on Bangay, she was still standing frozen without the slightest resistance. As his hand closed, only a few fragments of light remained. The girl had already been taken away by the traitor, Tuthan. Her Bangay was tied tightly by strands of strange purple energy. She glanced at the orb beside her with confusion, and Tuthan's voice explained, "The teleportation formation takes 10 minutes to activate. Only those who enter first are brought here, so I had to do it early." He coldly rattled off, "By the time the formation disappears, it will also be the time to lure everyone here. Besides, I've already set up a barrier so no one can sneak in." Bangay felt even more uneasy and wondered, what kind of hellish place is this? Behind her, countless mysterious, blood-red eyes stared back at her. The face of the evil being gradually revealed itself from beneath his hood. He smirked, looking at her as he said, "Now, no one is coming to save you." Sitting arrogantly on a throne of power, he was the leader of this evil army named Michta. He raised his hand and demanded, "Now, be a good girl and hand over the key." Bangay frowned and looked straight at Tuthan, questioning him. "You are a high-ranking general of the demon race, yet you act as a lackey for the despicable evil race." He calmly retorted, "In our entire demon race, the strongest only reaches rank. Even if all this ranked demons were combined, they wouldn't be a match for one of their squads." Tuthan's face darkened, and he rolled his white eyes at Bangay, shouting, "Can you even imagine the scale of the evil race's terrifying power? They only sent 2 generals this time and nearly turned the entire demon race upside down. If a real war breaks out, who do you think will survive?" He let out a long sigh and continued, "The wheels of time are rolling forward. Only by adapting to the times can one hope for long-term survival. Only fools like you still refuse to open your eyes and face reality." Hearing his shameless sophistry, Bangay could not hide her look of disdain. "So this is the excuse you use to betray your own kind? That is truly beyond shameless. What kind of perks did the evil race give you?" Michta suddenly interrupted the conversation with a nasty tone. "Why say it like that? Our evil race and the demon race share the same roots. Wouldn't it be better to join hands for mutual benefit?" He continued to smile hideously. "You only need to hand over the key to the second zone, and the evil race guarantees we won't touch a single blade of grass belonging to the demon race." Tuthan, leaning against the orb, chimed in, "Exactly. Those who carry the world on their shoulders must be far-sighted. If war breaks out, only innocent people will end up losing their lives." Bangay lowered her head, her expression thoughtful as she reasoned, "Is that so? If they really could threaten the whole realm, why would they only send 2 generals and resort to such shady, secret actions?" She raised her head to look at Michta with sharp eyes and exposed her suspicion. "The prerequisite for unlocking it is that the previous key holder must voluntarily hand it over." Then she turned to look straight at Michta and declared loudly, "Even if I die, I will never let that object fall into your hands." He remained calm as if nothing had happened, simply letting out a soft breath and smiling with interest. The scene shifts back to the arena area, where everyone is standing frozen right in front of the mysterious magic circle. Vo Quan bowed his head, a bitter sadness enveloping the bloody battlefield. He held his head in torment, blaming himself. "Because of my carelessness, I let that traitor lead me so far astray." Demon Lord Tumen ordered the soldiers to search everywhere, declaring that even if they had to turn the entire country upside down, they must capture them. Demon Lord Kwang turned to instruct the minions to guard the commander carefully, and Thiam bowed in obedience. Tumen walked thoughtfully, saying he would personally inspect the area within a 10-kilometer radius first. Lapti was also bursting with enthusiasm, his eyes resolute as he announced he would join in to help. The young boy put his hands together in front of his chest to form a seal, then unleashed his familiar scouting technique. With Lapti's position as the epicenter, waves of energy began to spread out powerfully. They quickly blanketed a vast space around the arena. The energy waves collided with a hidden teleportation array beneath the divine statue in the middle of the city. Laptis' eyes widened, and he shouted in delight that he had caught their trail. He breathlessly announced that there was a strange seal at the base of the statue, likely created by some master, and upon hearing this, Tumen and Nahakov silently praised this extraordinary ability. He clicked his tongue and sighed, lamenting that they had no one skilled in space teleportation. Tumen calculated the distance from here to there was nearly 100 kilometers, wondering how they could possibly catch up in time. Right then, a flash of yellow lightning gleamed behind Nakov, who smiled confidently and asserted they would definitely catch up. A massive pillar of lightning struck straight down at Nanhakov's position, emitting a terrifying light and power. Tumen stared in astonishment at this overwhelming and unpredictable power, while Laptis stood in a daze, not understanding what was happening. A giant war horse appeared, causing the crowd to cheer, thinking the dragon clan was visiting, but he quickly reassured everyone not to be afraid. Nakov patted the creature and told them to rest assured because it was extremely agile. He waved his hand, inviting everyone to set off, saying they would have to rely on their specialties once they caught the target. Thus Lapti and Temen climbed onto the beast's back as the soldiers below marveled at how majestic the champion was. While Temen timidly admitted he had never ridden a dragon before and worried they would to make it in time, Nakok shouted for them to hold on tight. In the blink of an eye, the creature lunged forward at breakneck speed, causing the wind to whip against their faces, distorting their features. It soared into the clouds, heading straight for the coordinates Lapti had just identified, accompanied by the young boy's terrified screams. On the ground, people raised their heads to watch the long, faint trail of smoke painted across the sky. Demon Lord Temen gaped, wondering how many trump cards this kid still had hidden up his sleeve. Just like that, the monster tore through the clouds and wind, hurtling forward like a fiery arrow shot across the sky. Their final destination was the divine statue where the teleportation array had originated. The scene shifted to the enemy where Much Tang smirked maliciously and asked the young girl how much longer she wanted to pretend to be noble. He held out his squirming, insect-ridden hand threateningly, challenging his opponent to taste the deadly power of his venomous swarm. Meshta bowed his head, intently watching the insects crawling around his wrist. Then he told her in a cold voice, the key could never leave your person. He was level 55, a legitimate insect spirit mate. Bang Ji began to tremble, pressing her lips tightly as she listened to Menchta's threats. I'll shove all these bugs down your throat, just you watch. At that moment, his mouth split into a sinister grin and he added, by then wouldn't you have to obey my every command. Suddenly large water stains appeared on the ceiling, accompanied by violent tremors, and the demonic tribe members looked up in surprise. Several purple lightning bolts flashed and the crack on the ceiling spread at a dizzying speed. Than frowned in surprise and exclaimed, what? The barrier I painstakingly built for so long was cleanly sliced through with just one strike. The culprit behind this shocking event was none other than Nix Basi. Gaida at lightning speed had already shot into the sky. The divine statue, struck squarely by the slash, immediately split in two. TMMPPU stared in horror and exclaimed, a truly fatal strike, that's incredibly impressive. Nexi Basi turned his head to look at his two companions and reminded them, get ready for action. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gita immediately changed direction, plunging straight down to the ground from soaring high above. The monster plunged headfirst directly into the lair of the demonic tribe. This created a terrifying explosion that shook the entire world. The demonic tribe members still stared blankly upwards, not yet understanding what had happened, while fragments of the divine statue fell profusely all around them. Gita no Sipasi appeared gallantly amidst the dust, with him majestically grasping its horn, looking down coldly. Lepi too, after all, was still just a child. After experiencing the previous scene, his heart pounded and his legs trembled from sheer excitement. Team Mirch quickly chimed in, this speed is truly ridiculously fast. Nasigasi stood proudly, Geta sharp, murderous gaze beside him, directly confronting Inj. He grumbled, finally I've caught you guys. He glanced at him, then turned to Bang Ji and said, the hope of your demon tribe has arrived. Then hurriedly swung his arm, gathering energy, then arrogantly declared, calm down, he is just an ranked demon. Whereas I am this ranked champion of last year's veteran tournament. He smugly raised his hand to his face and confidently declared, dealing with him alone is more than enough. Before he could finish speaking, Than's face was struck squarely by Nespasi's devastating punch, leaving his face caved in and deformed, with blood gushing from his mouth and nose. In just a fleeting instant, he had closed in, delivered an extremely powerful blow, and then coldly said, since when was it your turn to speak? As for Than, he was sent flying flat to one side. He lay motionless on the ground, half his face swollen and bruised to the point where even his own parents wouldn't recognize him. Immediately after that, Nexi Basi sharply turned, staring fixedly at Mtheksha, then called out the demoness name direct. Witnessing the entire scene, he began to shed his frivolous demeanor and seriously reassess his opponent. At the same time, he turned to look straight at him and declared that he was looking for the exact right person. The teammates behind had just walked over, and the evil clan member narrowed his eyes at him and asked if this was the target. Yu Wu stepped forward to block Bang Ji's path, his cold voice ringing out that winning the leading position had completely ruined their initial plans. The other guy laughed heartily, saying that delivering oneself right to the doorstep was too convenient and saved the trouble of searching everywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, an eerie murderous aura rose from his body, with streams of black energy blending and intertwining with swirling purple light. Siming stepped in to stop him, explaining that her ability could only foresee those of equal or lower rank, while the opponent was completely out of reach. He frowned with determination, asserting that this guy must be at least rank and their group was definitely no match. Lottie stood nearby and hurriedly asked if the three of them joining forces could safely escort the Demon King's retreat, and Yu Wu summoned his guitar. Then he coldly ordered it to protect all three of them while leaving the evil clan member to him, causing Siming to panic and blurt out that he was only at a plus rank. He tried to advise him further, even knowing it was useless, but Yu Wu ignored all warnings and resolutely stepped forward. Opposite them, the evil clan member was still smiling arrogantly, completely unaware that 5 powerful punches were already right before his face, breaking through 2 whole ranks to directly overwhelm the opponent. No sooner had Siming's voice faded than his second punch blew the evil clan's grand general far away. The trio standing nearby dropped their jaws in astonishment at the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. Yet unexpectedly, pitch-black energy was now dripping from Yu Wu's hands. A bizarre monstrous worm materialized behind his back and mocked that the previous hit had only struck an elemental avatar created by him. Immediately afterward, the streams of black energy gathered again to reform into the shape of a giant worm. He leisurely appeared before him and cockily stated that since he was its rank mage, physical attacks were completely useless, though he admitted those 5 punches really packed a punch. The evil clan member had now returned to his true form, rubbing his nose while resentfully declaring that he had truly made him angry. His bloodshot eyes flashed with a cold murderous intent as he confidently roared that once he lost his temper, the consequences would be terrifying. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the entire surrounding evil clan army lit up simultaneously, staring fixedly toward Yu Wu's group. The countless low-level minions swarmed forward in a frenzied attack with sharp claws and bared fangs. Yu Wu maintained his indifferent expression, thinking to himself that in the human world, the awakening success rate was only 1 in 100,000. Most of those with a bit of talent merely stagnated at or C ranks. The evil clan minions were still charging in for relentless attacks, and among those rare awakened individuals, it was even harder to find anyone with the special constitution of a chosen one. Only they possessed the potential to rise to S rank, and this advancement opportunity came only once in a lifetime, instantly propelling that person to this rank milestone regardless of their starting point. Life was inherently unfair since hard work did not necessarily guarantee results, and that was precisely why S rank powerhouses were so scarce. Yu Wu still stood calmly observing, his sharp gaze flashing with the thought that upon setting foot in the demon realm, the demon clan after all was no different from humans. He whispered to himself that from the very first days, this body already carried an endless source of power along with innate rank bloodline, while Yu Wu still stood there dazed, lost in a swirling stream of thoughts. Sai Ming saw someone sneaking up to launch a stealth attack and screamed out a warning, shouting anxiously nearby for him to be careful, while Yu Wu felt that this familiar sensation was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Standing tall amidst the evil insect swarm to face the battle, he silently resolved not to become a lost fly and not to let fate crush him anymore. Mshht burst into laughter and then roared in order, "The demons here are all my high-level insect swarms. They will send you all to the afterlife to meet the king of hell." He repeatedly ordered his deadliest attacks to tear the opponent apart. Immediately, the demons with razor-sharp fangs and claws simultaneously pounced on Nund. The young man remained motionless as his entire body was gradually and completely surrounded by those insects. Traumatic, bloody memories rushed back into his mind, and a powerful thought flashed: he would definitely not follow the same old path again. Lapi's face suddenly became clear with pupils that glowed strangely. Mina let out a groan and complained, "I warned you beforehand, we really should not have stepped foot in here." Lapik shouted loudly, calling out Brother Cam's name. Na had traded everything for the chance to resurrect him regardless of being torn by 10,000 insects or cast into the deepest hell. Makisbasi swore not to make the same mistake again. B&D suddenly looked over and said, "Wait, that Cam Nix EC guy." Before everyone's eyes now is a horrifying scene. A mountain of evil monsters is crushing down upon him. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion occurred at that very spot, blowing everything in the surrounding area in all directions. The brilliant halo of golden energy expanded more and more intensely. Emichiti stood there dumbfounded as he watched, unable to believe his eyes after what had just occurred. Amidst the thick smoke that was gradually clearing, Nuxbasi's silhouette began to emerge clearly. He strode out imposingly and coldly without a single scratch on his body. He had successfully reached S rank and all of his power stats had increased significantly. His eyes burned with conviction, telling himself that from now on he would always be the absolute winner. CUSC now possessed the true self move, causing every attack to deal true damage. At this moment he calmly faced the evil general thanks to possessing a new ultimate move called Replicated Remains. Nespasi smiled slightly and said, "Truth be told, to handle you, a plus rank power would be more than enough, but right now I just want to finish this quickly." No sooner had he finished speaking than his hand was already squeezing the opponent's neck, his eyes radiating a bone-chilling murderous intent. Accompanying this were a series of energy beams focused directly on the body's vital points. Mshchi's arrogance suddenly vanished. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the pile of shattered masks, inwardly bewildered and not understanding what on earth was happening. The system displayed a notification: the true damage effect has begun to take effect. Nehosibasi sped off at a dizzying pace, his hands still clamped firmly around the opponent's neck as he dragged him forward. Next, he concentrated his force and slammed Mchit violently into the ground. The impact sent dirt and rocks flying, forcing him to reveal his original biological form. Bundi praised in astonishment, "Kamnekasi is truly incredible," while Lapitu also cheered joyfully, seeing his big brother being so dominant. With just a single move, he had grabbed the guy by the neck and exposed his true identity. In a raspy voice, he asked what kind of monster Nehuspisi was and painfully wondered why he couldn't transform, unaware that the true damage had locked his elementalization ability. Emishtadi's eyes widened as he stared at Nenasipsi, wondering to himself what kind of freak this guy really was. And Hakov announced loudly from above that the torture by special punishment had officially begun. Nearby, Tu then had finished eating all the food, sitting silently, while two men approached and said that his life would be decided by the leader according to military law, so he had better provide a convincing reason. He did not put up a fierce struggle, simply sitting there resigned to his defeat, and replied, "If you lose, you are a rebel. If you win, you are a king. That is how it goes." Lapti nearby dusted off his hands and announced that the riffraff had been completely cleared away. On the other side, Nakafi stood facing Michta, who was being tightly restrained by thick chains. He stood next to Bangji and coldly interrogated him, asking who was ultimately pulling the strings behind this plan. He stubbornly replied, "Don't bother trying to pry a single word out of me. We of the evil clan never resort to the cowardly schemes that you demons do." Nahakov laughed coldly and asked, "Since you clearly know you've failed and not a single one of your accomplices has come to save you, don't you realize you're just a sacrificial pawn?" Mechta retorted firmly, "So what? Since I was born a pawn, I am content to fulfill my role." His arrogant reply caused Jess' expression to darken slightly. Nakov mused that from birth the entire evil clan had been raised according to a harsh military style. They were thrown into the battlefield as children to slaughter one another, internalizing the ideals of violence, and those who survived were the most elite warriors after many rounds of elimination. Because of this, their veins were filled with the blood of born soldiers. The entire evil clan was fiercely loyal to only one. That was their supreme leader, known as the Evil Emperor. Returning to the present, Nakov looked at Maichte and thought to himself, the Evil Emperor is inherently powerful and extremely arrogant, so he rarely hides his attacks, but this time things seem very strange. He pondered, this style reminds me of the kid who will proclaim himself king 6 years from now. At that time he always hid within the human race, secretly manipulating the upper class to hide his own existence. It turns out he was the illegitimate son of the Evil Emperor and a human. Then he looked directly into the other's eyes and uttered a name, Tadayo. Upon hearing that name, Maichte was shocked, his facial expression changing completely in an instant. He tried to compose himself and replied, don't waste your breath. Nakov thought to himself, judging by that strange reaction, I am definitely not wrong. He stepped closer and said that he never expected him to start weaving his web so early. Perhaps he is still living anonymously among the humans at this very moment. Maichte hesitated and thought to himself, the secret of my master's identity is known only to me. He glared at Nakov with murderous intent, thinking this source of power is highly suspicious. If this demon clan grows strong, it will become a major threat to the evil clan. I cannot let him survive. With that thought, his eyes blazed with ferocity as he shouted, do you think I only have a few tricks like that? He sneered, we still have an elite strike force. While you were busy fighting, they were launching a surprise attack on the West Van Kingdom. With the power of its rank leader, that entire nation will be leveled in no time. Nakov hurriedly shielded Bangji, his voice still ringing out with a warning, you are from the Van Kingdom, aren't you? I fear that your homeland is in ruins by now. He activated his self-destruct mechanism, creating a terrifying explosion, not forgetting to leave his final words, sooner or later, this world will lie at the feet of the evil clan. Upon hearing this, Bangji turned pale with anxiety. This is bad, the evil clan still has a branch invading the Van Kingdom. If that happens after this battle, it will be a true catastrophe. He hurriedly interrupted the dialogue, telling everyone to stay calm, saying they needed to discuss a plan to contact Van Kwok first. Rewinding time a few hours back, there was a sea in Van Kwok with golden sun and enchantingly fine sand. A boat docked at the shore and a figure stepped down with hands clenched in resentment. Finally, he had arrived. No one expected that it was Tan Ling, a level 55 mage and Tan Ki-Tiu's younger brother. He gritted his teeth and swore, Kam Nakov, you were the one who killed him. I swear I will tear you to pieces. Not far away along the coast, a large transport ship was busy unloading its cargo. A squad of the evil clan was hiding in the bushes watching. One of them exclaimed, it seems Van Kwok has just undergone a horrific purge. This man belonged to the evil clan's army, a level 5 leader. He continued, these people are still idly gathered in the square, let's just kill them all. Just then, a strange voice came from behind them asking, who are you people? Tiantiu's face clearly showed anxiety mixed with anger as he shouted, what on earth are you all doing here? The evil clan leader merely gave a cold snort and lazily glanced toward his opponent. The scene at the port at this moment looked disorganized with dozens of containers stacked on top of each other. Tiantiu's face began to distort due to the enveloping purple mist. He struggled to cry out for help in despair. The ringleader ordered his subordinates, just hack him to pieces and throw his corpse out into the square for me. Tan Lin suddenly appeared behind him asking directly in a low, hollow voice, you demon clan. He interrogated them, speak up, where is Kam Nakov hiding? The leader started, turning around quickly to look at Tan Lin with a dazed expression. He sarcastically replied, what the hell is this? Do you want to die? His disciples laughed loudly saying, boss, you mimicked that voice quite well. Before the laughter could even end, a fatal blow split the leader's head in two, causing his followers to freeze in sheer panic. Tan Ling maintained his gruff attitude, speak up, I don't have the patience to wait any longer. The whole pack of the evil clan furiously rushed in to attack him, repeatedly shouting, kill this bastard. Tiantiu lay writhing on the ground, struggling to speak. These people, what is wrong with them after all? The boy's gaze was blank, one of his eyes was bruised purple and could not open at all. Standing firm alone, Tan Ling sent the entire group of evil clan members to their rest in just a blink of an eye. He approached Tiantiu and asked sternly, hey kid? Tan Ling growled as he clenched his fist, quickly tell me where Kam Nakov is. The boy forced a faint smile and whispered back, thank you for saving my life. These words left him stunned for a moment, and his mind suddenly became unusually blank. Tan Ling stared at the boy in astonishment, did you just thank me? He slowly helped the boy up. Quite coincidentally, the evil clan group attacking Van Kwok had been wiped out simply because of one wrong decision. Returning to reality, Bangui was still standing there watching with wide, bewildered eyes. The crowd gathered early, joyfully welcoming the news that the demon lord had returned safe and sound. It's funny how life works. Just the other day at the departure banquet, everyone was noisily clinking glasses and drinking enthusiastically. The Alliance banquet has an unspoken hierarchy based on the potential of the 18 states. Previously, Demon Lord Liu Bangdi belonged to the weaker faction and couldn't even touch the main table. But now she comfortably occupies the center spot at the VIP table. Demon Lord Two Men raised his glass high and announced clearly that if the Van Kingdom hadn't stepped in, the Alliance would have collapsed, so everyone should raise a toast to honor Demon Lord Liu Bangdi. The useless Loi Kingdom, having contributed nothing, lost their seat at the head table, leaving Lam Lap to sit dejectedly at a lower table, clinking his glass from afar. Bangdi shyly bowed her head and sang out that the time was ripe, adding that she had a few things she wanted to get off her chest. The surrounding demon lords immediately fixed their sharp, curious gazes upon her. Old memories came flooding back, evoking a bright red fire dancing joyfully in the midst of the bleak wilderness. The woman held her glass and spoke clearly. "We demons all stem from the same root. Our greatest dream is to build a common home of equality where we can support each other and advance together." Senior Luvan of the Liu clan once rallied everyone, saying, "Today, the 18 clans make a vow: the demon alliance shall stand shoulder to shoulder, regardless of status or class." The young demon lords back then hung on her every word, knowing that while this dream was distant and might take generations to realize, who knows what might happen. Returning to the lively reality, Bangdi raised her glass and suggested, "How about we change the celebration vibe to a bonfire to make it more lively so everyone can join in the fun?" And so that night in the VM Kingdom, glowing red embers flew up and filled the entire sky. In the palace courtyard, a massive bonfire was lit and neighbors gathered to chat and laugh freely. As the new leader, Liu Bangdi immediately declared new laws. A sports festival would replace the triennial martial arts tournament, and all 18 nations would have the right to mobilize the demon army once. As for Nakov, the young man was perched on a rock deep in the forest. He was silently watching the flickering lights of the distant royal palace. Hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. In the corner, Lamlap sipped his wine and praised the great idea, suggesting they follow the Alliance's martial arts tournament format to implement it. He excitedly claimed he wanted to film himself as the lead actor, declaring that the entertainment industry was his true calling and that it would be a guaranteed box office hit. The guy next to him asked, confused, "Didn't you intend to invite that hero to attract customers?" Lamlap lowered his voice and declared, "Exactly. I will pay any fee to get him to join, but he will only serve as a backdrop for me to shine, because I am the one destined to be the brightest star." Then he jumped up, looked around, and wondered, why has the kid disappeared all evening? He is supposed to be the one carrying the team at tonight's celebration. The scene suddenly shifts to a luxurious skyscraper hotel. Thiam sat watching and reminded him that his wounds hadn't fully healed, so why was he getting up? The other person coldly put on his shoes and said, "I have business to attend." Her face darkened as she avoided the humiliating memory of having her clothes stripped away when she was defeated, silently resolving to capture that person. Thuok blushed at the thought that she must have a life or death rematch with him. At this point, the camera pans to room 01. Bangdi wandered in front of the door and whispered, "Now is a perfect time to knock, isn't it?" The footage of Nakov's epic battles from recent times flashed vividly before the eyes. Bangchi silently told herself that if it weren't for him, her life would have been ruined long ago. She gently placed her hand on the doorknob, accepting that her fate was tightly bound to his, regardless of whether he wanted to accept her or turn his back on her. She pushed the door open with burning determination, resolved to finally confess all the feelings she had harbored for so long. In the luxury room where Hu Wukan and Gan Yushu were temporarily staying, Sang Lin and Xier were tearing at each other on the bed. The two maidens fought fiercely, one scratching faces while the other went for the neck. Xier screamed that Wukan belonged to her, while Shanglin curled her lip and said no one had the time to fight for him, prompting an infuriated Xier to retort why she had sneaked in his room then. Bang Chai stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with confusion as she wondered where the two of them were. The scene shifted to a dense forest where Yushu was standing on Gita's back while Wukan leisurely walked toward them from below. Turning his head, he said he didn't expect Wukan to sniff out his location so quickly. Wukan strolled leisurely out from the thick foliage, approaching closer. He spoke up, saying this was the highest point in the Yan Kingdom after the idol, making it ideal for setting off on the journey. Yushu leaned down to ask if Wukan wanted to seize this final opportunity to send him off, and Wukan replied that if he went on this trip he would likely never return. Yushu bluntly confirmed that indeed, he was the human race member Wukan despised the most, and now that everything was done, he didn't want to drag things out with a demon anymore, adding that Wukan could rest assured he would never lead an army back. Wukan interrupted to say he understood, and that ever since this battle his animosity toward the human race had vanished. Yushu listened intently as Wukan continued, saying he had long understood that a single individual could not represent an entire race. Demons had good people and bad people, and the evil tribes were no different. Wukan lowered his head thoughtfully, admitting that the human race was no exception and was similarly divided into good and bad people. Looking straight ahead, he affirmed that Yushu was his friend, leaving Yushu stunned with overwhelming emotion. Wukan looked up and smiled brightly, saying that no matter what identity Yushu held in the future, as long as he returned here, he would definitely stand at the highest place to welcome him. He thoughtfully asked whether Yushu intended to return to the human faction right away. Gazing into the distance, Yushu replied, "No, I plan to drop by the immortal demon realm first." Hearing that name, Wukan couldn't help but be surprised. He paused to reflect before blurting out that that place was the territory of the Spirit Clan. Then he smiled and continued, "That's true. With your abilities, there's probably nowhere you can set foot." Gita began spreading its massive wings and Yushu called out Wukan's name. From high above, he called down that before long, he would hold his wedding on the human side. With a radiant smile, Yushu extended an invitation, asking Wukan to make sure to spare some time to come and celebrate with him then. Immediately afterward, Gita flapped its wings and soared into the sky, carrying its master toward the distant horizon. Standing on the ground, Wukan used his hand to shield his face from the gust of wind and dust kicked up by Gita's takeoff. He raised his eyes to watch that figure fade away and whispered his thanks to Yushu for saving both the Yun Kingdom and the entire demon race. Wukan placed his hand over his left chest and bowed slightly, expressing his deepest respect for his distant friend. He didn't forget to add a promise that the demon race would forever remain a steadfast support standing behind him. Nakov and Gita drifted along with the wind. Looking back at the past for a moment in Haiyan Tenna once reminded him, oh right Xiao Feng, there is still this matter regarding how you return to your original body. Hearing that, he froze in surprise, his eyes wide with astonishment. He frantically questioned, wasn't it said that I just need to die to return to my old body? The system calmly explained, that was just something I made up. This body becomes stronger the closer it is to death, so I tricked you into seeking death to help you become overpowered faster. Nakov yelled in frustration, if I had accidentally died back then, my life would have been ruined, wouldn't it? The system replied with a laugh, the ghost's levels were all below S, so there was nothing dangerous about it, didn't you survive at all? Tenna also smiled while he grumbled that the system was a habitual liar, warning everyone absolutely not to trust it. She added, you can rest assured I have found a way to help you return to your body, but the prerequisite is a vital treasure. The item that Tina just mentioned is called the soul-swapping grass. This type of grass only grows near the third area called the Immortal Demon Realm, meaning it only exists in the Spirit Tribe's Immortal Demon territory. The Immortal Demon Realm is surrounded by massive storms, keeping this place completely isolated from the outside world. The winds are so sharp that even the hardest steel would disintegrate instantly upon contact. This has made the Spirit Tribe rarely venture out, creating a reclusive existence, but it also prevents other forces from invading by land or air. For the past 6 years, the only land not conquered by the evil tribe has been the Spirit Tribe's Immortal Demon Realm. Tenna placed her full trust in Nakov, believing that while outsiders cannot break through, he and Gita would certainly find a way in. He gently placed his hand on her cheek and said, the Spirit Tribe is your father's homeland. You must be longing to return, aren't you? Tenna instructed, if you have the chance to visit my father's grave, please lay a bouquet of flowers there for me. Returning to reality, Nakov gazed into the distance and exclaimed, we have arrived. The two of them, one human and one beast, traveled together toward the eye of the storm. He looked up, held tightly onto the horn, and asked with a smile, are you ready, Gita? It responded with a determined gaze, of course I am. Immediately, Gita spread its wings wide, and the two of them faced the challenge together. Turned to gain momentum and soared straight into the vast sky. Childhood memories flooded back. Fong Lu and Tenna used to hug Gita's neck with excitement whenever it took flight. Back then, Tenna used to wonder how high Gita could fly to take them soaring through the clouds. And now it had easily surged above the white clouds. Looking down from above, the eye of the storm was clearly visible. Nahakok reminded, the fierce storm currents are all beneath the thick cloud layer. That is our destination, the Immortal Demon Realm. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gita dove toward the gap at the center of the storm to avoid the fierce winds surrounding it. He smiled with excitement, here I come. The scene shifted back to Vimquak. At the detention facility number 1, two men stood there facing Tooth N, the traitor of the demon race, who was currently tightly bound by heavy chains. He questioned sharply, do you mean the evil clan is preparing to target the spirit clan for their next sweep? He sneered in response, exactly, it was your people's stupidity that ruined all my calculations. Tooth N hung his head and muttered, actually I have already infiltrated the ranks of the evil clan. I just need to climb to the highest position to have the power to protect both the demon clan and the spirit clan. Two men shouted, is your way of protecting them to kneel and surrender? Are people supposed to live as slaves under them forever? He still made excuses, what else can be done? Do we have enough strength to fight back right now? Escaping unscathed earlier was only thanks to that kid Nahakov jumping in to block the way, but what about the spirit clan? Two then gritted his teeth, back then, you and I both loved the same woman, but neither of us could protect her. Now that her homeland is in danger, who has the strength to turn the tide? This sweep by the evil clan and the demon clan is completely different from previous conquests. The brutal leader Dadu will personally lead the army this time. The spirit clan is finished and will be reduced to ashes. The scene shifts to an old forest with towering trees where red-bottomed monkeys are affectionately cuddling together. On the ground, Nakov gazed out at the sea and exclaimed, is this the Immortal Demon Realm? The space here is truly vast and the air of the spirit clan is much fresher. He chuckled and continued, if a beautiful beach like this fell into the hands of our human race, it would surely turn into a toll gate attraction. Gaida snapped, are you mocking the human race? Speaking like that is a grave taboo, be careful or you'll get kicked out. Suddenly, a strange aura made the hair on Nakos's body stand on end, his face showing clear panic as his pupils constricted. He turned his head in a panic and asked, what's happening? Gaida replied, I feel an incredibly terrifying source of energy approaching. Nahakov added, I feel it too, this pressure must be at least S rank. No, that's not right, it must be Cis rank. He thought fearfully, a power this earth-shattering, even in my past life I never witnessed anything like this. Suddenly the Thanlak in his hand shattered into many fragments right before everyone's eyes. Nakov stared wide-eyed as the pieces detached and flew straight out of his palm. It was as if Thanlak were being pulled forward by an invisible force. Immediately after, the small fragments quickly swirled and reassembled together. Then they suddenly nestled into the hand of a mysterious stranger. The man sat on a rock holding Thanlak and glanced over, hey you little demon clan brat, why did you wander here? He looked down at Nakov and continued, and why is this weapon in your hands? He thought in astonishment, is he human? He doesn't look like it, it's hard to determine his race. Why did Thanlak fly over there on its own? His eyes were sharp and cold as he waited for an answer. Just by looking it was clear this person possessed profound power. He stood rooted to the spot wondering, who on earth is he? The strange man stood up leisurely with Thanlak still firmly in his hand. He reached his hand forward and shouted, Lak, come back here right now. Seeing the blade shaking violently, the man smirked, oh, it seems you really want to go back to him, don't you? Observing the blade's reaction, he whispered, is that your new master? Then the young man gripped the object tightly and decisively pulled it upward with force. The old man glanced at Nuxibasi with determination. Let me check if he is qualified first. He stood silently, pursing his lips in calculation. The opponent's strength far exceeded his rank, his identity was mysterious, and he had managed to lose both Lixi and guitar before he could even react. Immediately, he swung his arm and charged forward, determined to unleash his full power. Nuxibasi's fist whistled toward him, yet the man remained incredibly calm. The man tilted his body slightly to dodge in an extremely gentle manner. He reached out and brushed the young man's arm aside. Simultaneously, he delivered a crushing blow to the stomach, sending him stumbling backward in pain. Blood poured from his nose and mouth as he stared in shock. The offensive force was terrifying, such that he had never encountered anyone this strong even during his time with the human race. Before he could recover his senses, the man's foot kicked him directly in the face. He withdrew his leg decisively. At the same time, the remaining force sent Nuxibasi sliding quite a distance. He winced, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his eyes, wondering if the man was a spiritual being. Nevertheless, Nuxibasi persisted and did not give up, continuing to charge in with a barrage of punches. The man narrowed his eyes as he recognized his power. It turned out he was only a small-ranked demon. Time passed quickly. The scene that was once under the blazing sun changed. Now the sun had begun to disappear behind the mountain ranges. Looking at the old man standing nonchalantly before him, Pasi silently assessed his speed and power. Everything was at its peak. They had been clashing all afternoon, yet he hadn't shown a single opening. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Despite being over 50, this man's physical strength was too immense, forcing him to find a way to take him down with a single decisive blow. Before an optimal plan could take shape, another punch landed. This time he truly delivered a fatal blow that sent him reeling backward, blood gushing violently from his throat. While his body was still suspended in mid-air, the man's agile legs kicked him hard in the stomach. He kicked Nuxibasi into the sea and thought to himself, taking such a painful hit yet remaining unfazed, this boy is truly remarkable. He fell freely into the water in agony, but just as he surfaced, the man unexpectedly appeared again. Raising his fist, he assessed that the boy's recovery ability was indeed formidable, as his body was constantly healing itself. The man shook his head and sighed again. Despite that, his combat power was still all too mediocre. Suddenly, Nuxibasi smiled, his eyes flashing with a surprising craftiness. From deep within the seabed, something began to rise. Just a split second later, those objects shot up, dragging chains along with them, aiming directly at the white-haired old man. The ice creatures you summoned appeared simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, chains wrapped around the old man. After being completely overwhelmed, Nako smiled faintly and said, I am the master of these waters. It is thanks to you that these puppets were forced to exhaust their energy to be summoned. The ice monsters strained to pull hard on the iron chains. They had quite an impressive name at this moment. Ice-blooded puppet. Currently, the old man was hanging suspended amidst a tangled web of chains blocking the path. Nahakov looked up and continued, the entire ice legion was hidden at the bottom of the sea, just waiting for this favorable opportunity to strike. Standing right in front of the old man, he questioned, these puppets are all rank, being trapped by so many layers of chains I doubt even you can escape. The old man's voice remained extremely calm. I didn't expect you to be so good at commanding. You deliberately acted weak to lure me out to sea before unleashing your finishing move. The opponent suddenly made a strange request. I no longer have any strength to resist, so why don't you just kill me and get it over with? The young man gently glided past the opponent and replied, I have no deep hatred for you. He climbed onto an ice puppet, looked toward the distant Lakkam and said, my purpose in coming to the spirit tribe was only to retrieve an important item. Afterwards, Nakov continued to stride back toward his precious sword. The young man used a bit of force to lift the sword slightly off the ground. Then, turning to look at the old man, he asserted firmly, once I have retrieved the Lakkam, let's consider that neither of us owes the other anything. While Nahakov was walking away, the old man suddenly appeared right behind him, though no one knew how. The old man walked alongside the young man, pushing up his glasses as he asked, oh, so what exactly did you come here looking for? He started in surprise, looked to his side with astonished eyes, and asked, hey, how were you able to get here so quickly? Immediately after, Nakov cast his gaze toward the vast sea. The heap of iron chains shattered into small fragments, and at the same time, the ice puppets collapsed into the water, lifeless. That sight left him frozen. Everything was rank, something he had previously been extremely confident in his ability to control. Nakov was stunned internally and whispered to himself, in the blink of an eye, he wiped out my rank legion. Clearly, I have no advantage over him at all. He looked over to probe the situation. This old man had still not revealed his full cultivation level. The old man bowed his head and continued, the first round is over. If we were of the same age and skill level, I would surely be far behind you. Then, the old man used one hand to pull a strange object from deep beneath the earth and stones. Holding a wine jar, he looked over and officially declared, the second round begins right here. Looking at the wine jar set out before him, Nakov could not help but frown and wonder, what kind of game is this, I wonder? The old man smiled kindly and held out a wine bowl, an invitation. Take it, this is the second contest between men. The scene shifted to night, and a flickering fire had been kindled in the middle of the deserted forest. The man looked at him and asked, tell me, as a guy of the demon race, what is your intention in sneaking into the spirit tribe's territory? Then Hakok remained cautious in his thoughts. What is wrong with this old man? He starts a fierce fight for no reason, and then suddenly forces someone to sit down and drink with him like this. The two had just met for the first time, so neither knew the true background of the other. Right there, an album lies half open, holding moments of a warm and loving family. Tina sits quietly, gazing at the photos in deep thought, wondering if Taiyufeng has arrived in the immortal demonic realm yet. She looks at a photo and prays silently, hoping her father in the afterlife will bless him with smooth travels. No one would ever suspect that the old man is actually her father. Back in the immortal demonic region, Nahakfong curiously asks, "Who exactly are you and why did you come here to fight me?" The old man replies calmly, saying he is just an ordinary elder of the spirit clan wanting to use his remaining strength to protect his kin. Neither side realizes that this encounter will begin an epic and sorrowful tale. The old man continues, "But recently I had a premonition." Tin Na's father recounts that in his dream someone from the demonic clan stood towering over a mountain peak, plotting to wipe out all the spirit people. Nakfong's image appeared vividly, as if the murderer in the dream was none other than him. Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes widen in shock. "You dreamed that I slaughtered the entire spirit clan? That sounds absurd." The old man confirms calmly, "Everything I have seen in my dreams has always come true. It has never been wrong." Nakfong still finds it strange and asks, "Then why didn't you use all your strength to kill me earlier?" The senior replies, "Because the future is immutable. I cannot change this destiny." These ambiguous words only leave the young man more confused, causing him to stare blankly at the other in silence. The old man raises an eyebrow and says, "The only thing I can change is your heart." The protagonist breaks into a cold sweat, remarking that the old man certainly knows how to carry on a joke. The middle-aged man lifts a full cup of wine and drains it in one refreshing gulp. Looking at him, he confesses, "No matter how extraordinary an individual may be, they are as small as a grain of dust. We are all prisoners in the cage of destiny." Ten's father then probes, "Now it's your turn to be honest. What is your purpose in coming to this land? Surely you are less guarded against me by now." Looking at the cup being refilled, Nakfong tells himself that he feels no killing intent, and besides, this old man must be privy to many secrets. The two clink their cups together. He calculates that perhaps telling the truth to this old man will help him find a quicker shortcut. Without hesitation, Nahakfong expresses his intention. "The main goal of my journey is to hunt for the soul-shifting herb." A while later, in that same spot, the empty wine jar lies alone on the ground, beside a small bag filled with seeds. As they both lean against the cliff, Tin's father reveals that the herb is not rare at all. One can just sneak into the mines and follow the ore miners to obtain it. The old man turns back with a thoughtful look, adding, "The biggest difficulty is your demonic heritage, which is very easy for others to detect." He raises his wrist, which emits a faint glow, explaining that prejudice between the clans is intense, and anyone not of the spirit clan is considered an enemy. The old man waves his hand in front of Nakfong, and the beads swirl as if by magic. He says this disguise spell will help him blend into the spirit clan without being exposed. The horns on the protagonist's head suddenly turn into long ears. He asks in surprise, "Why are you helping me, even though you say the spirit clan views outsiders as enemies?" The old man just smiles kindly and replies, "In truth, I am not helping you. I am doing this for the survival of the spirit clan." The memory of the premonition returns, Nakfong standing in a pool of blood holding a sharp sword, and the old man warns him seriously. "Assuming that terrible day comes to pass, I hope you will step up to protect the spirit clan, considering it the repayment of this heavy debt of gratitude to me." Upon hearing this, the protagonist can only manage a wry smile, thinking that this old man is a master of schemes, never letting himself get the short end of the stick. Finally, Nakfong clinks his cup decisively. "Fine, as long as I obtain that herb, I will certainly repay the spirit clan in the future." Dawn broke on a new day, and the young man slowly opened his eyelids, startled to see a few little birds chirping and flying above. The young man's face looked bewildered after a night of heavy drinking so intense he forgot the way home. He sat up abruptly, clutching his head, and muttered to himself, wondering how many cups he had knocked back last night to end up drifting all the way to this place. Right at that moment, sitting perched in an ore transport wagon with a soundly sleeping figure beside him, he clutched his forehead and grimaced, thinking that this time he had suffered temporary amnesia from drinking too much. Gathering his wits for a moment, the young man looked around in all directions and cried out in alarm, "How strange, since when have I been sitting in this piece of crap cart?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ore cart gave off a harsh, ear-piercing screech. Above, a figure raised a wooden staff, knocked it hard against the side of the car, and shouted, "We've arrived, get ready to jump down right now." That person was Steward Baxi of the East CC Spirit Tribe, ranked at C grade. Adjusting his glasses frames, he loudly scolded and urged everyone to get down to work. Seeing that one person was still sitting motionless, Baxi strode over, tapped him with his staff and scolded, planning to lie there and sleep in forever. "Huh." The old man suddenly turned to look at the young man, asking bluntly, "Just arrived. Hurry up and move your hands and feet," causing the young man to hurriedly stammer, "Yes, I'm coming right out." What struck his eyes at this moment was a cluttered mine with piles of rocks stacked on top of one another. The aura radiating from within surged endlessly like a torn piece of space, and groups of laborers filed in one after another. Just as they stopped at the threshold, Steward Baxi turned back to instruct everyone to mentally prepare to go inside. Nakov was handed a labor safety helmet, his pensive gaze guessing that this must be the mining team, while the spatial doorway ahead was definitely the path leading to the ghost cave. This is a D-grade ghost cave, similar to the human race's spatial rifts. Stepping through it plunges one into a world full of bizarre demonic beasts. Word has it that some demon tribes from the primordial era also originated from this place, and this is the source of all demonic magic. As he walked, the young man recalled how in his past life he had plowed through several of these ghost caves to hunt monsters and grind levels, led ahead by two dutiful guards. Those two young men were Kwang Mu and Kwang Ji, both reaching B grade of the East CC Spirit Tribe. They turned around to remind the guest, whose head was completely covered, "Princess, please hide behind us." The young maiden, addressed as the princess, reached out to adjust the brim of her hat and irritably said that her father was always trying to control her. She glared and argued with the other two, saying it was so hard to sneak out to play and yet they always liked to police her. Now she was a C-grade mage and she could handle all these monsters below D-grade all by herself. Turns out this was Princess Betong of the Sea Spirit tribe. Old Baxi, standing behind, also hurriedly interceded. Come on, anyway, it's just a trifling D-grade ghost cave, there's nothing dangerous to worry about. Taking the opportunity, the old man turned to reprimand the two followers that the matter of the princess sneaking away from home to play must not be leaked a single word. The steward added a threat: if they ruined the princess' fun, the two of them could consider their little lives gone. The fellow standing hiding behind him shook like a leaf and hurriedly stammered, yes, yes, we will strictly obey. As for our young man, he narrowed his eyes in calculation, wondering why a low-level ghost cave like this faintly carried an indescribable sense of danger. Deep within ghost caves, countless low-level demonic beasts usually lurked, their aggressive nature no different from wild beasts in real life. Most of these demonic beasts were mindless and had no way of escaping their imprisonment. Right at that moment, a lowly demonic beast suddenly rushed out. The princess eagerly stepped forward and announced, leave this to me. The monster growled and lunged toward battle, but the staff in her hand had already flashed with a brilliant light in time. After all, they were only worthy of being a farming ground for experience for other races, reduced to ashes by a powerful blow and collapsing on the spot, accompanied by a successful elimination notification. The butler quickly clapped and chuckled in admiration, saying, our princess is so talented. Peitong laughed heartily and replied, you see, I told you I was more than capable of doing it. Just as everyone was celebrating and letting their guard down, a razor-sharp claw of the monster suddenly lunged forward, inflicting a painful slash on Pacey's arm. Fresh blood spurted from his arm and splashed onto the princess' face, leaving her dumbfounded and frozen in shock. A razor-sharp weapon resembling a sword suddenly materialized clearly into view. Striking their eyes at this moment was a much wiser demonic beast, brandishing a sword, bearing its fangs and claws, with a fierce murderous aura radiating in all directions. The whole group started screaming in shock, while the princess frantically checked on the butler's arm. The rest of them wondered in confusion why a mutated monster would appear in this place. The fierce beast opened its wide mouth full of sharp teeth, its craving for fresh blood revealing a ferocious look. The young man, who had been calmly observing the situation all this time, muttered to himself that there was something wrong with this D-rank dungeon. Everyone looked over with pensive expressions. Theoretically, a D-rank lair at most would only have a pathetic C-rank boss, yet out of nowhere a B-class monster had popped up. He glanced over to assess the situation, and to top it all off, this was a monster in human form. Yuwu narrowed his eyes in high concentration, knowing there was definitely something fishy going on here, but unfortunately, he still couldn't recklessly make a move just yet. He suddenly remembered the strict instructions Lao H gave him when transmitting his magic. This disguised talisman is only valid for a maximum of 3 days. The old man had instructed him very thoroughly, especially that during this period he must absolutely not abuse magic. Whenever he used his strength, the transformation spell would weaken and wear off quickly. To avoid being exposed at this critical juncture, Yuwu had no choice but to entrust his fate to Princess Peitong's group, hoping they were strong enough to handle it. The monster tilted its head and glanced sideways, having stood completely still until now just to admire its prey to its satisfaction. Suddenly, its body stirred slightly and thick torrents of spiritual energy began to swirl and surround its body. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious beast leaped forward, opening wide its jaw full of sharp teeth to attack, shooting a dazzling aura from its throat. The target was clearly the princess group, and everyone panicked, shouting to warn others to dodge. Gong Mo and Gong Zhu leaped forward like lightning to block the front, raising their weapons and bracing themselves to take the dangerous blow. The princess frowned and snapped that taking a defensive stance was useless. They had to charge forward and eliminate it immediately, as was right. Guang Zhu shouted out and then charged forward for close combat. Before they could even counterattack, the dust cleared and the monster stood tall right before them, its weapon-wielding arm raised high to the sky, about to strike down. From behind, something sharp suddenly darted forward, tearing through the thick smoke. It then charged straight into the ferocious beast, while countless other sharp spikes rained down one after another. It turned out that Princess Peitong had just waved her hand and launched a vicious preemptive strike. The monster grimaced in pain, but the sharp ice on its body had already begun to crack open. Gong Zhi opened his eyes wide, recognizing the abnormality, his expression unable to hide a look of panic and fear. Even so, he did not hesitate in the slightest, tightening his grip on his sword and charging straight ahead. Gong Zhu quickly swung his sword to slice off the ferocious beast's head before it could escape the encirclement. Its head rolled right under everyone's feet. The princess and Patong could only stand frozen watching it. After it was done, Kwang Mu was stunned, while Kwang Tri turned slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. What a scare, their first time encountering a Class B boss. Patong anxiously asked about the butler's wound. Uncle, how is your arm? He just waved his hand saying it was fine and the bleeding had stopped. Baksai nodded, praising the young girl, saying that the little princess of yesterday had truly grown up now. Kwang Tri still kept his eyes glued in that direction warily. However, this time the final boss appeared a bit early. Luckily, it had been finished off. Watching Nakov standing and observing all this time, based on his experience from his past life, he secretly guessed that this was definitely not the real boss. Seeing more bizarre footsteps approaching, he figured that the humanoid creature from earlier was just a small fry. And indeed, there was no way there was only one. Everyone was panicked to discover many more terrifying things. Not just one, a whole horde of humanoid monsters brandishing weapons appeared right in front of them. Kwang Tri grimaced and asked what on earth was happening, and Kwang Mu fearfully wondered the same thing, why wasn't it over yet? The dark miner standing behind Nakov suddenly started trembling violently and muttered that they were doomed, and this time everyone would die here. At this point, Patong raised her staff and apologized, saying it was all her fault and that she would use magic to support everyone's retreat. Boxai interrupted, saying it wasn't her fault, we chose to mine and I didn't foresee this bizarre demon mine either. Everyone lined up, turning their backs to each other to defend. Kwang Mu asked what strategy to use, and the princess whispered warily that she had spent all her energy killing one, so she was out of moves, while there were 4 enemies. Nakov remained as calm as ever and silently noted that this Neng clan seemed to know how to unite in times of danger. The miner with them also shouted boldly that there was no other way and they just had to risk their lives, making the young man judge him to be quite brave. At that very moment, the demon creatures suddenly fell silent and stared at each other. After that, the entire pack of demon creatures rushed simultaneously toward the group of people standing ahead. The 2 guards quickly stepped forward right in front of the princess to act as protective shields. Waves of sword ki tore through the air, crisscrossing densely and sending debris flying everywhere. Both of them took fatal blows, their sturdy armor shattered into pieces by the monster's sword ki. Shards and debris from it just kept flying and scattering all over the place. The dual-wielding monster quickly took down a guard, making him fall to his knees as blood poured from the wound on his neck. Then they leaped, continuing to close in on Patong. The butler frantically screamed to warn the princess to be careful. The 2 of them stood there frozen. The little girl looked on blankly, while Boxai's face contorted in agony. Before he could react, the monstrous massive hand grabbed his head and threw him hard to the side. After that, they ruthlessly pinned the butlers and the tiny princess heads close to the ground. The situation in the mine was now miserable. The guards were defeated, the masters captured, while the 4 demon creatures were still overwhelming them. Along with that was the sight of the 2 miners who had been standing there frozen like statues all this time, not knowing what else to do. Nakov still hid his skills, fearing his identity would be exposed, while his companion's face went pale as a sheet upon hearing the monstrous roar. The young man at the funeral home silently calculated, though those few still had not accurately gauged their own strength. Princess Patong at that moment pressed face down against the floor, wondered to herself if their lives were truly destined to end there. Kwang Trai now lay motionless and uncertain, his entire body covered in blood. The fate of Kwang Mu was no less tragic, both of them seemed to have already met their end. The butler was not doing any better, his body was completely restrained, and his life could be snuffed out at any moment. The miner, with his razor-sharp axe in hand, also felt that he had reached a dead end. Yet, with the unified spirit of the spirit clan, he rose up and shouted, "I'll risk my life against you all," causing Nakos to jump in surprise and mock him for being reckless without thinking. Seeing this, the princess exhausted her remaining strength to stop him, begging him not to do it. The monster growled, offered a sneering smile, and snorted like a razor-sharp sword stroke slashed straight down, followed by a void filled with the stench of blood. The miner's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he saw the beast sliced in 2. Because of that lightning-fast strike, its face had been split into 2 slimy halves. That horrifying sight left the princess and the group of people lying on the ground stunned and astonished. Having witnessed the event from such close range, the miner himself felt as though he were dreaming. The author of that thrilling comeback was none other than the Arank Ice puppet Nako CS summoned treasure. The miner turned, dumbfounded, wondering what this ice demon was, while the remaining monsters began to show signs of restlessness and fear. Seeing their comrade so neatly dispatched, they flew into a rage, shrieking ear-piercing sounds. Nakov glanced over and mused to himself that it hadn't cost him much vital energy after all. Remaining calm and assuring himself that there would be no major repercussions, the miner activated the Blood Ice Golem, consuming exactly 10% of his health.